Hey friends, with the holidays approaching, you might find yourself stuck for ideas on what gifts to buy your friends or family. Well, if that's the case, I implore you to consider picking up a Ridge wallet. They make for a really practical gift, and even if the recipient already owns a wallet, they're sure to abandon their old one in favor of a Ridge. The Ridge wallet comes in up to 30 different colors. They have RFID protection, and there's room for up to 12 of your cards plus some spare cash. Ridge Wallet also offers a lifetime warranty for every single one of their products, meaning you'll never have to purchase another wallet ever again. I love how sleek it is and how surprisingly smooth card extraction can be. I hate fumbling with my cards at the ATM, and the Ridge eliminates that almost completely. I'm also a huge fan of their key cases too, as they stop the annoying jingling of my keys in my pocket. Honestly, it's little wonder that Ridge Wallet has received over 50,000 five-star reviews, and they're so confident with their product that they offer a 40-day money-back guarantee. Ridge Wallet is also offering all of you loyal Buttersock cultists 40% off your order if you go to ridge.com/letsread and enter the code LET'SREAD on checkout. That little discount is bound to help you at a time of year when spending goes through the roof, so please take advantage of their generous offer and head over to ridge.com/letsread and enter the promo code, which is written down below in the video description. And now, without further ado, on with today's stories. On the morning of January 17, 1997, the staff of Atlanta North Side Family Planning Services in the suburb of Sandy Springs were just beginning their day. It was around 9:30 a.m. on a Friday, and although wary from the busy working week, the staff were looking forward to the well-deserved weekend ahead. The clinic itself was set into a large multi-story office complex that housed a number of other professionals, such as doctors, dentists, and lawyers. But one particular employee of the family planning clinic wasn't exactly having the best of mornings. Geraldine Thompson, a then 23-year-old counselor at the clinic, was running late. Not only had she failed to wake up for her alarm, but getting caught in the rush hour traffic meant she was uncharacteristically tardy. Yet little did Geraldine know, but a busted alarm clock and bad traffic would be the very least of her troubles that morning. Because as she parked her car up and approached the office building, a huge explosion tore through the building, sending glass and debris flying through the air. The explosion brought down parts of walls and ceilings and caused a small fire in the large 3-story building. Thankfully, it was a fire that was quickly extinguished thanks to the swift and courageous response of the Atlanta Fire Department. And once the area was secure, investigators from a number of different agencies began to comb through the wreckage in an attempt to determine the source of the blast. About an hour after the blast, cops and firefighters were still in the process of assessing damage, determining the source and ensuring that the area around the building was clear of civilians. Then, out of nowhere, a second explosion ripped through the gathered crowd, sending scores of people flying through the air and causing horrendous wounds to several of them. Only then was it obvious what was going on. It was a terrorist attack. It almost seemed timed to hurt those coming to the scene to help, Atlanta Mayor Bill Campbell later said. And he was right, because what happened is known as the double tap, a bombing technique in which the attacker first draws attention to an area, ensuring a gathered crowd, before a second device is detonated, one designed purely to kill first responders and innocent bystanders. One police investigator is said to have taken a fist-sized chunk of shrapnel, while the cameraman of an attending news crew suffered a fractured skull, landing on his head after the force of the explosion threw him into the air. Hospitals treated and released most of the injured by the afternoon, including 2 agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, and a Fulton County firefighter. But miraculously, despite the plethora of injuries and psychological trauma, not a single person lost their life that day. "My guardian angel made me sleep late today," Geraldine Thompson later said in a statement to the media, and even the most hardened skeptics are forced to admit that it makes for one heck of a coincidence. But who in their right minds would target a doctor's office with a dual bomb attack? Many believe the answer was to be found in another bomb attack, one that had occurred the previous summer at the Centennial Olympic Park. This is the very same bombing federal investigators initially blamed on Richard Jewell, a security guard who was later exonerated, and at the time of the second blast, the culprit had yet to be identified. Yet despite the Atlanta PD's failure to find their bomber, United States Attorney Kent Alexander assured the public that justice would be swift. "This is probably about the worst place in the country to set off a bomb," he said, referring to the experience the APD had picked up over the previous year. "We are ready to pursue this professionally and expertly." Kent Alexander wasn't bluffing. The FBI had already drawn up a psychological profile of the perpetrator based on the method, timing, and placement of the bomb. The method showed that this man was dangerously intelligent and diligent when it came to bomb making and the placement of such devices. He had evidently studied the techniques of previous terror organizations, particularly on how to cause mass casualties through a protracted bombing campaign. The timing, January 17th, was only a few days away from the 24th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the 1973 Supreme Court decision that legalized abortion. So when police connected this to the location of the bombing, the kind of person they were dealing with became terrifyingly clear. The bombing today was one more piece of evidence in a trail of violence leading up to the anniversary, said the Director of Child Defense and Research at the Planned Parenthood Federation of America in a later statement to the media. Then there's the type of attack it was. Simply horrifying, Ann Glazier continued. First the bombing of the clinic, and then the follow-up in the dumpster nearby, which would be the normal path for people to come to help, to investigate, really marks this as the terrorist act that it is. It's designed to instill fear in the community. Americans of all religions, creeds, and political leanings joined in condemning the attack as a cynical and abhorrent act of mass murder. One Atlanta pastor was quoted as saying, "I got my opinions on abortion too, we all do. But to take the love of the innocent like that, it's just awful." But others, like Paul De Perry, editor-in-chief of Life Advocate magazine, was quoted as saying, "I think it is wonderful any time an abortion clinic is closed for whatever reason. If the toilet backs up and closes the place, that is great. I think it is great when babies' lives are saved through whatever means. I'm not going to try to condemn somebody that God won't condemn." Perry was widely condemned for that statement, and was swiftly reminded by many of his peers that the Bible makes it clear that the murder of innocent people is a deadly sin. If the bomber's intentions weren't clear from the bombing of the Planned Parenthood clinic, the bombing of the Other Side Lounge made them chillingly clear. First opened in 1990 on Piedmont Road, the Other Side was one of the most prominent lesbian bars in all of Atlanta. It had a large dance floor, pool tables, smaller, quieter areas, and a fully stocked bar. But the Other Side was so much more than just a place to hang out and drink cocktails, and other than provide a place for like-minded individuals to meet and hook up, it also provided something of a safe haven for members of the LGBTQ+ community that had been thrown out or disowned entirely by intolerant family members. Co-owners Beverly McMahon and Dana Ford kept the nightclub open on all public and religious holidays, ensuring people had a place to go, and it became a home away from home for those without a welcoming place to go. So on the night of February 21st, 1997, when 2 bombs exploded at the bar, injuring 5 of the patrons, it became clear that a vicious and bigoted pattern was emerging, and that the bomber's motivations were solely political. But his undoing wouldn't come until after he'd successfully bombed yet another family planning clinic, this one in the neighboring state of Alabama. And this time he'd make it personal to law enforcement. You see, despite being so active in his new bomb-making hobby, the bomber hadn't actually killed anyone. Sure, he'd injured people and caused an awful lot of distress, but he'd never actually taken a life before. And that all changed with the bombing of the family planning clinic in Birmingham, Alabama, because an off-duty police officer named Robert Sanderson happened to be present, and tragically, Officer Sanderson lost his life protecting the clinic whilst in uniform in his spare time. In addition, one of the clinic's nurses, a woman named Emily Lyons, received life-changing injuries as a result of the blast. One eye was destroyed and the other damaged. Her hand was mangled. A hole was torn into her abdomen that necessitated the removal of 10 inches of her intestines, and most of the flesh was blown off of her legs and hands. She was badly burned, her leg was shattered, and shrapnel had become permanently buried in her body. Emily spent 8 weeks in the hospital recuperating from her wounds, and has had over 20 surgeries to try to alleviate the long-term effects of her wounds. But even after years after the blast, she continued using a wheelchair and had poor hearing and eyesight. The law enforcement community had always taken the bomber seriously, but this time, one of their own had been killed, and a woman's life had been irreparably changed. They had to act, and they had to act fast. Following the bombings of the Alabama Family Planning Clinic, the FBI was approached by 2 men, Jeffrey Tickle and Jermaine Hughes. Each man claimed they had witnessed a rather suspicious-looking man who appeared to be fleeing the scene when others were rushing towards it. Tickle and Hughes had also made a note of this person's license plate and swiftly provided it to the FBI in the hopes they might bring the perpetrator to justice. Then, in October of 1998, the FBI named a suspect they believed to be responsible for all 3 of the recent bombings, including the bombing of the Centennial Olympic Park the previous year, Eric Robert Rudolph. Born on September 19th of 1966, Eric Rudolph and his family moved to Macon County, North Carolina after the untimely death of his father. By the time Eric was 18, he was spending time with his mother at a Christian identity compound in Missouri known as the Church of Israel. And after receiving his graduate equivalency degree, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, although he was discharged 4 years into his service for smoking cannabis. But it's this military service that could account for Rudolph's potential bomb-making expertise, as well as the determination and discipline it would take to execute 3 bombings with no material or logistical support from other people. With this information at hand, the FBI released a statement discouraging the public from approaching Rudolph, as he was considered armed and extremely dangerous. Instead, they offered a $1 million reward for any information leading to his capture, prompting him to go on the run. Rudolph's family were extremely vocal in their support of him, claiming he was completely innocent of all charges. This prompted the FBI to conduct multiple interviews with them, believing they knew of his whereabouts and were regularly in touch with him. As a result, authorities placed them under regular surveillance and routinely subjected them to lengthy interrogations designed to wear them down until they surrendered Rudolph's location. The FBI believed Rudolph to be hiding out somewhere in the hills of Appalachia, using his military survival skills to evade the numerous federal search teams which scoured the area. But they had little success, so time and time again, the FBI would return to the Rudolph family in a campaign which they labeled as state harassment. This harassment was apparently so intense that it prompted Daniel Rudolph, Eric's older brother, to send a videotape to the FBI, as well as various other media outlets. In it, he records himself sawing his own left hand off with a radial arm saw in order to, as he phrased it, send a message to the FBI and the media. His hand was later reattached by surgeons, but by that time, the message had been received loud and clear. His family would rather die than give their beloved Eric up to a government they didn't trust. Despite their efforts, it took almost 6 years for federal authorities to find and arrest Eric Rudolph, who had been hiding out in the exact same area they had suspected, the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina, just a stone's throw from where he grew up. He had survived for the better part of half a decade by gathering acorns and salamanders, pilfering vegetables from gardens, stealing grain from a grain silo, and raiding dumpsters in Murphy, a small nearby town of just over 1,500 people. But on May 31st of 2003, rookie police officer Jeffrey Postel of the Murphy Police Department spotted a man rooting through a dumpster of a Save-A-Lot store in the early hours of the morning. Thinking he was dealing with a burglary suspect, Postel approached to confront the man and ask what he was doing. But when the man looked up, Postel's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the trimmed mustache, and the man's camouflage jacket gave him a distinctly military bearing. It was then he realized that he was looking at none other than the man who had been on the run from the FBI for 6 long years, Eric Robert Rudolph. As Postel drew his sidearm and ordered the fugitive to show his hands, Rudolph put up no resistance. He knew the game was up. While in custody, the police were horrified to hear that Rudolph still had a 250-pound stash of dynamite hidden somewhere in the hills nearby. In exchange for the federal government dropping the pursuit of the death penalty, Rudolph showed them where the explosives were hidden. Rudolph then released a series of statements from his jail cell, confirming that the bombings were anti-abortion and homophobic terrorism. He also claimed that he'd deprived the government of its goal of sentencing him to death. He also wrote, "The fact that I have entered an agreement with the government is purely a tactical choice on my part, and in no way legitimizes the moral authority of the government to judge this matter or impute my guilt." The Washington Post asserted that Rudolph had committed the bombings in support of the Christian identity movement, which asserts that those of Northern European ancestry are the direct descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. In other words, they're God's chosen people. In the same article, the Post also reported that Rudolph had claimed responsibility for the bombings on behalf of the Army of God, a group that sanctions the use of force to prevent abortions. Rudolph firmly denied being a member of any radical evangelical movement, stating, "I was born a Catholic and, with forgiveness, I hope to die one." But he continued to use several Bible verses to justify his militant opposition to abortion and relished the praise his actions prompted from several far-right Christian groups. "As I go to a prison cell for a lifetime," he said in a letter to his mother, "I know that I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith." On January 18, 2005, Eric Rudolph was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without parole for the 1998 murder of Officer Robert Sanderson. He was also sentenced for the 2 bombings in Atlanta, receiving 2 consecutive life terms before being transported to the ADX Florence Supermax Federal Prison in Colorado. Rudolph continued to release statements from his prison cell, including this comprehensive explanation for the Olympic Park bombing, some of which reads as follows. In the summer of 1996, the world converged upon Atlanta for the Olympic Games to celebrate the ideals of global socialism. Multinational corporations spent billions of dollars, and Washington organized an army of security to protect these best-of-all games. But the conception and the purpose of the so-called Olympic movement is to promote the values of global socialism, as perfectly expressed in the song Imagine by John Lennon, which was the theme of the 1996 Games. The purpose of the attack on July 27th was to confound, anger, and embarrass the Washington government in the eyes of the world for its abominable sanctioning of abortion on demand. The plan was to force the cancellation of the Games, or at least create a state of insecurity in order to empty the streets around the venues and thereby eat into the vast amounts of money that had been invested in them. But as the United States has shown time and time again, terrorism did not curtail the pride, happiness, or the basic freedoms of its citizens. America stood unbowed in the face of religious extremism, a positive that would prove chillingly prophetic over the years that followed. And with a grim reassurance, we stoically remind ourselves that those who wish to change our society with bloodshed, fear, and death will never be successful. Justice will always prevail, and the ideals of tolerance, freedom, and above all, love, will always triumph over evil. On Halloween night of 2005, 80-year-old World War II veteran and former building contractor Charlie Newman was settling into his evening routine at his home at 3025 Sun Lake Boulevard, Limestone County, Alabama. Charlie was a kind, religious man who lived alone, but was often visited by friends and relatives who assisted him in his twilight years. Yet Charlie had found himself clashing with an increasingly moody and rebellious grandson who had an apparent disdain for his grandfather's clean-cut Christian way of life. This grandson was also something of a spoiled brat and held a great deal of contempt for a man he believed should be a little more generous with his high finances. Charlie knew better than to just give him any cash, as he'd no doubt spend it on things he shouldn't. Yet little did he know that this very same grandson had hatched a plan to get some money out of Charlie, the method of which would prove disgustingly devious. Because at around 7:34, a young man in dark clothing was making his way towards Charlie's home, and he did so armed with an 8-inch combat knife and stun gun. Charlie was old, but for an octogenarian combat veteran, his hearing was surprisingly intact. So when this black-clad intruder managed to break into the house, Charlie confronted them with a handgun he kept hanging from a pair of deer antlers. But in doing so, Charlie realized he recognized the home invader, as the young man was none other than a close friend of his rebellious grandson's. Prior to the confrontation beginning, Charlie had the good sense to call 911 before leaving the phone off the hook, thus allowing the dispatcher to listen in on what went down. According to the same dispatcher, they heard Charlie saying things like, "What do you want? Don't do that, and leave me alone." Charlie also invited the home invader to sit and pray with him, but his grandson's friend ignored the invitation, repeatedly asking, "Where's the vault?" It's clear that Charlie Newman made numerous and repeated attempts to calm his potential attacker, explaining that there was no vault and that the only safe in the home was one he kept his firearms in. But this only enraged the home invader, who was convinced that Charlie was lying to him. In fact, the only person that had lied was Charlie's grandson, who had actually planned the prospective robbery in tandem with his knife-wielding friend. He claimed his grandfather had a safe or vault, one that was stuffed with cash, bonds, and gold bars, the latter of which he apparently recovered from a Nazi gold vault during his wartime service. The idea was that they'd split whatever the friend could rob. But Charlie's grandson had no idea his old veteran grandfather would put up so much of a fight. Because when the invader brandished the knife in his hand and threatened to stab Charlie if he didn't reveal the location of his hidden wealth, Charlie gave him one last warning, then raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Obviously, Charlie was well aware of the imminent threat to his safety, having been confronted in his own home by an armed robber. But even so, Charlie didn't want to kill the boy, just scare him. So the well-aimed shot from his handgun ripped through the fleshy part of the invader's shoulder, disabling his use of the stun gun, but not the knife. This only sent the home invader into a rage, and as he lunged at Charlie, bleeding from the fresh gunshot wound, he inflicted the first of over 50 stab wounds on the brave old veteran. In the process, he was able to grab Charlie's gun, and to finish him off, the invader shot him once in the chest. After that, Charlie breathed his final breath, then slipped away from a world he had given almost everything to protect. Following the 911 call Charlie made prior to his murder, Detective Katrina Flanagan was dispatched to Newman's house to investigate. When her knocks went unanswered, Flanagan went to the rear of the residence and noticed that although the glass storm door was closed, the wooden back door was open. Not only that, but that there was blood on the storm door. Another uniformed officer then told Flanagan that he could see a body inside the house, and after kicking in the back door with guns drawn, they found Charlie Newman's body lying in a pool of his own blood. He had suffered a combination of 54 stab wounds and lacerations to his head, including stab wounds to both eyes, 7 cuts to his neck, and a broken nose. It was evident he had also sustained a gunshot wound, the entrance wound being on the right side of his chest, and the exit wound was on the left side of his chest. A forensic pathologist would later testify that the exit wound was surrounded by purple discoloration, indicating that Charlie was against a hard object, such as the floor, when he was shot. Additionally, the entrance wound was surrounded by gunpowder, indicating that the pistol was at a close range when fired. However, it was determined that Charlie had died as a result of numerous sharp and blunt force injuries of the head and neck, and that he was likely dead prior to being shot. Flanagan then noticed blood shoe prints leading to the back door from the body and could smell the scent of gunpowder, meaning their shooter had only just departed the scene of the crime. Later that night, police officers William Watson, Bobby McAuliffe, and Clayton Jordan of the Madison Police Department responded to a call coming from a Chevron gasoline station. It was from a young man who claimed to have been shot, but when asked how and by who, he simply responded, "I have no idea. I don't know anything, I just know that I've been shot." When the cops arrived, the young man gave his name as Andrew Lakey, a 22-year-old eBay trader, but was otherwise completely uncooperative when it came to both how he'd been shot and how he ended up at the gas station to begin with. Officer William Watson then spotted a white Nissan Altima parked in front of the gas station, its white paint job making the bloodstains on it even more obvious. On closer inspection, the cops found blood on the steering wheel and front dash, what appeared to be an insulated pizza bag and a radio scanner in the front passenger seat, 2 pistols in the front passenger floorboard, and a bloody knife with a broken tip in the rear floorboard. Sergeant Jordan telephoned sheriff's department and police stations in neighboring counties to determine if there had been any reported shootings that evening, only to discover that indeed there had been. Andrew Lakey was then taken to the nearby Huntsville hospital to have his gunshot wound treated, but officers remained on standby to take him into custody upon his discharge. During a subsequent investigation, it was confirmed that Lakey was a close friend of Charlie's grandson, Derek. Derek himself testified at Lakey's murder trial, confirming he had told Andrew of his grandfather's wealth, as well as a supposed vault that could be accessed by a door next to the stairwell. Not only that, but Derek claimed that he and Lakey had been to a Long John Silver's restaurant 2 days before his grandfather's murder, where they had hashed out plans to loot his savings and split the take. According to Derek, Lakey ordered a chicken sandwich with a side of chili cheese fries. Then lo and behold, on a search of Andrew's bedroom, police found a Long John Silver's receipt which corroborated Derek's version of events. That, along with numerous other pieces of material evidence, tied Andrew Lakey to the shooting in a way that was irrefutable. He was charged with capital murder during a robbery, meaning a guilty verdict would result in him being handed the death penalty. Lakey's attorneys argued that he had a mild form of autism, but the prosecution insisted this implied nothing more than a slight social awkwardness, and that Lakey showed no signs of any serious mental disorder. Then on March 3rd of 2008, a 7-woman, 5-man jury unanimously convicted Lakey of Charlie Newman's murder, then recommended that Lakey be given the death penalty for a killing that was called heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Both of Lakey's parents made impassioned pleas for their son's life, but the sentencing judge noted that he found the murderer to be sane and aware of right and wrong, thus upholding the death sentence. 5 years later, on July 25th of 2013, Andrew Lakey was executed by lethal injection. His execution was scheduled after he wrote a letter to the Alabama Supreme Court in October saying that he had an odd request. "Please set me an execution date," he wrote. "I do not wish to pursue any further appeals for my death sentence." His last meal came from the prison kitchen and included grilled cheese and bologna sandwiches with French fries, and in the final week of his life, he was permitted to receive a visit from his mother. On the day of his execution, Andrew Lakey was wearing glasses and had trimmed dark hair and was already strapped to a gurney when a curtain opened at 6 p.m. to allow witnesses to see him. He looked around briefly, then laid his head on the pillow. The execution order was read before the prison's warden asked Lakey if he had anything to say. "No, sir, I don't," was all he replied. His mother, father, brother, and aunt all watched the execution in silence, his mother and father holding hands while an unnamed man and 2 women witnessed the execution on behalf of the victim's loved ones. Shortly after Lakey declined to make a statement, Chaplain Chris Summers approached the gurney, touched Lakey's hand, and spoke to him. Lakey nodded before Summers knelt to pray at his side, and the execution began. The lethal cocktail of drugs seemed to take effect within just a couple of minutes after being administered, and the condemned man's torso convulsed slightly during the several minutes that followed. Yet soon, Lakey began to grow still, and After a few shallow breaths, he passed away at exactly 6:15 p.m. I used to work in a funeral home here in Alabama. Nothing too morbid, don't worry. I mostly worked in the office, so it wasn't nearly as creepy or spooky as you might imagine. But by pure happenstance, I have a pretty horrifying story to tell from my time working there, and it involved a guy whose wife and baby daughter had been murdered in shocking and mysterious circumstances. And we had to find out from the freaking news, too. A person called, I'm assuming the guy's relative, and made the funeral arrangements, and as usual, we took down the names of the deceased so we could get the orders of service designed and printed out. Then a few days later, one of the coworkers sends me a link to some local news website saying like, "Holy crap, we're doing the funeral." The article was all about how someone broke into the guy's house while he was at work, all just to shoot his wife and kid before leaving. The scary thing was, the guy's business partner had the exact same thing happen to his family like 6 months ago, and the article read like someone wanted revenge on the two business partners because of some deal gone wrong or whatever. There was a good chance the same person or people had killed both families. But after the first murders, the cops had been stumped for a suspect. They'd done pretty much the same thing, gone in totally quiet, no witnesses, killed the family, then cleaned up after themselves to erase any potential evidence. Only for the second set of murders, the killer had messed up. Someone saw the guy's face as he fled across a field to the rear of the guy's house, and it seemed like the cops were closing in on their shooter. Anyway, the funeral comes and goes, and it was honestly one of the most heartbreaking I'd ever worked. The tiny little coffin we had for the baby daughter was honestly too much to look at, and even after many deeply moving services, I thought I was desensitized to all that. But no. One look at that little coffin, and I felt a huge lump in my throat. The husband was just distraught too. Like a lot of people were weirdly stoic during the funerals of their loved ones, even when they're lost in sudden tragedies. But this guy was just in pieces. Like it was legitimately difficult to watch at times. The worst was when he tried to get up to give a little eulogy for his wife and kid. He tried so hard to get the words out, but in the end, I think it was his brother that came up just to lead him away when he broke down completely. We all agreed it was one of the toughest funerals we had ever had to host, but the story didn't end there, and it actually turned out to be one of the most horrible things that I'd ever heard of, let alone been a part of. A few weeks after the funeral, my coworkers sent me another news link. Only this one doesn't have a message with it, just that blue and yellow horrified face emoji. When I opened the page, I discovered that the cops had actually caught the guy who'd killed our customer's wife and child, and my jaw was on the floor as I read that the murder was actually the guy's business partner. You know, the same guy whose family had been killed in almost the exact same way. That guy. The article didn't say much other than that, so we had to keep checking the news and stuff to find out any more info. But then get this. The murderer gets a lesser charge for cooperating with the police, and part of that cooperation was showing them the text between him and his business partner, where they're arranging to kill each other's families so they could run off with their side girls, one of which was actually a secretary at the company they owned and operated. I think the most messed up thing was how you never would have guessed the guy was capable of anything like that. I mean, I suppose he wasn't. Neither of them was. That's why they arranged to kill each other's families instead of just doing it themselves. Maybe that's why he was so devastated at the funeral. It all just kind of hit him, and he realized that no matter how much he tried to distance himself, he was responsible for their deaths. Not only that, but he'd already killed a woman and 2 little boys himself. Just thinking about it is enough to make my brain boil. I just don't understand how they each came to such a truly monstrous decision. And honestly, I think it really changed how I look at the world. I looked at the guy at the funeral. I stood next to him for a good portion of it, and he seemed truly heartbroken. And you got this impression that he was the most loving, caring father in the world. But now, he's on death row, making appeal after appeal because he not only had the evil in him to kill 2 innocent children, as well as their mother, who begged for their lives before he shot her, but he also had it in him to basically kill his own, too. I was born and raised in Jacksonville, Florida area, but for college, I went to Auburn in Alabama. It was a pretty great place to go to school, and I still got a whole lot of love for Bama, but once I graduated, I went right back home to Jacksonville to start my career. But that meant that every year or so I'd fly back to Auburn to hook up with my old college buddies for some heavy reminiscing and some equally heavy drinking. So this is back in 2007, but I flew out of there to spend a weekend with the old frat boys, and while we're out drinking, one of them pulls out a pack of cigarettes. I hadn't smoked for years by that point, as my ex-girlfriend had hated it. But since she was my ex by that time, I thought, why not? What harm can it do? So we head out, bum a smoke, then feel that sweet, sweet nicotine reintroducing itself to my central nervous system, all the while we get all nostalgic about our college days. Then, as we're standing there, some car just goes zooming past the bar, totally ignoring a red light before driving up this gentle, curving hill. All we could do was watch in horror as it veered over the double yellow before absolutely smashing into a car coming in the other direction. The impact sounded like a bomb went off, and both cars' butt ends were thrown into the air before they landed with a smash. Then, the engine block of the oncoming car just starts smoking, before we started seeing flames flicking up through the gaps in the hood. And that's when the adrenaline kicked in. With me and my buddy just bolting back into the bar, grabbing a fire extinguisher and screaming at the bartender to call 911. So there's me, my college buddy, and a few others of the bar's customers running over to the accident. I try spraying the fire in the engine block, but I don't think it was the right kind of extinguisher for a fuel fire because I just about emptied that thing all over it and it barely made a dent. In the end, the heat and fumes were so intense that we all just had to back off. I mean, people were gasping for air after taking a lung full of smoke, and besides, the fire was just totally out of control. The thing was, we'd been completely unable to rescue the driver of the oncoming vehicle. The driver off the speeding car was just a mess, and I kind of figured that there was no saving them. No seatbelt. There wasn't. But the woman in the oncoming vehicle was trapped, and as much as we all tried, we couldn't get her free before the flames took hold. We had to listen to that woman burning to death, and let me tell you, it's a million times worse than you can possibly imagine. All those death scenes in movies, they're really just acting. You can't ever get that tone or pitch to a death scream unless a person is actually dying. And I learned that on that night in Bama. The fire department got out to us pretty fast, but it was too late. Then the cops walked some of us back to the bar to take statements. My buddy kept me up to date with the case after I flew back to Florida, and I'm sorry to say, it didn't stop being messed up. So the woman who died was only like a block away from her house, and she was a new mom, while the speeder was some drunk, stupid trust fund kid. Only, remember how I said the kid looked deader than a West Texas salad bar? He actually survived. He lost a leg or an arm, I think, but yeah, he got to carry on living when he had absolutely no right to. So this all happened to my best friend back when she was like 15, way back in the mid-2000s. We live in rural Alabama, like right out in the middle of the sticks, and one Friday night, her dad gets a hankering for a basket of Royal Reds. They want to head out, but they also couldn't get a sitter at such a short notice. This suited my BFF, who was saying how she didn't need a babysitter, that she was basically a grown-up and could be trusted to be left home alone for the night. Her parents agree, but tell her she better be in bed and asleep by the time they get home, which would be sometime after 11 p.m. If she wasn't, she'd be grounded, but if she was, her mom told her that she'd take her shopping the next day. Pretty sweet deal, right? Home alone and a shopping spree. I'm swooning just thinking about it. Anyway, it comes the night of her parents' little dinner date. They give her some money for pizza, and she basically has the time of her life, watching whatever she wanted on the TV, pigging out on pizza and ice cream. She had the entire place to herself. All she had to do was be in bed by like 11:15, and she'd have herself half a whole new wardrobe. So the time comes, and she has the whole kitchen clean and tidy. Ice cream away, pizza boxes chucked in the trash, and she's all up in her PJs, mission accomplished. Then out of nowhere, she hears the front door to her home open and close, and footsteps down in the hallway. So she jumps into bed, turns off the lights, then lies in bed with her back to the bedroom door and pretends to be asleep. Sure enough, she hears her parents climbing the stairs quietly, shushing each other and giggling as they went. Obviously, they've been a little too liberal with their drinks, and in hindsight, maybe that's why they wanted her to be in bed by the time they came home, so she wouldn't be able to poke fun at them for being drunk. Anyway, she's still lying there, not making a sound, when she hears the handle of her bedroom door begin to turn. They're obviously checking to see if she's actually asleep, so she lies real still and doesn't make a sound. Then whoever it was who opened the door, either her mom or dad, they start creeping across the carpet towards her. Then when they reach her bedside, they lean over, stroke her hair a little, then give her a kiss on the side of the head. That confirmed that they had been drinking because all she could smell was booze as whoever it was crept out of the room, and then there was silence again. Mom and Dad must have just gone right to bed to sleep off their margaritas because she barely heard a thing after that. Maybe some stumbling to and from the bathroom, but apart from that, silence. She's actually kind of sleepy by that point, so she just lays there, drifts off, then wakes up bright and early the next morning, ready for her shopping trip reward. She rolls over, checks her phone, only to discover she has a bunch of texts from her mom, all timed for an hour or so after she'd fallen asleep. She opens them, half expecting a bunch of "You're an amazing daughter, I love you, XOXO" drunk texts, but in her half-asleep haze, what she reads makes no sense to her whatsoever. The message read something like, "Honey, I'm sorry if we worried you, but we saw Aunt Barb and her new boyfriend and we totally lost track of time. We're staying in a motel tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow around 12, promise. Then we can go to that shopping trip." I can only imagine what that must have been like at the time, but my friend said the information was a square peg and her brain was a round hole. It just wouldn't fit. Her parents had come all the way home, then gone back out again. But why? She texts her mom like, "Did you come home last night?" And as she does, she said she felt her heart begin to pound in her chest. Because if she said no, she was either lying or it wasn't either of her parents in the house the night before. It was a complete stranger. As soon as that horrible penny really dropped for her, she called her mom in a panic, who obviously then told her to call the cops ASAP. But when they got there was nothing to tell them how this stranger had gotten in, if anything was taken, or how they gotten out. My friend swears that she'd heard the front door close quietly, but if that was the case, how did the guy get a copy of their front door key? Even scarier is their security cameras didn't record anyone walking up their driveway, and there's literally no other way to get to the front of the property without being caught on it. It 100% wasn't some kind of dream either, because someone had evidently, and very quietly, gone through her mom's clothes at some point during the night. No one was ever caught over it. The cops didn't even have a suspect, and I don't believe my friend would just make something up like that. Like she was really actually upset about it for a really long time, and unless the whole thing is an elaborate cover story for something else, then it really did happen. It just freaks me out thinking the guy is still out there, and that he's that good at being a freaking creep, that he can do all that stuff and stay totally undetected. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. I'm an ophthalmologist. That's a fancy pants speak for eye doctor, by the way, here in Alabama. And because we have a heck of a lot of agricultural workers in my district, I get an awful lot of quite weird and wonderful medical issues to diagnose and deal with. One day, a polite young man with an infected eyelid comes into my office, and he's been having a miserable time. He'd been to see another eye doctor who put him on a course of antibiotics, but other than bring down the swelling a little, it didn't get rid of the infection entirely. Obviously, I'm very intrigued by this because an antibiotic resistance is a very serious and potentially deadly problem that we're inevitably going to face in the future. So, initially I asked the young man to tell me exactly what happened to him in the days leading up to the infection, as well as hitting him with a bunch of questions regarding his previous treatments. I'm ready to get all house MD to diagnose the undiagnosable, so to speak, but when I asked the guy if his previous doctor had conducted a physical examination of his eyelid, he told me, not really. I asked him for a clearer answer, and the patient elaborated that, to quote, "That old sawbun's done plenty of poking and prodding, but then he just give me some pills and kick me out of his office." Sounded like pure embellishment on his part, as I know all too well that unsatisfied patients can needlessly call your qualifications into question. But still, I entertained him, gave him a local anesthetic and numb his eyelid, then did the old flippy inside out to get a look at the interior. The more squeamish among you are going to wish for a TLDR, but I'm afraid there's simply no easy way to say this. There appeared to be a visible abscess inside the tissue, surrounded by a thick material of viscous fluid. I thought I'd give it a nudge, and what do you know? It moves. This wasn't an abscess or anything resulting from an infection. It was something else entirely, and it was only when I managed to remove it in one whole piece that I realized what I was looking at. It was a fly larva. This tied into the part of the patient's story where he told me that he'd had a bug bite her in the eye a few days before this mysterious infection began. Not just bit her either. It had been stuck on his eyeball for a millisecond before he'd managed to bat it away. But when I asked him if he'd bothered to wash his eye afterward, he said no, that if a worker ran off to wash their face every time a bug flew into him, that nothing would ever get done. Makes sense, I suppose, but please, folks, cleanliness is next to godliness in so many ways. Years ago now, my cousin was going to school in Tuscaloosa and was living in a small off-campus apartment on her lonesome. One night, she's in her bedroom studying with no company except a cat that she had recently adopted. I say recently, and I mean recently because she said she'd literally only signed the papers maybe a week before, and she still wasn't even 100% sure on what she was going to name her yet. Anyway, she's sitting there, working through whatever she was studying when the cat starts acting all crazy and stuff. She's pacing the floor, yowling constantly, then occasionally hissing at the bedroom door. My cousin keeps telling her to chill, giving her treats and pets, and just assuming the whole thing is just all part of the cat getting used to her new home. In the end, she kind of gave up and opened up her bedroom door so the cat could explore the rest of the apartment. But the cat goes right to the front door of the apartment, stops yowling, but just sits there, staring at the front door. My cousin said she was all like, "What?" But then gets this strong, sudden urge to check the peephole on her apartment door, just in case there was anyone standing outside. Funnily enough, there was. The cat must have been picking up their scent or whatever the whole time and was just so anxious to be in a new place that she was freaking out. But then, as my cousin is looking at the guy trying to work out if she recognizes him or not, the peepholes kind of distort people's faces, the guy pulls something out of his jacket and slides it over his head. A ski mask. Then he knocks on the door. She said her heart was just about jumping out of her chest by that point, and after she started threading all the chain locks, she ran back to her room to grab her phone for a 911 call. She gives them a description. The cops pick the guy up and find the ski mask on him, and when they arrest and take a DNA sample from the guy, they discover he's a serial attacker, responsible for multiple different unsolved attacks over the previous 2 years. If it wasn't for her cat freaking out, she never would have seen his face, and she might not have scared him away by locking the door properly. So really, if you think about it, that new cat saved her life. If she had wasted time over the decision, if she had waited a week, she might not even be alive or in any fit state to give some sweet little kitty a new home. But boy, is she glad she did. She and I both. My dad grew up in Alabama, and by his own admission, he was a dumb redneck who was a pain in the butt for everyone that knew him, except of course for his little posse of booze-hound redneck buddies. One of their favorite things to do was drive around in a truck one of them owned, passing around a bottle of hooch they'd each take huge pulls from, including the driver. Then, once they were nice and toasty, they'd go tearing it around the back roads where they lived, going 50 or 60 miles an hour down these blind bends and whatnot. He says there was this one time where the driver was way too drunk and almost crashed like twice before he asked the guy to let him out. He says he just had this bad feeling that something bad was going to happen, and since they wouldn't chill out or slow down, he just thought, "Alright, I'ma head out." So my dad gets out and starts walking, or maybe more like stumbling back the opposite way in the direction of town. Minutes later, he hears this huge metallic boom echoing through the trees behind him, and he just knows it was the sound of his buddies having just crashed. Turns out they were less than a mile down the road when they hit this really sharp turn. The driver just didn't react in time, and they plowed into a tree doing a buck and change. 2 of them died on impact, and the only reason the guy in the back seat survived was because they just so happened to crash in an area that was basically the extended backyard of this married couple of doctors. He still lost an arm, part of his foot, and was in the hospital for the rest of the year, but yeah, he made it though. My dad told me this story on the day I asked him about getting my driver's permit, probably as a way of scaring me out of drunk driving. And boy, did it work. Because thinking like if he didn't get out of the car, I wouldn't exist. That really freaked me out when I thought about it. Only a handful of people from my personal life know this story, but I figured since Reddit can be pretty anonymous, I'd just make a throwaway and get it off my chest one more time. You can call nonsense on it all if you like. I really don't care what anyone has to say about it at this stage, because the truth is, I still might actually go to prison for this. You see, more than 20 years ago, I used to work the overnight shift at a 24-hour gas station in a major US city, one that'll remain nameless and that I do not live in anymore. As you can imagine, I've got my fair share of crazy stories from my time working there, but only one that still keeps me up at night, and that's the story of Big Sal. One of the things that kind of surprised me about working nights at the gas station was the number of regulars I'd get to know. You figure an overnight gas station would mostly get a mixed assortment of transient strangers, but for some people, mostly other night shift workers, stopping at the gas station became a regular part of their routine, especially since it was the only thing in the area that was open 24 hours. There were a couple of nurses and a few cab drivers that I used to see on the regular, but without a doubt, my favorite was Big Sal. Sal didn't get his name because he was tall. He got his name because he was wide, and most nights he'd waddle into the station, pay for his gas, then we'd shoot the breeze for a while. It was kind of annoying at first, being forced to conversate when I felt too tired to even string a sentence together. But after a while, it was kind of nice to see a familiar face to break the boredom and kill some time. But then the thing that really made me like Big Sal was when he brought me a little takeout tray of some food that his wife had made. Occasionally, he'd stay so long that we'd have to pause so I could serve a customer. Sometimes he'd just stand there and mind his business. Other times he'd make a face at me like, "Get a load of this guy," and I'd have to bite my tongue to keep from laughing out loud. But then this one time, a guy walks in to pay for his gas, so Sal takes a step back from the register and politely apologizes to him. Guy says, "No problem." I ring him up, then just as he's going through his wallet, Sal says, "Hey, don't I know you?" The guy looks up, narrows his eyes a little, then innocently says, I don't think so." Then says something about being up on business from Missouri. Sal just kind of nods for a second, then says, "What's your name?" The guy stops again, gives his nervous little chuckle, then gives some plain-sounding name that I can't for the life of me remember. But I do remember what Sal said next, because that got repeated over and over for the next minute or so. Sal says, "Nah, that's not you. You're..." And then he says a very, very Italian-sounding name and accuses the guy of having worked with a friend of his in another large city nearby. Again, the guy denies it, acting like Sal is out of his freaking mind. Even I thought he was telling the truth, but good God, Sal just went off like a deaf Jack Russell, and there was just no getting him back in the car. Then right when I think things are about to get heated, with the guy being like, "Get out of my face, I told you who I am. Now leave me alone, please, sir," Sal backs down. He says something like, "You know what? I'm sorry. You're right. You just look like an old friend of mine, and I got offended thinking you were trying to duck me. I apologize." "Hey, no problem," the guy replied, obviously still bristling a little. "Just, Jesus, listen to what people are telling you, for Christ's sake. I don't want to fight anybody, you know?" I know. I apologize sincerely. I'm ashamed of myself. I really am," Sal says back. I used to get stuff like that a surprising amount. Not always from Sal, just weird little interactions with members of the public where it could either be hilarious or incredibly annoying. So I really didn't think too much of it. I just waited patiently, took the guy's money, and then wished him a nice night. Sal chimes in too, offering another apology, then we watch the guy walk out of the station. The second the door closes, the guy starts walking towards his car. Sal practically jumps into action. Not exactly Sonic the Hedgehog given his size, but he definitely waddled harder and faster than I'd ever seen before. Right as the guy is getting back into his car, I see Sal reaching into his waistband for something. Then bang, 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 bang. I see muzzle flashes. Then the guy's windshield is shattered. And then there's silence again. I just stand there for a second, frozen to the spot, unable to properly compute what I've just witnessed. Big Sal. Nice guy Sal. Sal who brings me leftovers and shoots the breeze with me when we're not roasting customers. He just killed a man, and he did it right in front of me. Sal didn't even look back. He just slid the gun back into his waistband and started walking over to the guy's car. When he got there, he opened up the driver's side door, shoved over the guy's body, then got in and drove the car out of the lot. The whole thing was said and done in a matter of seconds. I'm thinking, I need to call the cops as soon as I come out of shock. And this is back before I had a cell phone, so I ran into the back to use the gas station's phone. But as I'm running, a little thought pops into my head. Big Sal, Italian name, works at night, carries a gun, just shot a guy as coolly as I'd take out the trash. Holy Mother of God, he's in the mafia. I'm standing there, phone in hand, wanting to call 911, but I couldn't bring myself to. All I could think of was, what if I call and he's gonna know? I couldn't have been a mafia witness, going into witness protection and all that nonsense in my early 20s. Are you kidding me? Look, I know I should have called the cops, but I was terrified. I hesitated. What else do you want me to say? The mob was a serious thing where I grew up, not like it is now. And besides, Big Sal had left his car at the pumps. Like, surely he'd be coming back for it, and soon, considering what he'd just done. And think about it. He shows back up, sees the cop car outside. He's gonna disappear and have me killed to keep me quiet. He knew so much about me too. Like, we'd been talking all summer basically. He'd have been able to have dudes find me in like days if he wanted to. So, I'm standing there at the register, trying not to have a full-blown panic attack when Sal finally shows back up in a taxi. He has a change of clothes. His hair's still damp, and when he walked into the station, I almost choked on the amount of cologne he was wearing. Then he just walks up to the register, addresses me by name, and says, "This is a robbery." I just look at him, like, what? And he says it again. I said, "This is a robbery." Then he pulls out a gun from his waistband and points it at me. Immediately, I'm like, holy Jesus, Sal, you don't gotta kill me, man. I swear I won't say anything. Hey, calm down. I'm not gonna clip you. He replies, just listen to me for Christ's sake, okay? Open the register and give me the money. I did as I was told, but I can't even really describe how confused I was. First he shoots somebody, and then he comes back to rob me. Why? Now, because I just robbed you, I'm gonna need the tapes too. You catch my drift? He says. And suddenly I get it. He's trying to cover his tracks. I was visibly relieved, trembling as I led him into the back. See, kid, now you're getting it. And this is your money too. I'm gonna come back and give you your cut when this all blows over. I didn't say anything in response. I mean, what do you say to something like that? As I said, I'd calmed down a little bit, but I'm still screwed up for having just witnessed a shooting. Sal can obviously detect this, and I don't know how much of what he told me next is true, but this is what he said. He tells me everything's gonna be fine and I shouldn't worry about covering for the guy he shot. According to Sal, this dude was a rat, turned state's evidence against his old capo back in the early 80s. Obviously, that meant the mob wanted him dead. But there was a twist, too. They wanted him dead way before he went all Benedict Arnold on them, because one of his associates ended up catching him at home with a 13-year-old girl. This made its way up to the boss of the family, and boom, guy gets greenlit. He finds out, so to save his life, he turns into the star witness in a RICO case. After that, poof, he disappears. What was he doing back home? I don't know. Presumably he lost some weight or dyed his hair, maybe lost a little of his accent after living away for so long, but that didn't fool Sal, and it cost the guy his life. I didn't stick around to take my cut. I called up my boss to quit the very next day. I also kept my mouth shut when the cops came around to talk about the robbery. Well, I talked, but I gave Sal's version of the events. Guy in a mask came in, took the money, took the tapes, left. That seemed good enough for them, so after a while, the whole thing just went away. And I'm hoping it stays away too, because as much as I feel a weird, longing sense of guilt over the whole thing, I just want what's dead to stay buried. A few years back, my wife and I were driving through the Midwest on a trip to visit her parents in Rapid City, South Dakota. It might sound crazy to some, but we find ourselves enjoying the journey a lot more if we take much more scenic routes around the country. And with the vast plains of South Dakota being particularly breathtaking in the spring, we decided to take more of the minor highways across the state. But on this occasion, we were having such a blast that I completely neglected to check my gas gauge for the better part of an afternoon. As a result, I suddenly see my gas light flick on, and both me and my wife have a minor panic attack, thinking we might be late to our parents after having been stuck in the middle of nowhere with an empty tank. They already thought that I was a dud, so I was in no rush to prove them right. I must have driven for 5 or 6 miles on nothing but fumes, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you how relieved we both were when we saw what looked like a small town coming into view. I can't tell you what it was called. We didn't see any kind of signage for it, and when I later checked my road map, there was nothing marked on the stretch of highway where it should have been. But at the time, me and my wife didn't give a hoot what the town's name was. All we were interested in is if they had a gas station or not, and sure enough, they did. We pulled into this tiny little place called Pop's Trail Services, and only when I got out of the car did I realize how run down the place was. I think we were both so relieved that we just didn't take any notice at first, but as we got out and began to look around, I noticed that this place wasn't like any town I'd visited before. It's hard to describe, honestly, but to keep a long story short, let's just say this old place looked like it was dying. Cars rusting in driveways, lawns overgrown, broken windows on houses that people were still living in. I think I'd felt sorry for them if they weren't so, well, unwelcoming. Pop's Trail Services had only a single pump to it, one with a scruffy-looking handwritten sign that just said, "Cash only." Since no one had appeared to assist me, I figured it was self-service, but when I tried to get the pump to work, I couldn't get a drop of gas out of it. I then walk up to the little shack where I assumed the attendant was, only to find it was empty. Not only that, but it looked like it hadn't been used in years. Everything had this thick film of dust on it, yet the old-fashioned pump showed that there was actually gas in it. As you can imagine, I have this moment where I think, okay, hang on, just what kind of country setup is this? So I turn around to my wife to give her a look and notice that almost everyone in the area has walked out of their house, trailer, or shack to come stare at us. My wife has already seen this, so she gives me this look that says, "I don't like this one bit, Sonny." And let me tell you, neither did I. There are about 5 or 6 single-story houses in our line of sight, and every one of their front doors is wide open, with the homeowner watching us from their front porch. No one was smiling, no one was waving, no one looked particularly hostile either. They were just staring. "Staring at us, Sonny," I remember my wife saying under her breath. I told her I was well aware that they were staring at us. Then I raised a hand to wave at one of them. It was an older guy in denim overalls and a grubby old trucker hat with more jowls than face. He didn't wave back. He just carried on staring at us in silence. Hey there," I called out. "We're just looking to get some gas and we'll be on our way." The guy just carried on staring at me for a second, then walked back inside his house without saying a single word. We were left to watch even more people gathering to stare at us, women and children creeping out of their houses like rabbits from a burrow, all to watch us curiously from a distance. It was very, very intimidating. I know it might not sound that way, but please take my word for it. There was a distinct tension in the air, and it was not pleasant. A minute later, the jowly guy re-emerged from his home and shouted, "Jeb's on his way." "Jeb?" my wife asked rhetorically under her breath. "Who's Jeb?" I told her I didn't know, but we were more than likely about to find out. And so we did. Jeb rolled up in his truck, got out, and walked over to us, eyeing us suspiciously. Once we confirmed it was him, we repeated our story about being out of gas and asked him if he could get the pump working for us. Obviously, I told him he'd be properly compensated and we wouldn't take up any more of his time than we had to. In my heart of hearts, I hope he might soften up a little. I appreciated that people all over can be wary of strangers, especially in smaller, more rural communities, but he didn't. The offer of money didn't seem to sway him either, and his response to our story was, "What brings you two folks out here to our little town?" I tell him we're on the way to see my wife's parents in Rapid City, and immediately, he gives me this look. I knew exactly why, too. If I wanted to get to Rapid City, I'd have to be the worst navigator in history to be all the way out where we were. And when I told him that, "We like to take the scenic route, you know?" he responded by spitting on the ground in front of him. It was so sudden that my wife gasped a little, and when he looked up at us again, I could tell he didn't believe us, and seemed to be pretty livid as well. "Yeah, I see what's happening here," Jeb said. "You two city folk think we're just about dumb as rocks, don't you?" I was shocked. I practically jumped to try to explain that wasn't the case, but he told me to shut up. "We don't like folks like you out here, mister," Jeb continued. "And I suggest you get out of here before we decide you're not welcome anymore." Again, I tried to explain we're not federals, but he just shushes me and points over towards the gathering crowd. "I wouldn't want you to make those people angry," he said. "They're sick and tired of being harassed by vermin like you." To this day, I have no idea what he was talking about. Like I said, they couldn't even find the place on any map, nor did I catch the name, so there was no way of me finding out what happened to make them detest outsiders so much. But from the way that he was talking to me, whatever it was, it must have been bad. I remember my wife edging back towards the passenger seat of my car, but I'm not even sure the thing will start again. And if it doesn't, if we get in and we can't get that thing started up again, we'd be in a handy little prison, and the town folks would be able to pour their wrath onto us at their leisure. But what else were we going to do? Run? Fight? I was done reasoning with the guy, or rather, he was done reasoning with me. I just didn't see any other choice. We got in the car, and I began trying to start the engine. At first, we had no such luck, as I kept twisting my key in the ignition, and the crowd outside began to wander closer and closer. The guy kept shouting things at me as I tried over and over to bring the engine to life, and for a minute, it seemed like we were screwed. But then, vroom, the single sweetest sound I'd ever heard in years preceded us, barreling down the dirt road and back towards the main highway. How in the world we even had enough vapor in the tank to get us going, I don't know, and I actually believe there had been a little divine intervention at play, to be honest with you. That being said, we still only had enough to trundle to a shop just shy of the main highway. But by that point, we were at least a mile and a half down the road and well out of sight of the gathered townsfolk. As soon as we stopped, my wife burst into tears, and honestly, it was a struggle not to join her. I hadn't felt that vulnerable and scared since I was a child. The whole incident took us completely by surprise, and it was an experience that left us considerably shaken for some time afterward. To this day, I still sometimes remember that little rusty town with no name, the one we almost got mobbed in for some inexplicable reason. I still don't know what happened to make them so mad either. In my darker moments, I have ideas that there was some kind of extremist religious cult, or kind of like those people in Waco or something, but then, the way he said, "you folks," so bitterly, it's more likely that there was some kind of land dispute or something of that nature, something that turned them against whatever government body or private entity draws their ire. I feel bad for them if something like that happened, I really do, but the way they treated us is no way to treat strangers, because I didn't just feel unwelcome, I felt unsafe. And for a moment back there, I didn't think we were ever going to make it out, at all. I used to work part-time at this crummy old gas station in the middle of nowhere. I'd start my shifts at 7 a.m., taking over from the lady who used to work the night shift. We'd do a little shift changeover, have a coffee, then she'd head off to take her kids to school. But one day, I arrive at the gas station to find a guy waiting at the counter, and as soon as he sees me, he's like, "Well, it's about time." I'm like, "Excuse me? I just got here and I'm on time." He just comes back with, "I've been waiting here like 10 minutes to pay for my gas, lady." I figured Dora, the night shift lady, must be in the back using the bathroom or something, and when I explained that to the guy, he's still irritated, but he calms down enough that I can get him his change so he can leave. Once that's over, I head into the back calling out for Dora, but I get no reply. I search the entire back area of the gas station, but there's not a soul to be found. Dora's car is round back, which is why I figured she was there. But then aside from the guy waiting at the register, the place was deserted. I walk back behind the register, confused, then I pluck up the courage to call our boss at home. I knew he'd be angry that I called so early, but to be honest, I just knew something weird was going on. Like, have you heard that story about that old ship they found just totally abandoned? Or the old English colony where the people disappeared after scratching the word Croatoan into the settlement walls? I swear it straight up reminded me of that. So, once I was sure there was nothing I should know regarding Dora, I called the cops. 2 cops arrived to search her car and ask me a few questions, and by around 10 a.m., our boss showed up to give the cops access to the CCTV footage. They were all in the back office while I was working, so I didn't get to see any of it myself. But when the cops left and my boss walked up to the register, he looked shook. I asked him where Dora went because obviously the security cameras would have at least caught which direction she headed off in, or if she was kidnapped or anything scary like that. And I remember the look of scared confusion on his face when he said, "I don't know." I asked him what he meant by that because, like I said, the CCTV had to have captured where she went. But that was just the problem. My boss said the CCTV captured Dora walking into the back of the store, opening up the back door, then walking out of it. But the camera recording the small parking lot round back only caught the door opening, but no Dora appears. Now that doesn't mean she just disappeared into thin air, it just means she exited the real door, then instead of walking out into the lot, she shimmied along the right side of the wall out of the camera's sight. At least, that was the only logical explanation for it. But it meant that, for some reason, Dora had made a concerted effort not to be caught wandering into the woods at the side of the gas station. But what in the world would she do a thing like that for? Unless, of course, someone was waiting for her just out of sight of the cameras that scared her enough that she'd run off into the forest. All we could do was hope that the police investigation turned up some answers, hopefully finding Dora safe and sound in the process. But he heard nothing back. I mean, my boss literally had to call the local sheriff's department just to be told that no, they hadn't made any progress, and we're still waiting on witness testimony. But there were no witnesses. Unless Dora really had been stalked or intimidated off camera, there wasn't a single other soul on site at the time she wandered off. It's been years now, and there's still been no sign of Dora anywhere. In fact, I think in a few years she'd be eligible to be declared dead in absence, or whatever fancy legal term there is for it. I don't know if they're quite ready to give up hope yet, because I know I'm not. I just hope that Dora is somewhere safe and happy, having just gotten sick of her dumb night job and decided she wanted something better for herself. That's what I try to think about anyway, because the alternative, well, I just don't want to think about that at all. My first real job was working at a gas station when I was just 17 years old. The station itself was this rundown old building just outside of Mount Vernon, Illinois, well off the beaten path. The owners barely cleaned the place and were too cheap to maintain anything other than the gas pumps. The ceiling leaked, the entire rear room was a mess, and the employee's bathroom barely worked. It was like it was screaming out to me, "Hey kid, don't work here, it sucks." But what can I say? I needed the money. What's worse, the other two members of staff were some of the creepiest people I'd ever met. I strongly suspected one of them was a meth head, but I never get proof on that. But I literally know the other dude had been to prison for manslaughter. I mean, I never asked him about it. I'm not that stupid. But between you and me, if his personality was anything to go by, he must have had a pretty good lawyer to have gotten off with just a manslaughter conviction. But surprisingly, the scariest thing I ever experienced while working there wasn't anything to do with either of them. It actually involved my worst and most irrational fear. So my least favorite part of the job was taking out the trash at the end of a graveyard shift. Every single time I did it, I used to get the creeps thinking something was going to burst out of the dumpster and grab me, then drag me down to the garbage realm or something. That, or how someone might be waiting for me, crouched among the trash bags, and I'd never see them until it was too late. Like I said, just one of those dumb, irrational fears you get when doing something all alone and late at night. But then this one night, I walk out the rear exit, full trash bag in hand, when I hear, "Hey you." I freeze, turning to see nothing in the parking lot but a few sleeper trucks. It didn't help that it was almost pitch black out there, and I realized I can't see who's apparently talking to me. I start to get really nervous. I'm too anxious to say anything, and I simply start heading back inside when I hear it again. Hey you." Someone was definitely calling out to me while also trying to remain as quiet as possible. It was the trying to stay quiet part that really gave me the willies. No one whose intentions are innocent talks like that. Not usually, anyway. My gut is just telling me, this is bad. This is really bad. And I'm smart enough to listen to it. The last thing I heard before I got back to safety was like, Hey, wait a minute, come here." Then I just shut the door, bolted, then started to close up for the evening. Instead of driving back, I called my dad and told him some sketchy guy was hanging around the parking lot and that I was scared. So, being the great father he was, he drove down to make sure I was safe and to give me a ride home, leaving my car in the parking lot until the next day. The following morning, I get a call from the manager telling me I don't have to go into work that afternoon. When I ask why, she tells me that about 15 minutes after my dad showed up to give me a ride home, a bunch of guys smashed their way into the gas station and basically ransacked the place. When I told him about the guy whispering to me in the parking lot, he just about freaked out, thanking God that I was okay and that they'd timed their raid around closing. Obviously, I was relieved too, like they totally smashed the place up, so if I'd been there, there's no telling what they would have done to me. But that wasn't what had my manager freaking out so much. It was the fact that the cops had told him how lucky I was. because this same gang had committed a bunch of other robberies in the area, and this was the only one in which they hadn't taken a hostage of some kind. One liquor store owner was beaten half to death after he refused to tell them where his safe was. Turned out he didn't have one. He just took all his cash home with him every night. Trouble was, they didn't buy that story, and he ended up in the hospital for like a month. That could have been me. Really, it could have. And given that I was a 17-year-old girl at the time it happened, Jesus, I can't even imagine how rough I'd have had it. After that, my dad refused to let me work the graveyard shift, and I can't say I was too sore about that at all. One of the most darkly humorous stories I know is the time my mate almost got his head caved in by an armed robber. He doesn't have Reddit, and when I suggested the get one to post this, he called me a neckbeard, so I'm posting it for him to be a karma farmer. It's one of those stories that definitely wouldn't have been anything to laugh about at the time, but as the years have gone by, I find myself laughing at what happened at the very end of it. Maybe it's the pure relief of knowing he got through it without a scratch, something to take the edge off of what was actually a very traumatic event. But enough for me, I'll let you all be the judge of it. So this is back when we were all about 18, 19. Some of us had gone off to uni, whereas others had gotten full-time jobs. One of the lads with the full-time job was Pac-Man, who got his name by having such a big mouth that he looked like Pac-Man whenever he laughed. So Pac-Man gets a job in a petrol station, and it's his first actual full-time job. I think he'd only been there about a week when the armed robber turned up, and I remember him saying most of his job was easy. He was just having a hard time figuring out the till. "There's like 100 bloody buttons," he said, "on it, and none of them say actual words. It's proper stress." I think he was getting there in the end. Like he could work the thing, but if someone came in asking to change notes to pound coins for the air pump or whatever, he was screwed. Anyway, his first week or so is that bad that management decided to put him on night shift so he can get to know the till at a much slower pace. I say nights, it was 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., and after that the garage shut for 4 hours before reopening at 6. So I think it's his second week at this point, but it's about 10 to 2 in the morning and he's getting ready to close up. He said he was doing stock when all he heard was glass shattering from someone smashing a hole in the door with a baseball bat. The next thing he knows, there's 3 lads in balaclavas cornering him before they grip him and drag him behind the counter. They're screaming at him to open the till, smashing stuff with bats when he hesitated. Basically, he's in an absolute nightmare situation, but he's faced with something of a problem. He doesn't know how to just open the till. I don't know if this was deliberate on the manager's part. Don't tell him how to get to the cash until he's trusted kind of thing. Or maybe he had told him and Pac-Man just forgot. Either way, Pac-Man has to look these angry robbers in the eye and say, "I can't." They just think he's trying to be a hero, so the fella closest to him just smacks him one and then starts repeating himself. "Open the till. Open it or we'll smash your head in." Pac-Man says he was about to try and fight them, but he's not some fanny either, so the punch made him angry enough to shout back, "Can you not bloody hear me? I can't open the till." They're going, "What are you on about? Just open it. We won't tell you again." To which he replies, "I'm new. I can't open the till unless you buy something." He said one of them proper wanted to do him in at that point, but then another stopped the bloke, turned back to him and said, "I'll have a pack of blue Wrigley's then." Then one of the others stops and thinks and says, "20 Lambert." So my mate gets him his ciggies and his chewies, then uses them to open the till. The lads take all the cash, force him to empty the ciggies, but fall short of asking him about a safe, as I think they'd got the message by that point. After that, they just left and my mate called the police. Don't get me wrong, I don't envy what he had to go through. It must have been grim as anything. But I wish I could have been there to see 3 furious armed robbers calm down suddenly, only to ask, "Could I have a pack of chewing gum, please?" I suppose that's just the thing about situations like that. Just how unpredictable and volatile they can be. And I understand how lucky or privileged we all are that we can look back and laugh when, on another day, Pack Dude might not be around anymore to laugh about it with us. This probably won't be the scariest story y'all have ever heard, and at the time, it just made me mad. But afterward, when I actually had time to think about it, I realized I basically dodged a bullet, and that if I hadn't been a little quicker, I might not be around today to write this. A few years back, I'm driving home from work one day when I see my gas light on. Naturally, I pull into the next available gas station, fill my tank up, then head into the gas station itself to pay. Then, as I'm walking through the door, I accidentally bump into a guy who was walking out while staring at his phone. Even though he was most definitely at fault, I offered him an apology. But that didn't seem to be good enough for him. He gives me this look, and when I return his gaze, he says something like, "You looking like you know me, homie?" I didn't even really know what he meant by that, and I found his overall reaction to be nothing short of infuriating. But my mother brought me up to be the bigger man, so I simply told him to be more careful next time, and carried on to the store to pay for my gas. He made some comment like, "The F do you say to me, old man?" But I disregarded it. He didn't follow me into the store, so I didn't think that there'd be any more trouble. I walked to the back of the store, intent on grabbing a pack of those Korean moon pie things, then remember what my wife said about getting started with my diet. I knew she was right, and it was either start now or never get started at all, so I decided to forego my imported moon pies and just pay for my gas. Then as I'm walking back towards the pumps, it sort of looks like my front hood is up for some reason. Then as I get closer, I realize it really is my car that has its front hood up. Only I can't see who's behind it, presumably checking my engine. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't alarm me too much, but considering the interaction I just had with that very rude young man, I get a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I started calling out before the very same young man darts out from behind my hood and starts walking away as quickly as he can after closing it. I don't move too fast these days, but by God did I hustle over to my car to see what kind of vandalism he'd been up to, only to see that he'd cut my brake fluid. My brake fluid of all things. He could have damaged 50 different things, and he went right for my brake fluid. And if I hadn't just paid for my gas and gotten out of there, I might not have caught him doing it. Obviously, I called the cops, then a mechanic as quickly as I could. And honestly, I could barely believe what I told them, how a young man had taken such offense at the smallest slight that he tried to, well, murder me. Because let's face it, that's what he tried to do. I'd have gotten back on the highway, picked up speed, then when it came to brake, that'd be the end of me. It took a tow truck to get my car out of there, and the repairs cost me more than I expected. But on the bright side, the cops caught the kid who did it, and he ended up picking up a charge for property damage of all things. I honestly wish he got more. I used to work 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. at an Arco station as a cashier back in the day. It was on some old country road off of a main highway, so we didn't get too many customers. But locals knew it was cheap and open late, so the business just about broke even every month. Since we were in Oregon, where people don't pump their own gas for whatever reason, I used to work with a fuel attendant most shifts, but on one shift in particular, he calls in sick and the bosses couldn't get me a replacement. So, I'm screwed, doomed to work 2 jobs for 1 paycheck for 8 solid hours. Then around like 1:30 a.m., I start hearing these creepy scratching sounds coming from the storage room out back. We used to get raccoons out there all the time, scratching away at a piece of exposed drywall in the hopes of getting through to all the snacks inside. The past few times that it happened, I just stuck my head to shout out, "Hey, trash panda, enough!" And the sounds would normally stop. As usual, they did, so I just went back to browsing Reddit and trying not to fall asleep. But then, the sounds start back up again, which had never, ever happened before, so I'm like, brave raccoons tonight, huh? So I do it again. I call out and the sounds stop. But again, they start up again within minutes of me sitting down, but this time, when I get up to call out, I hear some loud bashing sound coming from the storage room, and I realize that it's no raccoon making those noises. In retrospect, I probably should have just slammed the door, locked it, and called the cops, but I'm dumb. So I looked. And what do I see lunging at me from a dark corner? But the scrabbiest, most demonic-looking meth head I'd ever seen in my life. I just turn tail and run out of the store as he unleashes this hell scream behind me, and not once do I look back as I bolted towards the front entrance to the station. I don't think I'll ever find the words to describe how relieved I was to see red and blue flashing lights outside. A cop was literally pulling up after getting a call from a passing driver that someone was acting all weird around back. Must have been after watching Marky Meth Freak scratching away at the drywall. Just crazy thinking that he and the raccoons had the same style of thinking. But anyway, thankfully the dude ran off when he saw the cop entering the station, and I'm not sure what happened to the guy after that. Management had the hole patched up, and after that we didn't get any more scratching or any more meth heads breaking in the middle of the night. I've been a cop for about 10 years now, and this is one of those calls that still haunts me. I get a call for a domestic assault that had just occurred, and I learn that the victim is at a gas station about a block away from her home. I get there and find the female victim's throat had been cut from ear to ear. The neighbor is holding a towel up to her slit throat, and the victim is struggling to breathe. The paramedics are on their way, and I take over holding the towel for the neighbor. I'm trying to apply enough pressure to reduce the bleeding, but not so much pressure that I'm strangling her. It's a delicate balance. Quick law lesson. You know that there are laws against hearsay, right? Basically, I can't testify in court about the events that someone else told me about and I didn't witness. The person who witnessed it would have to testify to it. One of the expectations is what's known as the dying declaration. If someone is on their deathbed and believes they're about to die, their statements are exempt from the hearsay rules. I have some serious doubts that this woman is going to live. I want to ask her who slit her throat in order for it to qualify as a dying declaration. I need to be able to testify that she believed she was about to die. So I asked her 2 questions. The first was, "Who cut your throat?" which she answered. The second was, "You realize that you may be about to die?" which she answered, "Yes." Our eyes were locked, and I still remember the emptiness in her eyes. Within a few minutes, the paramedics showed up, and my partner and I went next door to look for suspects. The door was ajar, and we could hear a baby screaming upstairs. We went in with guns drawn, and a metallic smell of blood was overpowering. We made our way upstairs, past smeared bloody handprints on the walls, and found the child upstairs. He was unharmed, and the suspect was long gone. Thanks to the excellent performance of the medical staff, the victim survived. I met with her a couple of weeks later, and I was very apprehensive to speak with her again. I had basically looked at her and told her she was going to die. When she opened the door, I could tell that she didn't recognize me. She had very little memory of what happened after she was assaulted. I told her who I was, and she hugged me, crying, and thanked me for saving her life. The suspect ended up pleading guilty, so I never had to testify as to what I told the victim that night. But still, it haunts me to this day. Back when I was working part-time at a local gas station, this shy little lady came in through the front door and said she was having a problem out at the pumps. When I asked what the problem was, I listened as she explained that she clicked the lever that let the nozzle keep pumping gas, but then had somehow managed to pull the thing out of her car's gas tank. Not knowing what to do, she walked to the store and asked me what to do. I'm like, "But you stopped the flow, right?" She looks at me with this sheepish look before I'm just like, oh God. I run out of the store, praying she'd only managed to spill a little gas. But no, there's not just some little puddle to clean up. The gas nozzle is lying there just pumping out gallon after gallon of highly flammable liquid onto the pad. And keeping in mind that this is just after midday in the middle of Arizona summertime, it was easily 100 degrees out, and cars are just whizzing out along the highway next to us. All it would have taken was the slightest little spark, and woof, the whole place would have gone up in a big fireball. I shut down the pumps using the manual override behind the register. I told everyone at the pumps to walk, not drive, walk away from the gas station into the little thing on the side of the highway, and for any smokers to please refrain from their de-stressor of choice until the fire department arrived. I remember one total Karen being like, "You can't talk to me that way, young man," as I'm literally screaming at her to evacuate the area. Even when I explained the situation, she was like, "Manners don't cost a cent." Like she could be burning to death and be like, "At least he said please and thank you and ma'am." A little while later, the situation was contained and most of the danger averted, but even the firefighters who attended said they'd never seen anything that bad, and the whole gas station had to be closed for more than 24 hours while we cleaned up and had all the pumps checked by a certified engineer. The engineer also said he'd never seen anything like it before. Either there was a structural problem with the nozzle itself, which is rare, or the person who broke it had Hulk strength. He looked puzzled when I told him it was some 5'0" little lady, but eventually just shrugged it off and got on with his job. Definitely the closest thing I'd ever been to death, and I'm happy to say that nothing remotely close to that amount of danger ever happened again. The scariest thing I ever saw while working at a gas station has to be the time I had this huge Goldberg-looking dude rock up to the register, slam down a 50, and shout gas. He immediately walks back out towards pump number 4, and I'm just like, whatever, idiot. Ring him up for $50 worth and activate the pump for him. That's when I noticed how his car isn't parked at the pump properly, so I decided to watch thinking, this is going to be funny. I thought I was going to watch him struggle with the hose, get all angry about it, a healthy dose of karma to lighten up my shift. But that dude hadn't parked like an idiot by accident. He knew exactly what he was doing. He grabs the gas nozzle, opens up the passenger door of his car, then starts spraying gas all over the inside of his car. Obviously, I'm immediately like, no, this is not good, and I smash the emergency shutoff switch before calling the cops. Then while I'm on the phone to the dispatcher, terrified this dude is about to set his car on fire in a freaking gas station, I see something even worse. The driver's side door opens up and some girl comes tumbling out of the car, soaked in gas, and goes running towards the highway, screaming in terror. By that time, everyone around was watching this whole thing unfold as the dude chases the gas-soaked girl out of sight. This is back when I had to use the gas station's landline, as we weren't allowed to keep cell phones with us while on shift, so it's not like I could run out to see what's going on. I had to wait until the call was over to run out and see what everyone could see. Thankfully, the girl wasn't on fire, since the guy didn't have a lighter handy, or if he did, he certainly saw sense with regards to using it. But my God, he was kicking the crap out of her, and when the cops showed up, they had to tase the guy to get him to stop. I legitimately thought that I was about to watch a human fireball for a hot minute. I was in a toxic, borderline abusive friendship with a girl from the ages of 9 to 12. Here's a little background information to give you a little understanding as to what my life was like back in the late 2000s, early 2010s. I grew up in a very tumultuous household. My parents hated each other, and my extended family, along with my immediate, were plagued by mental illness and drug addiction. Needless to say, I was a very anxious girl who was drawn to unstable people, and suffices it to say, they were drawn to me. I was a shy 11-year-old girl who, like many others before me, used the internet as a way to vent my frustrations and anger about my home life. This was the time where AOL was the main source of communication used between friends, and I was no stranger to this, along with MySpace and Facebook. However, I wasn't like the typical preteens of this era, or so I thought. I kept my profiles private, never accepted a follow or a friend request that I didn't know, and never shared my location on these said profiles. This is the part where I introduce Tanya. Tanya isn't her name, of course, as I don't want to use her real name in case she just so happens to read this thread, watches the YouTube channel, or listens to the podcast, so we'll just call her Tanya. Tanya and I met in elementary school, one of the points in my life where my family situation was quite volatile, and in retrospect, I think she sensed this. I was vulnerable, and Tanya took advantage of my innocence. She never really displayed any signs of her true intentions in the beginning, as they never usually do. She would do shady things every now and again, manipulate me into begging my mom to stay on the computer until the wee hours of the morning so we could go on not-safe-for-work websites, ghost me when I didn't give her my favorite pen, or yell at me when I couldn't perfect a guitar solo on Guitar Hero. She did some things to me that I believe my brain blocked out due to trauma. My mom didn't like her either. Parents always have weird intuition when it comes to friends, and I wish to God I would have listened to my mom before Tanya did what she did to me. Tanya's behavior changed for the worse when we turned 11. Tanya was openly jealous of my success in school. Granted, she was incredibly smart herself, but she always made it a point to mock me for having great grades and would always comment that since I wasn't pretty enough, having good grades would be a nice balance. Nice, right? It took me a while to build my self-esteem up after all the snide remarks she would make about my weight and my face, and only now as a 22-year-old do I think that I'm beautiful and have a wonderful figure. Anyways, back to Tanya. As a result of her jealousy and growing resentment towards me, she began to plot my downfall. I make no exaggerations either. This girl literally tried to ruin my self-worth even more than she already had. It started in 6th grade. Tanya and I were remarkably close that year, and I wanted to do everything with her. We would talk all day in school and would chat all night on AIM. One particular evening, Tanya and I were talking about boys. Being that we were hormonal preteens, our conversations would usually turn into who we liked in school that day. Being that I had a horrible relationship with my father, I didn't really trust boys, even from an early age, so it was rare if I developed a crush on one. I remember Tanya and I's conversation going a little something like this. Her saying, "Do you know Mark?" And me replying, "The kid in my class, yeah, why?" "I heard he likes you." What? No way. Totally, he told me. You want me to talk to him and give him your username? Of course. Oh my god, thank you, Tanya. My heart was racing. A boy liked me? Impossible. When Tanya told me that she would give Mark my username for AIM, I nearly exploded in my seat. 11-year-old me couldn't believe I was going to have my first real boyfriend. But how wrong I was. Fast forward to the next night, I was getting ready for bed when I heard the famous AOL ding sound off on my iPod Touch. You know the sound I'm talking about. When I checked the notification, it was a message from MarkyBoy99. I turned red. Tanya really had talked to Mark and gave him my username. She was truly the best. He messaged me with the usual, hey, emphasis on the 3 Ys, and I responded, hey. I didn't want to come off as desperate, so I only used 1 Y. Not even 1 minute later, he messaged me back. We talked all night about everything, our days, how school was, what type of silly bands we liked, typical 11-year-old stuff. I have to admit, I was smitten right off the bat. I think it was partly because I had never really had a boy like me before, and the other part being that my self-esteem was so low that I never thought a boy would be capable of liking me. Also, it could have been because Mark was one of the most popular boys in school at the time. He played football, was mouthy to the teachers, and was extremely outgoing. All the things a young girl would be attracted to. He talked for months, my puppy love growing for him more and more every time we chatted. Of course, I never spoke to him on the phone, nor did I get his phone number because why would you do that, right? All the while I was speaking to him, Tanya would be gassing me up, telling me how proud she was of me and that I deserved a boyfriend. My suspicions of Mark only began to grow when I attempted to approach him during school hours. Again, I had anxiety, so I'd never really speak to Mark outside of AIM. When I went to talk to him, Mark looked confused, as if though he's never had a conversation with me before in his life. He turned away from me on the playground and walked to be with his other friends. Huh, weird. This wasn't like him. He was usually so chatty with me online that I expected him to welcome me with open arms in person. My ego was bruised. My little 11-year-old mind tried to rationalize this behavior by chalking it up to him not wanting to talk to the nerd since he was so popular and that he just preferred to keep our relationship online. I told Tanya the news and she seemed to be genuinely heartbroken for me. She was just as angry as I was and vowed to confront Mark later that day during music class. I was happy. Tanya had my back, and as far as I knew, she was going to tell Mark off about being a total jerk to me. Well, it worked. Later that night, I got a message from Mark telling me how sorry he was for ignoring me and that he was just going through some family things. Back in love, I was. I didn't care that Mark ignored me during school. I didn't care that he rejected my advances in person as long as I had him to talk to online and Tanya's support. I was fine. I even told my mom about him and she was extremely happy for me as well. Another month passed and it was March 31st, 2011. Mark messaged me and told me that he had something very important to tell me the next day. The anxiety began. What was it? What did he have to tell me? At that point, I considered myself and Mark to be dating, so I was anxious that he was either going to break it off with me or that he was going to make us public in school the next day. I told my mom and Tanya, almost on the verge of tears of how excited and nervous I was. Well, the next day, April 1st, 2011 rolled around and this is what followed. It was around 7 p.m. and I was on Club Penguin as I usually was until I heard a familiar ding. It was Mark. It was time for the news I've been waiting for all day. Hey babe, winky face. Oh my god, hey, I've been waiting for you to chat with me all night. Sorry babe, I was at practice. Are you ready for the news? I was shaking with anticipation at this point. Even writing this now, a whole swell of emotions was resurfacing. Yes, of course, I said. It was then that Mark sent me a picture. I opened it, but only it wasn't Mark. It was Tanya. And she was holding a handwritten sign that said, Happy April Fool's Day. At first I started laughing, and I mean it was an ugly laugh. Of course, it was a prank. Tanya had gotten me so good, right? Right? Well, wrong. It was then when the realization hit me that I started to sob. I felt betrayed and like a loser. Tanya had been behind Mark all along, and she had been planning this big joke since October of 2010. She had been so jealous that she pretended to be someone else and string along my emotions when she knew I was already in a rough place mentally. She told me that I was stupid to even think that Mark would even like me in the first place, and that I was dumb for not asking for his number. Tanya had been at this for 6 months. An 11-year-old girl plotted Mark, used him to make me think that a boy liked me, and tricked me into believing that I had a boyfriend, all the while telling me when we hung out that she was happy for me and that Mark and I were a cute couple. I told my mom, who then called her mom. My mother was livid, to say the least. She told Tanya's mom to tell her daughter never to speak to me again. I was crushed. My best friend of 3 years had catfished me because she simply wanted to play a joke. I was loyal to her, and she toyed with my emotions because she could. Tanya had tried multiple times to guilt-trip me into being her friend again in the months that followed leading into 7th grade. One of the more memorable and honestly messed up times being when she messaged me a few days after my birthday in August to tell me that her mother had just died in a horrible car crash. Her body was dismembered, and they could only find her head and wedding ring. As anyone would be, I was in tears. Tanya's mother was nothing but lovely to me, and learning that she died in such a violent way was crushing to my soul. I started talking to Tanya again, asking her when her mother's funeral would be. Tanya then revealed to me seconds later, after speaking to her about the grisly details over her mother's passing, that she was kidding and was pranking me again, and that I was stupid to believe her. She even sent a video of her laughing at me. I was disgusted. Who would even say something like that? What now 12-year-old would message someone that their mother was dismembered in a car crash? She then revealed her ugly and quite frankly evil intentions when we were at the beginning of 7th grade, and she became friends with a girl named Kaylee. They both invited me to sit with them at their lunch table, and because I was desperate for friends, I stupidly accepted, only to be met with hordes of insults and laughter behind my back every chance I wasn't looking. Tanya then messaged me one night telling me to take my own life, and that the world would be a much better place without me in it. She had Kaylee tell me to go jump off of a bridge. Tanya told me that she hated me and was never really my friend to begin with, that I deserved all the pain she put me through the year prior. I again told my mom, who then called the police. She had had enough of Tanya, and so had I. For 4 years, I had put up with Tanya's malicious behavior, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. My mom made me delete my AIM account, and Tanya's mom told her to never contact me again, or else. My mom also advised me to move lunch tables, but I was focused on not letting Tanya win. For the entirety of 7th grade, I sat at the same table as Tanya, only I spoke to my friends at the other side of the table. I never spoke to her, looked at her, or gave her any sort of attention. Kaylee was scared to death of me afterward too, as the police had gotten in contact with her and her family as well. It's been 10 years and I still haven't spoken to Tanya. I'm now 22 years old, have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in psychology and the other in history, and I'm now working towards a master's in clinical social work. Tanya did other things to me too, that I could write a whole other story about, but I think writing this one helped me give closure on that part of my childhood that scarred me for years. I thank God for my mom stepping in when she did, because I don't know where I'd be without her. As for Tanya, I don't know where she is or what she's doing, and I really rather not. On the off chance she stumbles upon this story, I have a message for her. Your jealousy and wishes for death upon me didn't win, and I truly hope that karma does not come around one day to bite you where the sun don't shine. This happened literally a month ago, back in February, when my boyfriend and I had decided to try out an open relationship for a little while for various reasons. We live separately in one of the larger cities in the north of Middle America. and there's a decently sized population of college students, like me, to keep the gay community fresh, so I was doing pretty well for myself. One night I was bored and scrolling through Grindr, looking for an easy hookup when I got a message from a guy who was barely 800 feet away. He wasn't terrible looking, and I was a little desperate, so I agreed to go to his place. He lives quite literally down the street from me. I can see his building from my window, so I walked over and he let me up and into his apartment. We made small talk and I mentioned where I lived. Heck, I even pointed out my window from one of the windows in the stairwell. From the first get-go, I thought that there was something off about the guy. Not necessarily bad, just very different. An odd twitch in his hands when he gripped the banister. The vacancy of his eyes when he smiled. I'm not so cliche as to say he felt evil or anything like that, but I wasn't exactly surprised that after he got to his apartment, the first thing he did was to tell his very pretty and friendly cat to say hello, and the second thing he did was walk over to the kitchen counter, grab a needle, and shoot up. I hadn't even closed the door behind me. I stood there, staring, and he turned around, dropped the needle on the counter and went, "Oh, should have asked. You cool with that?" I am not a good Christian boy. I have broken into a church while tripping on LSD. I've had intimate relationship on a headstone back in high school, but I have my standards. So I shook my head mutely, pulled my hat back on, and opened the door to leave. The guy rushed over and put a hand on my shoulder. "Yo, I'm sorry. You don't gotta go. We don't gotta do anything. Do you want to watch Transformers 3 with me or something?" "Nope," I said bluntly, hustling away down the stairs. I bundled up my scarf against the early February chill and hurried back down the street to my apartment. He followed me downstairs, barefoot, in pajama pants and a t-shirt, until I stepped outside into the whipping winds. I turned back briefly to look after a moment, and he was still standing there in the doorway, watching me. I didn't have any premonitions of doom or weirdness. I grew up in Missouri. Junkies barely register as odd to me by this point, so I went home and went to bed. Now, you might have guessed it, but I'd never seen this dude around the neighborhood before. Truthfully, I hadn't seen most of the neighbors because my neighborhood is an odd mixture of white-collar suburbia, college housing, and low-income housing like my Paramore's building, all on one street. So it didn't really register when I started seeing him more. I would leave for work in the afternoon and he'd be on the other avenue across from my building, strolling along. Or he'd cut across my building's parking lot like all the kids in the neighborhood did. A couple of times I saw him walking across the campus mall. My apartment building is directly adjacent to my campus, but he'd always swerve to avoid me. Once or twice I'd notice him in the grocery store I worked at as a barista, but it's the only one within walking distance, and he mentioned he didn't have a car. This went on for the entire month of February. Eventually, I started noticing. He'd always be walking down the street opposite my building when I left for work at my usual time, and he was only ever at the store when I was working. He'd never approach the coffee stand within the store, where I work, but he'd look at me. A couple of times I noticed him enter, look at me, pretend to shop, and leave without buying anything. I was starting to feel creeped out, but he hadn't done anything yet to make me feel particularly unsafe. One day, late February, I worked an early shift. When I got off, I felt a little crazy from lack of sleep, and I reached my place about 20 minutes before I usually leave for work. And on the corner of the sidewalk opposite me was the guy. He was checking his watch over and over and looking up. I did a bit of brilliant deductive analysis and followed his gaze up to my living room window. Then I looked back down at him. He looked right at me. There was a moment of tension as we stared at each other in the eyes. Like I said, this dude didn't give off any evil or dark vibes. I've met people that do that. No, what I saw in this guy's eyes, in his face, was much more human and much scarier. Desperation, loneliness, pain, and anger. He hurried after me, but I'm 6'3" and a former sprinter, whereas he was a 5'8" junkie wearing flip-flops on ice. I made it to the first set of doors to my apartment, scanned myself in through the second, and locked them behind me. He walked through the unlocked first set, tried to open the second, tried pushing the handicap button to open them, and then gave up. "Look, man, I'm sorry," he shouted, laying a hand on the glass of the door. "Can we just talk about it?" I shook my head. "Absolutely not. Leave me alone." Then I whirled on my heel and stomped over to the elevator. When I turned back, he was gone out into the snow. I didn't see him for a couple of weeks afterwards, which is nice because my boyfriend likes to walk down the street past the dude's apartment when he stays over and needs to go smoke. One night, my boyfriend was over at my place. He just got out to smoke before we went to bed, and he mentioned that he wanted me to come with him the next time he went out. "Why?" I asked, pulling him in close to me while he shivered. "It's dark and cold, and I get paranoid out there sometimes," he mumbled in my chest. "There's this creepy dude that sometimes stands in the corner across the way and just stares at the building. One time he asked me for a cig and I told him I didn't have one when I had one literally in my hand." He laughed, kissed my chin, and passed out. I laid there awake, troubled. When I was sure my boyfriend was deeply asleep, meaning after about 5 minutes had passed, I extricated myself and went to the window. It was a cold, clear night. I could see across the street under the orange glow of the streetlight was the guy. I couldn't make him out clearly, but when he saw me, he waved. I flicked him off and closed the blinds. I didn't feel like I should tell my boyfriend because he was either going to immediately go to the police, which I hate doing, or he'd try and defend me. And while I love him with my entire heart, I don't want to watch a fight between a junkie stalker and my underweight, nicotine-addicted boyfriend. So I kept it to myself and still haven't told him. But I did start accompanying him when he went out to smoke. The guy was usually outside. Sometimes he'd follow us for a bit before ducking away down a side street. Sometimes he'd watch from a distance. Sometimes he'd be up in his apartment. My boyfriend never noticed. I kept my composure and nothing happened. One night, though, we went out so my boyfriend could smoke like normal. When we'd reached the end of the street and turned around, the stalker was behind us, about 50 feet back. I turned my head to check, and there he was. He waved at me, and something told me I had to get back inside. "Hey, babe," I said quietly to my boyfriend. "Let's get back inside, yeah? I'm cold." "Aw, baby," he said, kissing me on the cheek. "Okay, I'm almost done anyway." We walked back to the apartment building, and without turning, I knew that the stalker was behind us the entire time. I kept my hand intertwined with my boyfriend's and kept up the casual conversation we'd been having about how I hate geese. We got back up to my apartment, and he got changed for bed while I grabbed some water. So I've never lived in an apartment before, and I don't know if it's odd or not, but this building has a wired telephone to each unit that rings when someone wants let in. Ours never rings unless it's Uber Eats, so my boyfriend was surprised when it started ringing late at night when neither of us had ordered anything. "Probably just some idiot playing a prank," I said, unhooking the phone from the wall and putting it in the kitchen cabinet. He accepted that without a struggle, and we lay down in bed. After he was soundly out, I got up, got dressed, and grabbed a couple of things and headed downstairs in my thick winter coat. Sure enough, my fanboy was out there in the parking lot. He waved at me and jogged over, smiling broadly. "Hey, man. What do you want?" I said flatly. "Look, man, I feel like we ended things awkwardly last time, and I just wanted to talk to you," he said. "So you stalked me?" "What?" He started to look angrier, his brows furrowing. "No, man, I didn't stalk you. I just wanted to know when I could talk to you, but you always avoid me. Now you're walking around out here with that skinny little baby boy trying to rub it in my face, and I don't appreciate that at all. Look, man," he said, smiling again, stepping closer. "Do you want to go talk about this back at my place? Ditch the white boy and come hang out with me tonight. Please? I won't shoot up or nothing this time." He took another step closer to me. I saw in his right hand a dully gleaming piece of metal, a folded-up switchblade. He smiled at me, and I stepped back, shaking my head. His smile drained away into a deep scowl. "Listen, I'm done asking. You're gonna come over to my place now and finish what we started," he growled, unfolding the knife and pointing it at me. This dude was 5'8" tops and skinny. I'm 6'3", 200 pounds, and I regularly lift weights. Also, I had a 12-inch kitchen knife, which I drew from my coat pocket and leveled at his throat. He looked at my knife and then back at his and smiled. Bro, I was just playing. We can just talk right here, bro. Leave me and my boyfriend alone," I said very quietly, "or I will cut your face off and eat it." "What?" "I spent 8 years in juvie for stabbing a kid in middle school," I lied. He backed up, putting the knife back in his pocket. I took a step closer, holding my knife level. He backed away quickly, almost falling on the ice until he was fully sprinting back to his place, and I was chasing him down with my knife until we crossed the street and I stopped, slid the knife in my pocket, and watched him run back to his building. Then I went back up to my bedroom, told my boyfriend I just had to go use the bathroom, and fell asleep. Several years ago, I was using a dating app. It was all fun and games. Sometimes I met some people for hookups, sometimes I didn't, and most of the time I didn't even reply to those who only sent me certain types of pictures unsolicited. One day, this guy shot me a message on there. He was and is 4 years younger than me, meaning he was 18 at the time when I was 22. I didn't really consider him my type, but at the same time, I also didn't think it would hurt to get to know him. I mean, looks are just looks, and there have been plenty of times where I fell for a guy not for looks but for personality. So maybe that could have been the case too. I just came out of a pretty toxic relationship that involved lots of cheating and trust issues and insecurities, so I wasn't really looking for a new relationship, but it did feel good to get positive attention from guys. We started texting back and forth, nothing out of the ordinary, but I realized pretty soon that the part of his personality that he let me experience consisted of nothing more than, let's hook up. And look, I'm not trying to shame because I wasn't that opposed to it. As I said, I just had a nasty breakup and was just looking for some fun. So I said yes. We exchanged numbers, agreed on a date, time, and place, and then we went back to our normal lives for now. I had a lot going on at that time. It was only a few months until I moved to a different place, so I already started planning for all that, and not just that, but a friend of mine invited me to come with them on a trip to Amsterdam, which obviously had to be prepared as well since that trip was scheduled 2 weeks before I was supposed to move. Therefore, it comes to no surprise that I kind of forgot about the guy, until the day we were supposed to meet up. He texted me a few hours earlier if we were still clear. After I scolded myself for forgetting, I told him that we were meeting as planned, even though that would throw my schedule off a little. So I got ready for the date, and I kid you not even an hour before we were supposed to meet, he canceled. I mean, not too big of a deal. It happens that you can't always make it, so we scheduled another day, which he proceeded to cancel as well. Cancellation after cancellation, week after week, 7 different dates. Each time it allegedly was a sick relative or pet. So clearly I took that as he didn't really want to meet me. Which would be fine, I'm not everyone's type either, and he could have at least had the decency to not lead me on then. So I told him off about his stupid behavior and blocked him. Maybe that was a little of an overreaction, but I just didn't want to waste my time with a guy that seemingly always found excuses to meet me. when I could focus on either the moving process, the vacation process, or with another guy who was actually interested. But then, he messages me on the dating app. How dare I block him? He wanted to meet me, but that I was just unappreciative and called me all sorts of expletives. Obviously, after that I blocked him on the app as well. I thought that I had heard the last of him, so I went on with my days. I already started forgetting him after a few weeks. And then another account messaged me, fake pictures and all, but it didn't take long for me to figure out it was him. He basically admitted it in the first day, so another block followed. Another account, another block. Day after day. I thought, what even was going on? He didn't want to meet me first, and now he creates new accounts on the daily to contact me? So I just had enough and wanted to tell him off again when he started to apologize for his behavior, that he was in the wrong and that he was willing to meet me if I was willing to still meet him. Trust me, I really wanted to blow him off, but in my mind, if I just met him and was really bad at hooking up or something, he'd just never contact me again. Stupid, but hey, it was worth a try in my mind. So we scheduled a meeting a few days before I was supposed to leave for the trip to Amsterdam, which I stupidly told him about. And since I didn't have a car, he offered to come to my place. Now, I would never ever give a stranger from the internet my address, but back then, I did. I mean, he couldn't possibly be a creep, right? So we met. He came into my house, we sat down on my bed, exchanged basic pleasantries, and then he stopped talking altogether. He didn't even look at me. Just to be safe, I wasn't a catfish. I looked exactly like I did in the pictures I had in the app. Only when I asked him something, he would reply with very few words. Until I asked him directly about if we hooked up or not. Then he suddenly started kissing me and, well, I don't have to go into detail. So when he finished, he just sat next to me, staring at the wall, not saying a word. At this point, I was pretty annoyed. I mean, I get being shy and all, but if it's that intense, how did you muster the courage to go on to a hookup? Anyway, after I went to the bathroom to freshen up, I had told him my roommates would be back soon, so he jumped up and said goodbye and left. I got no other messages from him after. Flash forward to my trip to Amsterdam. My friend, Joe, and I had lots of fun roaming through the streets of Amsterdam day and night, relaxing in our pretty fancy hotel and doing the usual stuff that tourists do. One day, we were just walking down a very busy road, very close to the main train station, when suddenly I heard a car honk loudly next to us. The traffic light was on red, so the person wasn't driving. I thought nothing of it and didn't even look until the guy started calling me by name. That voice was very familiar, and the face that belonged to it was still in my memory. It was my hookup. When I looked back, he smiled widely and called out for me to come over, but when he saw Joe, who at that point asked me who that was, the smile faded. I was dumbstruck, so I didn't say anything, but that wasn't necessary. The traffic light just turned green. People started getting agitated that my hookup wouldn't immediately go, so finally he focused on the road again and drove off. That was one heck of a coincidence, right? That he would be in Amsterdam at the same time. But why wouldn't he say so when I told him my plans? If he didn't want me to know, why call out to me in the middle of a busy road? I didn't allow my mind to think about him intentionally going there to find me. That was impossible. He wasn't interested in me anyway, right? Back at home, my phone started to blow up. Calls, angry texts, new profiles. Didn't matter that I told him to stop. Didn't matter that I threatened to block him. He told me that I was terrible for going out with another guy despite being in a relationship with him, that I was just like everyone else, that he deserved better than me. And then, he said that he had just been coming to Amsterdam for me, to surprise me. When I tell you I changed my number and deleted the dating app quicker than I possibly could have dreamt of, I mean I sprinted to my car, drove to the closest shop to get a new number. Not long after, I moved into the new place. I had 2 new roommates that were both in the same college courses I was in. We got along fine and the house was pretty big. One of my roommates inherited it from her mom. The moving went smoothly. I didn't get another text. I didn't get any messages on social media, and he didn't show up to my old place. Eventually, a few months go by. I basically had forgotten again. For more context, the house was in a village, not even a small town, but a village. There were no shops, no nothing. Shopping we'd have to do in the next town that was approximately 4 miles away. My room was on the ground floor, and the window of that room was right next to the entrance door when you were looking at the house from the outside. And right beside my room outside was the carport. The ground was covered in gravel, and once anyone moved, the light of the carport would turn on. It was a pretty hot summer day, so I sometimes slept with my window open. I wasn't that afraid because, once again, it was a small village, and barely anybody would drive through here. So one night, I was just sleeping, even had my back turned towards the window, and then I started to hear someone walking on the gravel towards my window. Immediately, I turned around, of course, and I saw a guy walking past my window, though he didn't look inside. He walked to the mailbox and seemed to throw something inside, then he left again. I was stunned for a few seconds, but at least it wasn't a murderer, I thought. So as soon as I could move, I closed the window and kept it closed each night from that point onward. This actually happened a few nights, that someone would walk to our mailbox in the middle of the night, but nothing was ever inside, at least that I knew of. It was weird, but maybe one of my roommates were receiving something personal that they just didn't want to share. Cut to a few nights later, I was minding my own business when I suddenly heard some gravel again. My roommates had just gone to bed about half an hour ago, and I didn't hear anyone leave, so I thought it was just the mailbox guy. But this time, he didn't walk to the mailbox. He just walked to the carport. I know that because the light immediately turned on. I texted my roommates about a guy in our carport. One of my roommates, Sarah, who had a room across the hallway from mine, while Mary, the other roommate, had hers upstairs, texted back into our group chat that we'd meet with weapons at the bottom of the stairs to investigate. I grabbed scissors I had in my room and went to our meeting point. Turns out my weapons were the most useful since Mary came downstairs with a ukulele, and Sarah thought an empty plastic bottle would suffice. After laughing at the absurdity of our weapons choice, we started getting back in serious mode, going to the side door that led to the carport. Sarah looked through the window of said door but didn't see anyone. The light was turned off too. Just in that moment, we heard someone tampering with our mailbox again. Not gonna lie, I probably peed my pants a little bit. Immediately, we ran to the front door, opened it, and looked outside, but there was no one, at least not that we could see. After a look in the mailbox, which was empty of course, we went back inside. Not even 2 minutes later, I got a text from an unknown number saying how cute I looked in my nightgown, that no makeup made me look even prettier. He hoped that I'd come out alone so we could have some fun together like before I moved, but he was sad to find 2 other people with me. Needless to say that none of us slept that night. The police were called immediately and did a sweep, but no one was found on the property. He didn't exactly say it, but I know it was that guy, so I filed a report the next day. Nothing really happened with it, but since nothing else happened like that, I thought he got the message when we called the police. Sometimes I still get messages from an unknown number, but they're pretty harmless and don't really bother any further when I ignore them. But the fear in the back of my mind, that one day he would come back, stays, of course. In the meantime, I've taken up self-defense classes. Often, I enjoy walking my dog at nighttime. This is due to the fact that my dog is harder to walk when people are around with their own dogs, so we tend to walk around parks in the area when they become somewhat secluded. I'm not a very big guy, I'm just about 5'10" and very lanky, so I wouldn't call myself an intimidating figure. However, my 120-pound black lab boxer mix named Loki would be somewhat considered threatening to most from what I hear. I figured his size would be used as a deterrent for anyone looking to cause nightly troubles. I was dead wrong. On one specific night in the fall of 2016, I could recall of an encounter that reminds me of why I'm so reluctant to walk around once daylight falls. This specific park is one I've been to a couple of times, and from what I remember, this park is usually secluded around 6:30 and later. Aside from a couple of joggers or very few other dog walkers, not many people walk the same path that I take. I also like to put on my headphones and listen to music while I walk, but on this specific night I chose not to wear them since my phone was on low battery and I wanted to preserve it as long as I could. The walk was going as usual. Loki did his business and we continued on our usual path. About midway on our walk, I realized that it had started to get really dark. Since he was done with his business, I decided to cut the walk somewhat short, and we took a shortcut that kind of led us off the path. This path had a bunch of trees surrounding the area, and there were still leaves on the branches. With that being said, I felt a weird feeling as if though I were being watched. I have pretty bad anxiety sometimes, but since I knew the town was safe, I knew that nothing was going to happen. But still, I could not for the life of me shake off the feeling of being watched. I peered back to see if anyone had been following me out of anxiety, and every single time, no one was there. In fact, no one was anywhere. This whole shortcut was essentially secluded. Suddenly, Loki stopped walking and also looked back. I told him, "Loki, come on boy, we gotta go." One thing I failed to mention was that Loki is a big coward. I noticed his tail was tucked between his legs, which is a telltale sign that a dog is afraid. I was also curious and a bit nervous, but I surely didn't want to find out what he heard or noticed. I just wanted to get out of there ASAP. I pulled a little and he began to walk, but every now and then I'd see him peer back. After maybe a minute or so of walking, he stopped again, and this time he began to growl. Despite being a coward, Loki is a bark but no bite kind of dog, so I took this chance to see exactly what he was growling at. It was quite dark, so I couldn't see well, so I used my phone's flashlight to see what was up. Trees. Just trees. What he heard was probably some kind of small animal. Once again, I turned around and kept walking. He continued to peer back once in a while still, but this time I noticed it was a lot more frequent. I just said to myself, "It's just a squirrel, maybe a bird," and I ignored it. Then I heard what appeared to be actual footsteps and branches breaking. There's absolutely no way a small animal could have produced a sound like that. Loki turned around quick, and still with his tail tucked, he began to growl and bark at a figure that I could only describe as a man in his early 50s, possibly late 40s, appearing from out of the woods. He was dressed in dirty clothing. His hair was long and was graying. He had one hand in his pocket, and he said to me, "Nice dog you have there, kid. What breed is he?" He's a boxer lab," I replied. "Oh, I love dogs. Mind if I pet him?" he asked. The man got closer and emerged from the trees. As he got closer, I realized that he was quite tall and a bit burly. Loki instantly got bad vibes, and he ran behind me and started to bark at him. Actually, I do kind of mind. My dog here doesn't like strangers. Sorry, but it's probably not best if you pet him," I quickly stated. "It's okay, really. He seems like a friendly guy, just a little pet wouldn't harm him," the man retorted as he got closer. I felt extremely uncomfortable as he appeared to get closer and closer. I don't know why this guy couldn't take no for an answer. I mean, I usually don't allow people to pet Loki unless he comes up to them first. If he's scared of you, then I usually do not want to freak him out by letting him be pet by a stranger. This is especially the case when said stranger came from the woods, behind a few trees. "I'm really sorry, man. I'm scared he might bite you or something," I told him as he began to walk away. Like I said before, I wasn't trying to be judgmental or anything, but the dude came from the woods and was possibly the one trailing us from before. I don't know why you just won't let me introduce myself to him," the guy replied angrily. This time I began to speed walk. I was very uncomfortable, and my Flight or fight instincts began to take over. He followed us and kept muttering curses to himself. I don't know if this man was under the influence of something, but he did not let up. I won't lie, I started to get a little angry. Why can't a guy just take no for an answer? He began to match my speed, almost as if he was trying to catch up to us. Loki and I both took this as an answer to start sprinting a bit. I don't remember much of the running, it was all just a blur to me, but I do remember the spine-tingling feeling of hearing his footsteps rapidly increasing behind me. For a man of his stature, he was incredibly fast. I also realized that his intentions may not have just been to pet my dog. No one reasonable would go that far just to pet a dog that clearly wanted nothing to do with him. I looked behind me and he was definitely in pursuit. Maybe only 10 feet behind me, and he was literally chasing us. I'll never forget the look in his eyes. I've never had anyone look at me like that. A look of killer intent. And all for what? Just because he couldn't pet my dog. My instincts told me that he definitely had sinister intentions behind that gaze. And finally, the path led to the park exit and into the busier streets. I only lived about 10 minutes away from the park, and when I looked back, the man was gone. In my mind, I honestly thought that I had lost him. I made doubly sure that no one else was following me, and I even made sure to walk on the populated streets. After what seemed like an eternity, we got home, but I knew for a fact that I was not going to get a minute of sleep. From my window in the porch, I walked all night with Loki, just to see if anyone had followed us home. I also made a police report with my parents. After all, this guy seemed to have been quite suspicious, and who knows what his true intentions were. Had his target been someone who couldn't protect themselves or run away, what would he have done? I also often asked myself, what if I had worn my headphones and the sound of music drowned the footsteps behind me? Ever since, I haven't walked Loki in that park. I've also made it a habit of mine to walk on more livelier streets at night. If I could give anyone one piece of advice, even if you live in a relatively safe town, don't ever let your guard down. You never know what kind of person might be lurking in the shadows. This story started years ago when I was 5. I'm a 27-year-old female now. I lived with my parents and my sister at the time. The average working-class family, nothing out of the ordinary. Happy times. We moved to a different house in the same town, but I was sent to a new school because this one was way closer now. It is curious that I have these times pretty blurred out in memory because I was very young, but there are some days that I see as clear as water. This is one of them. My first day of this new school, I was very nervous. I wasn't the most extroverted or talkative kid. I was extremely shy and insecure and still am to this day. Once a very sweet and loving woman came and explained that she was my new teacher, but now it was English time and she took me to this class. There they were, my new schoolmates and my new English teacher. We'll call him LC. A man in his 30s, short, fat, with a big black mustache. If you got closer, you saw like food debris and saliva in it. It was disgusting, to be honest. We all then agreed that he was kind of a Super Mario look-alike. He welcomed me and introduced me to the kids. I said hi and sat with them on the floor. Many of them introduced themselves, made some jokes. They seemed very nice and easygoing, and I was somehow relieved. I felt integrated immediately. LC proceeded, and he told me to stand up and go in front of the class to practice the basics. My name is, I'm 5 years old, etc. I said it once. It makes me say it again, a bit louder. I say it twice. He tells me to repeat, insisting I must speak louder. I say it for the third time and it seems like it was never enough. His tone began to sound angry and he goes again like, again. He had me repeating this like 6 times until I started crying, and he finally told me to sit down. My mates told me it was okay and that he was just a jerk. My mom later asked me about my day at school, and I said everything was fine except for the teacher LC. I started crying and told her I didn't want to go to his class ever again. There was something about him, something dark. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it, and he scared the life out of me. Always trust your gut. Because the following weeks I kept whining to my mom the mornings I had English. But what could she do? She tried to calm me down, saying it was okay to have fun with my new friends and that he was just a grumpy teacher. I went to that school for 4 more years. I got used to him and his peculiar character. For example, he got really angry when a kid was late to his class. He yelled and told them to wait outside, sitting on the floor by the door, thinking. We were actually scared to be late. But there were also days when he was nice and fun. Time passed, nothing out of the ordinary except for one thing. He talked a lot about the FBI. We'd be with computers in class, visiting the FBI website, reading about the most wanted criminals and stuff. Not the average English lesson for 9-year-old kids. He took pictures of us saying that they were for the design of our own personalized FBI identification. A kind of game, I suppose. But it never happened. But we didn't think anything weird about it. Around Christmas time, he had taken a picture of the class to design a postcard. Years later, I was in high school and an old classmate from that school tells me, "Hey, did you see the news? LC was found dead." I looked for it online and I couldn't believe what I was reading. Police had found that LC had large amounts of images of children on his computer. In fact, the amount of lewd material found on his computers and hard drives was so vast that it made him one of the biggest ones in the entire country. When LC knew police were after him, he took his own life, jumping into the sea near the town's port, and drowned. I then remember that day when he didn't stop until I cried. I remember he scared me so much I didn't want to go to school. His FBI obsession, our photos, everything made sense. That darkness I felt around him. I knew I should have trusted my gut. I was living in Abu Dhabi when this happened and I was 17 years old at the time. I've had a number of experiences from taxi drivers out there that could fit on this sub, but this one was by far the worst and creepiest. I'd like to share it with you all. It was Boxing Day 2012 and I was going to my friend's house for his Boxing Day party. He lived in a compound that was a bit of a drive off the island itself, and although not rural suburbs by most standards, this area could be classed as such. These residential suburbs were also still mostly in development. Every block had a new building site, plenty of empty shells of houses, no security cameras at the time, etc. There were no pavements either, just rubble and sand patches split by tarmac roads. Now, taxis in the UAE are crazy common. You just put your hand out and one pulls up. And back then there was less security. There were no cameras or mics in the car, just the meter. I hailed the cab and sat in the front, as a result of a past experience I had, and we set on our way there. Things start normally. We talk as I normally would getting into a cab. How long you've lived here, do you enjoy the place, etc. Eventually we're on the highway after we cross the water to the mainland. He pulls over on the hard shoulder and without saying a word to me, pulls out his phone and calls someone. He's speaking his native tongue and he's of South Asian descent, so I have no clue what he's saying. But I ask him politely to continue driving as the meter is still on. He nods, hangs up and gets going again. This happens a second time, again without word or warning, and now I'm suspicious. This time I ask him again to keep going, but he ignores me and keeps talking on the phone. We're on the highway, so I can't get out for fear of going splat, not being able to hail a cab or being jacked for jaywalking. After a few minutes, he gets going again and we pull off the highway, still heading the direction I needed to be. We reach the first roundabout where we need to make a right turn, but he goes straight. Everyone knows where this compound is. It's the biggest one in the city, and as a cab driver, there's no chance he doesn't know how to get there. So now I'm even more suspicious, and I kind of have a feeling of trepidation, like I know this vibe and what might be happening. I ask him to turn around at the next roundabout, but he ignores me. Now I'm getting agitated and angry, and I ask him to just stop the car and I'll get out and walk. Nope. He literally just ignored me and kept focusing on the road. At this point, I'm shouting at him, numerous expletives, etc., and it's clear that he's got something else planned. Eventually, he pulls off the main road onto a dirt track that led a couple of 100 yards into a massive building site, and he keeps driving down it. He then turns to me and tells me to get into the back seat and repeats this in an increasingly forceful manner to the point where we're shouting at each other. At the end of the dirt track is an old little minibus with roughly 5 dudes stood next to it. I don't notice this immediately. All I care about is that the car has stopped, and I'm in the front so I can get out. I'm not locked in. Inexplicably, I threw some money at him, I don't know, and jumped out of the car with my bag and started walking away, jogging back down the track. I can only imagine that the earlier phone calls he made were to these minibus men, as when I started getting away, they jumped in the minibus and drove down to catch me. As the taxi turns around and does the same. They all pull up in front of me, like police do in the movies when they stop a bank robber and jump out. The taxi driver runs right up to me, grabs me and screams point blank at my face to get in the bus. I can still smell and feel the damp heat from his breath as it touched my face, and the little bits of his spit hitting my cheeks. This honestly just enraged me so much that I grabbed him by the throat and pushed him against his car. I screamed something back at him, I don't remember what, and let go. They all get their phones out and started calling and messaging and moving towards me, so I just got out of there as fast as I could, running all the way down and back onto the main road and went to my mates on foot. I know I should have taken the number plate, ID number, etc., called the police even when I was in the cab, let alone after it happened. However, I was a 17-year-old with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my bag, on the way to a party with all my mates drinking, in a Muslim country with a drinking age of 21. The paranoia of trouble from that was enough to keep it quiet from the authorities, although I did tell every family member and friend. So yeah, if I could never meet you and your little minibus posse again, that would be great. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my mom took me to a family gathering in the province. We live in the Philippines. Now, if you guys don't know how it works here, family gatherings in our country meant a feast for the entire family, including cousins, second cousins, grandparents, great-grandparents, aunts and uncles, etc. Safe to say it was an overcrowded party in a small rural setup in the province. Anyways, so the venue where it was held was owned by my mom's second cousin's kin. I remember walking around in a sea of people I barely know when I saw a small hut. It was tiny, fit for about just 1 to 2 people. It was old, made of straw and bamboo, and looked very unkempt. I asked one of the other kids about it. He said their grandfather lived there and that he was not to be bothered as he was old and cranky. So I went off and did my own thing, and I found myself playing near the aforementioned hut. As I was playing, the door slowly opened. It was dark inside, but I could hear someone saying, "Psst, psst." And an old thin man with long gray hair appeared and gestured to me to come near him. He was topless and wearing just boxer shorts that seemed too loose for him. I slowly moved toward the hut and I saw that he was on his bed, and he was patting the bed as if to tell me to sit beside him. I immediately got freaked out and ran away. And as I ran, I could hear the door squeak close and then shut. I didn't think anything of it afterward, but later on, after reuniting with some of my relatives, they mentioned that their grandfather, the old creepy guy, was known to do terrible things to children in their province. He would lure kids into his hut with toys or offers to play, and once they were in, he'd shut them in, touch them inappropriately or worse. He did this to the neighborhood kids and even to his own grandchildren. Apparently, he thought it was his way of showing affection, so no one bothered to say anything until many years later when he passed away. I hope he rots in hell for what he did. And in hindsight, I'm glad I got spooked and ran away. So back in the start of the year 2020, everything was as good as I hoped it would be. Well, that's what I thought until one Sunday night. So I'll give you a little backstory which will be important later in the story. My dad had had a bad history with messing around in other people's relationships. Of course, I'm not happy about it, but anyways, a lot of men had gotten so angry at him that we started to have multiple men do such things, such as mess around with our cat houses, break lights, and other things which I can't explain, sadly. So on that Sunday night, it was 10 p.m., which means my sister's boyfriend has to leave due to curfew rules and so on. I can't remember clearly, but it was all chill and quiet and normal. At least that's what I thought. Keep in mind that my parents were not home except for me and my sister. It was time to feed our cats because we were going to lock all the doors to go inside. Then my sister whispers loudly to me to go to our back door, which led to our garage. Then we heard a low voice mumbling something as if he were trying to keep quiet. Then this unknown house intruder let out a loud sneeze, and that's when we knew that there was someone in our home. So me and my sister ran into her room and locked the doors to keep safe. She tried many times to call my parents and relatives that lived nearby and nobody answered, and that's when I suggested her boyfriend. Luckily, he picked up and she told him the situation, so he quickly drove back. As he arrives and checked the garage and house, nobody was there, of course. I don't know what would have happened if nobody picked up the phone, but I'm happy we didn't. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon.
I was hiking in the Olympic National Forest a few years ago by myself and my two dogs. We were 4 days in, around 20 miles at least as a crow flies from even a known mountain road. I was camping at around 7k feet that night, or right where the tree line started thinning out. So, when you go to the campsite, there's a big open meadow on the top of a secondary mountain. It was about an hour from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up or make dinner and stuff. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up at this steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up and barking. Not the bark when you see small animals too. Not the excited, oh, you guys are lucky because I'd rip you all apart if my master wasn't here, high-pitched barks, but sort of unsure or concerned barks. Now, the day before, I'd found a note left under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was apparently a problem bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days ago. And I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before, so I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb up some of the boulders at the foot of the hill while I took my time looking up the hillside for a moment, before I went to go hang up my bear bag up there. They were the only trees around to hang the bag. I didn't see or hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started hiking up this steep hill to hang the bag. It was so steep that I had to use the trees to balance and lean against, so I didn't go tumbling down, before making another 5 or 6 step push to the next tree that I could lean against. Anyway, I'm slowly making my way up this hill or ridge, hopping from tree to tree to keep my balance. Then I get about maybe 100 feet up the hill and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep low growl to a savage slobber flying everywhere type barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest and I immediately start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in the matter of seconds. Because if this is a bear, my dog is going to try and save me, in which case he's most likely about to die. And I'm just sort of stuck here. If I have to get off this hillside fast, I almost 100% am going to trip and fall off the 12 to 15 foot cliff onto the boulders below, like hundreds of 5 to 20 foot boulders as well. So I'm feeling pretty screwed about now. But then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at the campsite, which was just out of sight. I had zipped her in my tent so she didn't wander off while I was away, so yeah, I'm absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kind of snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order and call my dog back to me, Loki by the way. He comes and sits against my feet, as my back is against a tree, so I'm kind of pinned or stuck there for the moment. But my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from something up there, so I let him lean against me while I try to collect myself. This is when I realized, too, that I had completely forgot that I had my headlamp on. I reach up so fast up to turn my lamp on, and I basically punch myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline pumps going right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my lamp on and peer up the hillside. I figure I'll at least get a reflection of the eyes or whatever's up there. I peer up there, look around, but nothing. But I just heard something. We both did. And whatever it was, it didn't get away or sound like it had made it too far, I guess. I knew something was there. So I'm just kind of steadfast at this point. I need to know what's up here because I have to sleep here tonight. And I'm out in the middle of nowhere alone, right? Better to face it now than wait like a sitting duck all night is my thought process. So yeah, as I'm looking up this hill and at one point my dog lunges forward, unpinning me, he does like a fake bluff charge up the hill about 15 feet and he's snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement, something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon or sunset. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover, so I'm zeroed in now. I call my dog back and silently watch, and what I make out made my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about maybe 75 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camo clothes, but some raggedy sort of hood. It blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I couldn't see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something, but I knew that we were staring right at each other at that moment. So I stare for what seems like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I was going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know that I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken to speak. As I'm staring, my little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again like she was scared, and I also had to get off that hill before total darkness, or I could be seriously hurt or risk dying trying to get back down. So, carefully, I start heading down the hill with my dog, who doesn't want to leave but listens. Periodically, I would stop with my back against a tree holding me up and look in that direction again just to make it even more clear that I saw him. And eventually, I make it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time that I finally jumped down and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking, and I could only see the top of my tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought that she was barking just to sort of bark. Dachshunds do that. Or just barking back at my dog, maybe. But when I get there, my little dog had somehow got out of the tent and was walking around the camp growling with her tail sticking straight up. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just got her nose between the zippers and worked her way out. But I was positive that I had zipped it, so the zipper tap or openings was at the very top of the tent door, way out of reach of her. There was no way that she could have done that. In a mixture of being terrified, annoyed, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and pulled out my .40, and I fire a single shot into the air as the sun was setting. I climb into my tent without eating and lay with my gun next to me until first light. And as soon as the sun came up, I was packing up my stuff and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucked too that it was all downhill back there, but I still couldn't cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time that I made it to the last camp, maybe about 4 miles from my vehicle, but thankfully there were other people there. We sat around a fire that they'd made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe at this point. And they start to tell me that they're planning to head that way where I was the night before in the morning. So I tell them my story in detail, and needless to say, we were both walking back to our cars in the morning, because, well, to heck with that, right? The thing that still creeps me out about this whole day, though, is that when I got home and started reading reviews of the same hike that I was on, other people had had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago, and even a woman who was found murdered last year. I don't know for sure if these stories are related to my experience, but I just can't help but think that they just might be. A few years back, my now husband and I were living with my mum. My husband had started a new job where he was working 14-hour shifts and wouldn't get home until like 11 p.m. My brother liked to go out as well, so he also wasn't home. This meant that my mum and I were home alone on Halloween. We lived on a busy street, so we ran out candy around 9 p.m. My mum put a sign on the door and we went to bed. For some background too, we had 5 dogs in the house. And at this point, my brother was about 21 years old and I was 22. My brother has a female German Shepherd Husky mix named Coco, and she's very good at reading our body language. Our screen door had a large window and it didn't lock, and our main door didn't have a view window. In other words, you couldn't really see outside. So, the doorbell rings around 11:30 p.m. and I got up instantly and ran to the door. I stupidly assumed without a thought that it was my husband coming home from work. I opened the door without thinking, and there were 2 very large people wearing black hoodies and black sweats. I knew the screen door didn't lock, so I realized that this was a bad situation. My mum had heard the doorbell as well, so she was also walking to the door. My husband had the keys to the house, so my mum, having good instincts, realizing that it wasn't him, and decided to come with me to the door. I was stunned, to be honest, and didn't say anything, but my mum comes up from behind me and aggressively says, "Can I help you?" But before they could even speak, Coco jumped up at the glass and started barking and growling at them. When her paws pushed on the door, it opened slightly and the 2 people took a step back. They both just said trick or treat, and my mum said, "Don't you see the sign? We're out of candy." Then the 2 people walked away. My husband came home maybe 15 minutes later and we told him what happened. Coco for sure saved us from a pretty bad situation. She never acts that aggressively when people come to the door. But anyway, the next morning, we saw on the news a few blocks away that two people that matched the description of the two people that came to our door were shot and killed because they tried to rob the home of an off-duty police officer. The time of the incident was 30 minutes after the two people had come to our door. To better paint the picture, here's a description of myself at the time of this incident 3 years ago. I'm 5'5", 26-year-old woman, medium-length bleach blonde hair, curvy, 175 pounds, wearing black high-waisted tights and a pink crop top. 3 years ago, I was walking home late at night from my friend's house. It was dark, and at the time I lived in a rough part of a large city. I've had many sketchy situations that have gotten myself out of, so I guess I felt sort of invincible, like nothing truly scary could happen to me. When I walk alone, I always stay very alert and aware of my surroundings for my own safety just in case. Anyway, about halfway home and roughly 10 minutes to my apartment, I noticed a van starting to tail me. I was used to this since in my city it's very common for a young woman in a rough area to get propositioned for a fun time. It's embarrassing just how desensitized to this I was. But I did my usual and crossed the road so that I'd be walking beside the traffic heading in the other direction. I wasn't scared, just annoyed, I guess. The van then turned down a side street, then back onto the road that I was on and pulled up to me. At this point, I still wasn't really scared. Again, this has happened so many times, and it never mattered if I was wearing something that showed more skin or if I was wearing a winter coat zipped from just below my chin all the way down to my ankles. That area is notorious for that type of activity. I decided to be firm this time and told the person sternly, I'm not interested. I noticed, though, that there were two men in the van. They looked almost identical and may have been twins or brothers, I think. In any case, both men had a very dark complexion, dark eyes, short dark hair. The van didn't move, and I was super annoyed, sort of crossed the road again to get away. At this point, I figured that this would be enough for them to just stop following me. But they didn't. Instead, they kept circling back every time that I crossed the road. I've never had to put that much effort into getting a pervert to leave me alone, so this is when I started feeling unsafe. They zipped by me at the speed of the traffic that was flowing in, and I yelled for them to get lost. I honestly thought that had finally worked too. It had been 3 minutes, and I hadn't seen the van, so I thought that I was in the clear. Just in case, though, I pulled my phone out and was getting ready to call my sister that I lived with, when just then, the van pulled up to me very quickly, and before I could even blink, one of the men jumped out of the van, opened the back door and approached me quickly in an aggressive manner, as if he was about to scoop me up and throw me into the vehicle. The traffic in that area is very inconsistent. It was dead, and I imagined that this is what they were waiting for. But just as the man was about to place his hands on me, I tilted my phone and said, "You're being filmed in my live video chat. I gave my friend your license plate number and the police have been notified." I was so scared, but I didn't let that show. I stayed as calm as I could. The man paused like he was considering if I was bluffing or telling the truth, so I tilted the phone more as if to give the fake audience a better look at him. This seemed to have worked, and he jumped into the van and they sped off. I've never been the same since that night. I'm afraid of walking alone now, even in the daytime. Stay safe out there, guys, and be careful. You never know what could happen to you. I was hiking in the Olympic National Forest a few years ago by myself and my 2 dogs. We were 4 days in, around 20 miles at least as a crow flies from even a known mountain road. I was camping at around 7k feet that night, or right where the tree line started thinning out. So, when you go to the campsite, there's a big open meadow on the top of a secondary mountain. It was about an hour from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up or make dinner and stuff. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up at this steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up, and barking. Not the bark when you see small animals too. Not the excited, oh, you guys are lucky because I'd rip you all apart if my master wasn't here, high-pitched barks, but sort of unsure or concerned barks. Now, the day before, I'd found a note left under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was apparently a problem bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days ago, and I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before, so I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb up some of the boulders at the foot of the hill while I took my time looking up the hillside for a moment, before I went to go hang up my bear bag up there. They were the only trees around to hang the bag. I didn't see or hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started hiking up this steep hill to hang the bag. It was so steep that I had to use the trees to balance and lean against, so I didn't go tumbling down, before making another 5 or 6 step push to the next tree that I could lean against. Anyway, I'm slowly making my way up this hill or ridge, hopping from tree to tree to keep my balance. Then I get about maybe 100 feet up the hill and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep low growl to a savage slobber flying everywhere type barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest and I immediately start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in the matter of seconds. Because if this is a bear, my dog is going to try and save me, in which case he's most likely about to die. And I'm just sort of stuck here. If I have to get off this hillside fast, I almost 100% am going to trip and fall off the 12 to 15 foot cliff onto the boulders below, like hundreds of 5 to 20 foot boulders as well. So I'm feeling pretty screwed about now. But then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at the campsite, which was just out of sight. I had zipped her in my tent so she didn't wander off while I was away, so yeah, I'm absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kind of snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order and call my dog back to me, Loki by the way. He comes and sits against my feet, as my back is against a tree, so I'm kind of pinned or stuck there for the moment. But my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from something up there, so I let him lean against me while I try to collect myself. This is when I realized too that I had completely forgot that I had my headlamp on. I reach up so fast up to turn my lamp on and I basically punch myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline pumps going right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my lamp on and peer up the hillside. I figure I'll at least get a reflection of the eyes or whatever's up there. I peer up there, I look around, but nothing. But I just heard something. We both did. And whatever it was, it didn't get away or sound like it had made it too far, I guess. I knew something was there, so I'm just kind of steadfast at this point. I need to know what's up here because I have to sleep here tonight. And I'm out in the middle of nowhere alone, right? Better to face it now than wait like a sitting duck all night is my thought process. So yeah, as I'm looking up this hill and at one point my dog lunges forward, unpinning me, he does like a fake bluff charge up the hill about 15 feet and he's snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement, something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon or sunset. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover, so I'm zeroed in now. I call my dog back and silently watch, and what I make out made my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about maybe 75 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camo clothes, but some raggedy sort of hood. It blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I couldn't see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something, but I knew that we were staring right at each other at that moment. So, I stare, for what seems like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I was going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know that I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken to speak. As I'm staring, my little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again, like she was scared. And I also had to get off that hill before total darkness, or I could be seriously hurt or risk dying trying to get back down. So, carefully, I start heading down the hill with my dog, who doesn't want to leave but listens. Periodically, I would stop with my back against a tree holding me up and look in that direction again just to make it even more clear that I saw him. And eventually, I make it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time that I finally jumped down and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking, and I could only see the top of my tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought that she was barking just to sort of bark. Dachshunds do that. Or just barking back at my dog, maybe. But when I get there, my little dog had somehow got out of the tent and was walking around the camp growling with her tail sticking straight up. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just got her nose between the zippers and worked her way out. But I was positive that I had zipped it, so the zipper tap or openings was at the very top of the tent door, way out of reach of her. There was no way that she could have done that. In a mixture of being terrified, annoyed, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and pulled out my .40, and I fire a single shot into the air as the sun was setting. I climb into my tent without eating, and lay with my gun next to me until first light. And as soon as the sun came up, I was packing up my stuff and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucked too that it was all downhill back there, but I still couldn't cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time that I made it to the last camp, maybe about 4 miles from my vehicle, but thankfully there were other people there. We sat around a fire that they'd made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe at this point. And they start to tell me that they're planning to head that way where I was the night before in the morning. So I tell them my story in detail, and needless to say, we were both walking back to our cars in the morning, because, well, to heck with that, right? The thing that still creeps me out about this whole day, though, is that when I got home and started reading reviews of the same hike that I was on, other people had had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago, and even a woman who was found murdered last year. I don't know for sure if these stories are related to my experience, but I just can't help but think that they just might be. So I'm a 22-year-old female from Hawaii, and I live on the more country side of my island, where not even Google Maps can tell you exactly where I live. To put it simple, I live in the boonies, and people who don't live by me don't come into my neighborhood unless they're lost. I'm only saying this for context, too. So, about 3 days ago, I was in my driveway on my way to catch the bus to work, till a weird catering truck came towards my house and pulled into my driveway. A middle-aged guy came out, wearing a tacky Aloha shirt only tourists would be seen wearing, dirty khaki shorts with run-down sandals. He looked dirty, to say the least, and looked like he hadn't scrubbed in days. He asked me if I wanted to buy meat or seafood, and said no thanks, and then asked if anyone was home. I lied and said my uncle was home, hoping that he would go away. These kind of trucks don't come anywhere on my side of the island, by the way, but anyway, he didn't leave. Then proceeded to compliment my looks, saying how I have nice hair, and going on to say how beautiful island girls are and how our curves are all good and all this sort of stuff. It was creepy, but it wasn't until my neighbor came outside that he drove off. Yet, once I turned the corner, there he was, slowly driving behind me. I felt sketched out and called my mum, who's a dispatcher, and told her what happened and how he looked. She told me that she would handle it, and by the time more people started coming out of the houses, he had left. 2 hours later, I was at work, and she tells me that she got a couple of other calls about the same guy with the exact same description as me, and I was asked to go to the station to say if I recognized anyone, and I pointed at his picture. And they confirmed that apparently he was a well-known sex trafficker that they hadn't been able to track for like weeks. And to say that I got lucky is an understatement, to say the least. Since then, I've locked my house as soon as my mum leaves for work. I haven't really slept much, and have been throwing up or having panic attacks anytime I leave time for myself to think. To be completely blunt, I'm scared and I don't know what to do. He knows where I work, my house, my face, and it scares me to the point that I've even covered up my windows just in case someone might try to look inside. I'm wondering if you guys have any advice about what I should do. So this happened years ago in about 1997 when I was 12 or 13, and I still haven't come up with a good explanation for it. My mum and I had decided to repaint my bedroom at some stage, so this particular day we started by moving all of my furniture into the center of my bedroom, apart from my bed, which we moved in pieces onto the landing outside my bedroom. The bed was a single and it was fairly sturdy, with drawers in it, so heavy too. And there was also a headboard, a mattress and bedding. At the time, we lived in a pretty big Victorian house. I'm in England, and my bedroom was down a long corridor with the other 3 bedrooms on the opposite side of the house. For context too, I never really liked that house and had bad feelings about it right from when we moved in, when I was like 4, and other people said the same over the years too. There were a few other, I guess you could call them odd occurrences too, but this one was the weirdest by far. So, that day, we closed my bedroom door and set to painting my walls. This took all afternoon, though we had a break, so we're in and out of my bedroom a couple of times. Once we finished painting, though, my mum had an appointment for a plumber to come around to diagnose a problem with the boiler. He wasn't there long, maybe 10 minutes at most, and then we had dinner. It was early evening now when my mum said that we could probably put all my furniture back into my room and get it ready for me to sleep in that night. However, we moved all the furniture from the middle of my room back into place, and then we went to get my bed, and it was just gone. We couldn't work out where it was, and probably stood on the corridor outside my bedroom for 5 minutes discussing whether we were losing our minds or not. And then we set off looking for it, checking other rooms, and eventually we found it. In my mum's bedroom, of all places, on top of my mum's bed. It was set out exactly as it should be too, with the base the right way up, the mattress on top, the headboard in the right place. The whole thing was built. It was ready to be slept on. Except obviously it was on top of my mum's bed in her bedroom. I can still remember the feeling that I had pushing my mum's bedroom door open and seeing it, and just knowing that something really weird had happened. I was actually pretty scared, and so was my mum, though initially she tried to hide it, saying things like, there has to be an explanation. However, we talked it around endlessly and have done 100 times since, and we've never come up with an explanation. My mum even called the plumber that night to ask if he'd moved it, and he was really perplexed and said that no, because why would he have done that? And more importantly, how could have he even done it when he was there for like only 10 minutes and was checking something on the boiler the whole time? I should also add that my sister, age 10, was in the house at the time of this incident, but was watching films and playing downstairs the whole time. She was also freaked out and started crying, which earned me a ban on ever talking about it in front of her ever again. Also, just to be clear, the layout of the house meant the bed had to have been moved along the corridor from my room and then moved around like 3 corridors to get into my mum's bedroom before being lifted up onto her bed. It was a two-person job for us to move it back, and because the base was bulky, I think even someone really strong would have struggled to move it alone. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I feel almost certain that the plumber couldn't have done it, and definitely not my sister. One thing I've always wondered, though, is that at one point the bed moved. I mean, we were in and out of the bedroom all day, but we only noticed it wasn't where it should have been when we went to put it back together. I still have no idea what happened, but when I think about it now, it still freaks me out, man, because there's just no way that that bed should have been where it was. So my boyfriend and I moved into a new apartment in May this year, and we've been experiencing some really weird things since then. The first thing that I noticed was when I was sleeping in one morning, my boyfriend was already awake playing video games in the living room. I was woken up to a woman's voice that sounded like a very soft and gentle voice, but also sounded like a woman was very nervous. It sounded sort of urgent, and she just said no over and over again, each no sounding more pronounced. I woke up very confused, obviously, and assumed that my boyfriend had a guest over. It sounded like a disagreement, so I quickly got out of bed and went to see what was wrong. I swear on the way to the living room too, I was still hearing mumbling voices in a conversation. And as I'm sure you've guessed, there was nobody there. When I talked to my boyfriend, he said that there wasn't any voice. His video games were plugged into his headset as well, so it wasn't like it was the TV. I've had experiences with hallucinations when falling asleep or waking up in my younger years. Although it had been years since this last happened, I assumed that it was just that and thought nothing more of it. That was until my boyfriend started experiencing things as well. You see, a couple of nights later, he woke up to the same voice. He described it as an older woman's voice that was soft and gentle, and it said, "No, don't worry about it, I've got it." It again sounded clear, as if he was just having a conversation with someone in the room. This one scares me even more because he said he was waking up but fully awake when he heard it. At first he thought that it was me, but I was still asleep obviously, and he shook me awake because he was so unnerved. But the scariest thing was maybe a couple of weeks after that. My boyfriend had gotten up to pee in the middle of the night, and when he came back, I was sitting up and looking at him. Or, more accurately, my side of the bed had a figure sitting up looking at him, but it wasn't me. It took my boyfriend a moment to realize that he could also see me laying in my normal spot, and it was like this figure was sitting up on top of me almost. In other words, somebody else was in my spot too, just staring at my boyfriend. He quickly turned on the light, obviously waking me up, but when he did, the figure vanished. He was really shaken up then too, and I always hear voices and noises when I'm home alone. We've had paranormal experiences in the past, but not like this. We smudged every time something scary happens, and things lighten up for a couple of days. But considering that there was nothing for the first few months that we lived here, I'm nervous that this might be escalating. I, a 30-year-old female, had just woken up and was getting ready for the day in our bathroom, which is attached to our bedroom. If you look through the door, you have a full view of our bed and my sleeping 5-year-old son as well. Now, I saw something adult-sized move past the door in the dark bedroom at its regular walking speed, so I opened the door a bit and looked out. There was no one there though, and my kid was snoring. My husband should have been at work for 2 hours at that point. I checked our security cameras and saw nothing but my husband leaving for work earlier. So I chalked it up to anxiety and sleep deprivation, as I'm heavily pregnant and can't sleep at all right now, basically. Anyway, a few minutes later, I heard what sounded like an adult man humming, but it only lasted a few seconds. Can't name the tune. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, as we sleep with the box fan on full blast right outside the door, and I had the exhaust fan on at that time. I looked out the bathroom door again, but nothing. Am I going crazy? I took a deep breath and continued washing my face. The door was open about 2 or 3 inches, and the mirror in our tiny bathroom is one that covers most of the wall, from the counter to almost the ceiling. It's big, and you can see everything behind and around you, and the door is to my left, right behind me. You could reach in and tap my shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, through the mirror, I suddenly saw something that wasn't there before. There was a hand reaching through the opening of the door, gripping the door frame right behind me. It looked like a grown man's hand and was at eye level, and I instantly froze, then turned around half expecting my husband to be playing a prank, because who else would be in here with me? But the hand was gone. I even checked through the mirror. Instantly, though, my child screamed, and I jerked the door open. Nothing there but a scared kid with eyes wide open. He wasn't looking at me, though. Who was that? Who, baby? I was trying not to sound scared. He stared off into space for a few seconds, then seemingly forgot about whatever happened. He said, "Mama, why did you say my name?" I said, "I didn't, baby. Did you hear your name?" "You said my name real loud, and then you weren't beside me." "I was in the bathroom, and I don't think I did, buddy. It sounded like you." Obviously, I checked the cameras. I checked the windows, the doors, every room and closet, shaking the whole time, but in the end, there was nothing. I feel safer living in this apartment than I ever have anywhere else, which is strange, I know. Even alone, and I've had bad anxiety before. Like I said, if it was only one of us, I would have shrugged it off as sleep deprivation or night terrors, which my kid has never had, or something rational, I suppose. But that just wasn't the case here. So, what did we see? What did we hear? Before I begin this, I would like to provide at least a little bit of backstory. I live in Pennsylvania, and during this particular encounter, I was at my aunt's. She has 3 kids, and her house is about 3 or 5 miles down a remote dirt road off to a sort of highway through the rural area. She's approximately 25 minutes away from the store and 35 away from the police station. Oh, and before I start, understand that I do not usually believe in supernatural things. It was about 2 or 4 months ago. I was at my aunt's for a birthday party. I got there at around 2 p.m. and by 7 p.m. we were ready to leave. So, my cousins, her kids, asked if I would stay over because they don't see me very often. I agreed, as I also would enjoy time with them. So, after the party and after everyone had left, it was my aunt, her 3 kids, and her husband and I. My aunt and uncle went to bed at around maybe 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I stayed up with the youngest cousin. Her name is Amy. Amy and I were in the living room watching some Criminal Minds up until around maybe 11 p.m. She decided to go to bed, and I sort of just stayed up watching the show. Mind you, it's now pitch black outside, and I'm in the middle of the woods. For this factor, though, they had motion-activated lights outside, and as I was watching television on the couch, which was against the window, I noticed that the light outside turns on. My heart is beating seeing it, as it's in the middle of the woods, and people should not be around the house, so I looked out, and it luckily was just a deer about 20 or 30 feet out by the tree line. Since it was only a deer, I went back to watching my show, and of course the deer was cute, nothing to be worried about, right? Well, 5 minutes pass by, and the light shuts off. I'm still watching Criminal Minds. I gather my blankets and pillows to get ready for bed, as I was sleeping in the living room that night. As I'm sort of setting up the pillows on the couch and laying the blanket down, a sudden bright flash startled me. It's the motion-activated light outside of the living room window. Before I even looked, I thought to myself that it must just be that deer again. However, I looked out again reluctantly, but there was nothing there. At this point, it was like 11:45, almost midnight, and I'm pretty tired and yawning. I go back to organizing my sleep space, and not even 30 seconds later, I hear something clank the window that I had just observed out of. Once again, I turn to check out what the heck just hit the window, and what I saw, I can't even explain rationally. Off to the side by the tree in the yard was the deer again. However, it just wasn't the same deer. It now looked sort of deformed, almost malnourished, stomach extremely sunken in and barely any fat on the animal. It just stood there looking straight at me, and it felt like it was staring into my soul almost. This deer, if it could even be called a deer, made me feel extremely unsettled, and I did not feel safe. And what I saw next made my stomach sink to my feet. This malnourished deer that made me feel such a foreboding and disturbing feeling contorted and ran off on 2 legs. 2. It went into the woods out of my sight, running like a human. By this time, I'm absolutely freaking out. My heart is racing and I'm the only one awake. I immediately closed the curtains, ran to make sure the doors were locked, and I sat away from the window, trying to process what I'd just seen. It was troubling, to say the least. No matter how much I thought about it, I just couldn't rationalize what I saw. This deer, literally skin and bone, contorted and folded in ways that are not even capable with normal joint function. The way it ran off on 2 legs, the way it stared at me before all of it happened. I can't process it. Obviously, I didn't sleep that night. I ended up going to my aunt's bedroom, telling her what I'd seen. She didn't believe me for obvious reasons and told me, "You're just so tired you're seeing things." But I can tell you with 100% certainty that I saw what I saw. After that night, I refused to stay at my aunt's anymore, and if we would go there for a party, we made sure that we left before dusk. I've heard other stories from locals in the area from when they were hunting, and I remember one mentioning a tribe or a cult that lived in the area off the beaten path. Maybe it was one of them, and I was just tired, and I don't know. Maybe not. If anyone has had anything similar, then please do let me know, because I feel crazy about this, and I can't find anything similar. I can't even talk about it to people because they think I'm crazy or on drugs or something. So, it was my birthday, and I was with my best friend at her friend's house in an apartment building. But just your average party, I guess. We're all drinking, hanging out, blasting music. My friend's friend introduces me to a guy at the party. I think his name was Ed, but I'm not completely sure. I talk to him a bit though and go and mingle, but an hour later he finds me and starts talking to me again. He's an openly gay guy. I want to say in his late 20s maybe. I was maybe 19 at the time. But I talk to him again. He's really nice and all, but just has a slight edge of sort of loneliness to him, I guess. We talk again. Again, I go and mingle. 2 a.m. hits. Party winds down. My friend and I are heading out the door, and my friend says to me, "I'm starving. Let's go to the 7-Eleven. Ed hears this and says, "It's only 2. Don't go home yet. Come up to my apartment and chill, and I'll make you guys some food." It seemed like a reasonable offer, to be honest. The fact that he was obviously gay made us both feel that we were in no danger. We go upstairs and chill on his couch, watch TV while he makes us hot dogs and mac and cheese and stuff. We eat and talk to him, and maybe 45 minutes to an hour goes by. It's around 3 a.m. Really is time to go home at this point. So I say, thanks a lot for the food, man. It was great, but we really should go. My friend stands up too. What? Are you kidding? He says. You just got here. I've got dessert too. Just hang for a bit. I've got blankets if you want to sleep here on the couch. It's late to be walking around. I hear that tone in his voice again, that sort of sense of loneliness, this time tinged with desperation. I didn't feel any danger, just sort of felt sad for him, I guess. He seemed a bit lost. Sorry, but we really can't, I said. I walked towards the door and he hesitated like he was going to say something and then just shrugged and gave me a hug and my friend. We left the apartment and went home. About 3 months later, I was watching the news one night and I see his face and apparently he was arrested for murder. He invited a guy to his place and when the guy tried to leave, he allegedly freaked out and killed this dude. I still wonder if we were actually in any danger that night. I can't lie, I felt no danger at the time. I never felt like he was weird or off, just a lonely, slightly awkward sort of person, but perfectly nice dude. To be honest, it really freaked me out a bit, and that feeling lasted for quite some time. Just the thought that I could be in a room with someone capable of something like this, someone having issues and close to losing it, and literally have no idea, it scares me. So, I work nights as a security guard at a casino. The place never closes and is always full of people, so I guess I just never expected anything spooky to happen. A part of a security's job is carding people, so one of us has to be at each entrance at all times. One of the entrances is for valet, but since our valet is closed due to the pandemic, hardly anyone comes in that door, especially during my shift. It was my turn too to spend an hour at that door from 4 to 5 a.m. this past Tuesday. It was my Friday and I get off at 6 a.m. so I was pacing back and forth and looking at stuff in the window of the gift shop just waiting to be relieved. Only 3 people had left out that door since I'd been there, so I was standing at the carding podium just staring down at my schedule to see who was coming to relieve me when I heard someone say good morning. And honestly, that kind of spooked me because I wasn't expecting anyone, to be honest. I looked up real quickly to see an older guy walking towards the podium. I said good morning back and looked back down to take my mask off of my badge, where I'd hung it, and put it back on and all that. But when I looked up again, he was just gone. I thought that he just walked right past me, so I turned to look down the hallway heading to the casino floor, but there wasn't anyone but table game dealers coming back from break out of the employee door further down the hallway. I basically just sort of spun around in a circle looking for this guy. I mean, there just wasn't anywhere else for him to go. There's escalators behind me that go up to the event venue and the closed gift shop next to me. I walked out of the first set of doors to look if he went back outside and, well, there wasn't anyone out there either. Now, I wasn't even thinking about anything paranormal had happened, so I just picked up the phone and dialed surveillance to ask them where that guy went, and if he got past me because we're supposed to card everyone regardless of age. But they told me that no one had even come in according to the cameras. This is a casino, and the cameras cover every inch of the place in Ultra HD, and apparently they didn't see anyone. They saw me look up like someone was there, turned to look down the hallway, then walk through the doors and look outside and all that. But apart from that, there was nothing. In the end, I just thanked him for checking and hung up, thoroughly confused. I don't even know what I would call this ghost encounter. It was just weird. The guy looked totally normal, just an older man. Looked like he was in his maybe 60s, white guy with a Chicago Bears hat. He was wearing a blue polo shirt and jeans as well. I don't know if I was just really tired and seeing things or what the heck happened, but Now, I'm going to feel weird about being put at valet entrance that late in my shift from now on, I suppose. Anyway, I don't know what happened that night, but wish me luck with my next shift because it's coming up soon. This kind of mess up always happens in the worst situations. I get nervous, act stupidly, and the world blesses me with mercy every time. This time around, I was at home, pretty unusual for me. The last days I'd been sick and stayed home from school, and that Friday I was fully recovered but decided to skip classes anyways because it was the end of the week and it just wasn't worth the trip. A little bit of background too. Both of my parents were out. My father had late shifts and my mother was taking care of an elder, so she had to sleep at her house. We have like wooden slab sort of thing that close on the windows and doors for the heavy weather that is also closed at night for avoiding people to look inside through the curtains that are very transparent, mind you, especially at night when the only light source is inside the house. But my parents used to open them when they were home during the day to make the environment naturally illuminated, but I spent all day in my room like a goblin, so I never did. The only one opened was the one that my parents left open for getting out of the house. This is an important detail too, so keep it in mind. Now, at some point I noticed a grey car parked across the road on the specific times of the day. They simply parked, stayed a while, and then drove off. I figured that it must have been some of my neighbours' visitors since they didn't have a place for more cars, so sometimes their friends park on the bus stop. And one day I was cutting myself some tomatoes for a sandwich when I heard a loud bang at the glass door. I quickly turned at where the sound was coming from and spotted a man that was throwing himself against the door with his whole body weight. I tell you that door isn't made to hold any kind of trauma. It was a full panel of glass, as fragile as it may sound. Many people broke it by mistake during parties and stuff, and I was totally sure, looking at the shaky nails, that it wouldn't have lasted another 2 bangs. My mind at this point dropped to a caveman level, and I decided to open the door with a table knife in my hand, a rounded table knife, mind you. The man fell before my feet, and I collected myself with the most efficient expression that I could give. I didn't say a word. I just stared at him as he quickly got up and backed off. He then proceeded to make up just the messiest explanation that I've ever heard. He said something like, "Oh, I didn't know you were home," and then asked me if my parents were home, because he had a service for sharpening knives. That is the thing here. People do go around streets and stop home by home for various services, but knife sharpening service? That was a new one. He then looked quickly at my hand and responded to himself that we didn't need any sharpening and he had made a mistake. I then saw a woman coming out of the corner and following him to come into the house before noticing me. The man turned and shook his head seriously with eyes wide open. She backed off too, and they quickly ran to their car, from which, unfortunately, I didn't get the plate. Honestly, I don't even think I could have seen it from that far. I then closed the wooden slabs, shut the door, and proceeded eating my unfinished sandwich with shaking hands. So I used to work in a museum a couple of years ago. It was an open-air museum that consists of old houses that were transported from all over the country and placed in one spot. I switched between the spots that I worked in, but one of the places that I frequently worked in was one of the most remote spots, which was a little city town made out of sort of tall buildings from Europe around the 14th and 16th century. Again, these buildings are originals, and they have been transported stone by stone to this spot and rebuilt exactly. So, here's my story. Now, I usually was the first one to arrive in the morning, which meant that I opened up the buildings and switched on the lights and stuff like that. But me being often too lazy before my first cup of coffee, usually walked around in the dark to go grab my coffee and go to the toilet first. The toilets were on the 2nd floor, and our little kitchen was sort of hidden on the 3rd floor, and oftentimes when I was at the toilets, I would hear footsteps on the stairs and then on the 3rd floor. It's all made out of old wood, so they creaked a lot. Me thinking it was probably the cleaning lady arriving, I head towards the third floor and open the door, only to find it empty and still dark. I'm not easily scared though, so I just sort of shrugged it off and made my coffee and went back downstairs to open for the day. But my other colleague arrives about half an hour later, and I ask her about it, and she confirmed that I was the first and only one there that morning. Every time I heard the footsteps then, when I was alone in the morning, I just sort of cheerfully greeted my fellow ghost on his way to coffee. As for my second story, this takes place in the same spot, however, not in the same building. So during the day I worked in the museum shop in an old city part, and usually it's pretty busy, so I didn't get much time to do anything else, but on days that it rained extremely hard, nobody would ever venture far enough into the park to come as far as the old city part. So on one of those days, when I was extremely bored, I decided to explore the building a bit. This one also consisted out of 3 floors. The ground floor was the shop, the first floor was storage, and the second and third floors were supposedly empty. Me being curious by nature wanted to see it, so I went up the first floor and walked up to the door that is the entryway to the stairs to the second floor. The doors are really old, so the only lock on them are these little sort of wooden pieces that you have to slide up, which I did. But as I pulled to open the door, which did open by the way, it suddenly was roughly pulled back closed, which was really strange because there was no draft of wind whatsoever. To be honest, I thought somebody was maybe on the other side, but all the doors were closed, all the windows too, and I didn't feel or hear any wind or anything, so I tried again and it was pulled closed again. By this time I was like, okay, clearly something doesn't want me to go in there, so I'll just leave it be. And that's what I did. I went back downstairs and I left it. But later I asked my other colleague about it, asking if he ever went up there and if the door was maybe locked or something. To be honest, I was so shocked by it that I thought that maybe I just imagined opening it. But he confirmed to me that it was never locked. He also said that nobody ever really went up there since one of the guards had tried to take their own life up there or something. I hadn't heard about that before, but I told my colleague about what happened to me that day, and he looked very spooked, because apparently he'd been hearing footsteps as well up there. Anyway, those were the few experiences that I had while I was working in that museum. Obviously I don't work there anymore, but I hope you enjoyed them. This happened about 12 years ago, but I remember it vividly. I was waiting at the Orlando airport for my mum to fly in for vacation to see me. My daughter, she was a year at the time, and my then fiancé were there too. Her plane had been delayed due to weather, and it was getting later and later. When finally the airport was almost empty and it was pretty much midnight, I needed to use the restroom and told my fiancé to hang onto my daughter's stroller as he was falling asleep. I was not tired. I was actually pretty excited to see my mum, and I had drank a few coffees by this point. So I went into the women's room, and every stall door was open. I chose a random one and used it. All the while it was completely silent in there. I left the stall and was washing my hands. The bathroom had a mirror that went all the way across the wall, and I didn't see anything. But while I was washing my hands, I got a really weird feeling. I had been looking down at my hands the whole time, and I looked up, and all of a sudden there was a scary-looking woman standing right behind me, almost touching me, leaning right into me. We sort of made eye contact in the mirror, and she said, "Jesus loves you, do you know that?" In a really freaky way too. Obviously, I was really freaked out by that and just sort of nodded while staring at her in the mirror. She then walked away, and I couldn't see if she left the bathroom or not due to the design of the exit, but I was shaking over the exchange because of the tone she used. It was almost like she was saying that Jesus saved me from her doing something awful to me. I never heard her come in, mind you, and I'm a pretty paranoid person, so I pay attention to listening for people and things. Plus, those bathrooms echo so much, I definitely would have heard footsteps. I also never saw her hands, so I really don't know if she had a weapon or not, but maybe she did. Either way, I timidly left the bathroom, and my fiancé was standing near the bathroom holding my daughter. I asked him if he saw that lady, and he had no idea who I was talking about. I looked around the area, though, and it was completely empty, just us in there. I don't know where she went or whatever happened to that woman, but that face will forever haunt me as long as I live. So do you guys know those silly school trips that last a few days? Well, I used to go on as many of those as I could because I loved them at the time. It was always so much fun to choose your roommates and decide who went on what bed and stuff like that. And I must have been maybe 12 or 13 at the time of this story, everyone else involved being around the same age too. This school trip was meant to be like any other as well. It was for my English class, and it was about a certain author that we were studying at the time. The day started ordinarily too. We got off of the couch and went up to our designated rooms. In the room was a shower and a toilet and 4 bunk beds. One was closer to the door and the second was parallel to it on the opposite side of the room. I was on the bottom bunk and my friend Rosa was on the bunk on top of me. My other friends, Eloise and Noelle, they were on the other bunks, Eloise being on the bottom and Noelle was on the top. Now, to get into our room, you had to go up 2 flights of stairs and sort of into a little foyer area, and from there you had a door directly to the left of the foyer entrance door. You go through that door, and there were 2 more doors, one to the left and one straight forward. The one directly in front was our door. It's important to note too that some friends of ours were in the room to the left. We were also allowed to go out into small groups into the village or the town area as long as we told a teacher. I remember my room and the room next to us too went out to grab some snacks and food as we would not be having food until the next morning, so we wanted something. As our room was bigger, we all went in there to enjoy our masterful feast. And it must have been around maybe 6 p.m. I would guess, but maybe a little later. Our school was very friendly, everyone knew pretty much everyone, so we would have a set time that we would all go down and talk, socialise, play snooker, watch The Love Island, with subtitles of course, or just generally chill out. Our teachers would join in too, and it was a lot of fun. We would usually go up to our rooms around 10 or 11 p.m, and that night we went up at about 10. My roommates and I stayed up for a while, just sort of talking and sharing sweets around. The rooms next to ours didn't have a toilet, and they were worried about what they would do, so we decided that instead of being smart and just giving them our room key and taking it back in the morning, that we would keep the door unlocked for them. And I'm pretty sure that I fell asleep at around midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. At some point, though, I woke up shortly after, completely naked, mind you, and half asleep as well, but I'm a light sleeper, so when I heard the door click shut, I immediately woke up. At first, I sort of assumed that it was one of the girls next door coming in to use the toilet, but it wasn't. I heard a sort of low grunting or panting sound, which confused my little asleep brain to no end, but I concluded that it was one of the male teachers who just forgot to check up on everyone. It's not that uncommon, to be honest, but what I didn't expect was the dude to come over and sit down on the edge of my bed, as if he was getting ready to get in. He sat on my foot, and I guess that he felt it because he stood back up and put his hands on the end bars of the ladders on both of the bunks, I assume trying to stay standing up. For some reason, I still thought that it was a teacher, but I was starting to wake up a little bit at this point, starting to take in the situation. I heard him say, "This isn't my room. It's a room with girls in it." And I just replied, "Yeah, it is." But it was weird because it wasn't a question, and he didn't sound confused or embarrassed. He stated that he was in a room full of young girls and he knew that he was there. I'm pretty sure that he purposely looked for a girl's room too, but he also didn't speak like a normal human being. Looking back, why on earth I wasn't freaked out by this point, I have no idea. Note too that this is only the first night, and a lot of crazy things happened on that trip, some of which are going to haunt me forever. And always lock your doors no matter what. Be smart and be safe, and remember, if something happens to you, especially if someone does something to you, it's never your fault, and you're not alone. But anyway, I heard slight shuffling and the door clicked shut again, and that's when it clicked for me that there was an unknown man in our room, and I had just talked to him. Well, I bolted up into a sitting position and quietly slipped out of bed, grabbing our room key off the coat hook that we put it on. And then I saw legs. I would have screamed if I wasn't so stunned, scared and tired, but I scrambled back into my bed. That's when Rosa woke up. She was incredibly tired and I was on the verge of panic attack. She was incredibly tired, but I was on the verge of a panic attack. I got up off of my bed so she could see and just pointed at the legs when she saw them, and she went wide-eyed and looked like she was about to join me in my panic attack. We started whispering, trying to figure out what to do next, but then Noelle woke up, asking us to be quiet as she was trying to sleep. So Rosa broke the news that we probably wouldn't be sleeping properly at all that night. Noelle didn't believe us at first, so I tiptoed over to her and showed her the legs, and then it hit both of us that he was completely naked. There was a naked, unconscious for all we knew, man in our room, just in front of our door, blocking our only escape route from this room. And so far, it wasn't looking too great. I went over to Eloise and shook her awake. She scared us half to death with how loud she sounded, but we were terrified that this man had come into our room with bad intentions and was either pretending to be unconscious so that we would go near him, or that he somehow managed to knock himself out, but if we went near him, that he might awaken. I got Eloise to calm down, and Rosa once again explained as I started to break down. The other girls were close behind me, and both in distress. It was at this point that we got our phones, and we started calling every friend and contact that was on the trip with us, desperately hoping that they were awake so that they would come and save us. But sometimes, you just have to be your own hero. We were trying to stay calm and figure out a plan when Noelle was able to reach her dad on the phone. He gave us some advice about how to handle the situation, but ultimately told us to get out and find someone to help us now. Remember, though, that this man was in the entryway and blocking the door with his head, and it honestly felt like we were trapped, but in the end, we decided that we just had to do it. If it went wrong, then we would just hit him on the head with the door, and it was that simple. Noelle went first, followed by Eloise, then me, and then Rosa. The door was only open a crack, so we had to move quickly and quietly, trying to fit through the crack as best as we could. Otherwise, we ran the risk of hitting him and waking him up. I'm fairly certain, too, that Rosa actually hit this guy on the head just to spite him, and I wish that I had the confidence to do that, but I didn't. We went through both of the doors and out into the open space of the foyer area. At the left end of the area was one of the male teachers' rooms, and I remember frantically knocking on that door, still being careful not to wake the man or anyone else up, but no teacher ever answered. So we kind of just stood there in the middle of the open area, freaking out, crying ourselves a river. Looking back, I kind of feel stupid, but we can't change the past, right? But then, all of the teachers on the trip came out of a corridor talking quietly. Obviously seeing us sobbing, seeing me and Noelle collapsed on the floor in a breakdown, was not what they had expected to see that night. And apparently the man had been walking around most of the rooms, trying the door handles, knocking on the doors, just trying to get in. My male teachers had caught him and taken him downstairs, and at that point, he had a bedrobe on apparently, but the teachers had gone to one of their rooms to figure out what they should do next. Since we were underage and part of a school, they had to call the police. We had to stay up and wait for the police to arrive, and we had to go to a separate area where the female teacher's room was and calm down over there. Can I say, too, that the lady who told us to be quiet because she and her husband wanted to spend some quality time together, and we were just disturbing their peace, screw you. We were traumatized 12-year-olds. I mean, come on. When the police did eventually arrive, though, they took the man downstairs and we were asked some questions, and we asked questions in return. And the police told us that apparently the man wasn't drunk, he wasn't on drugs either, and he honestly had no reason to be there. They had no idea what his intentions were or what he was doing that night, but he was kicked out of the hotel and was apparently never allowed back there. But I guess that's the creepiest part, because we assumed for so long that he was either drunk or on drugs or something, but no, apparently he wasn't. So what was he doing, just laying there in that hallway, making it almost impossible for us to escape like that? To this day, I still don't know what that guy was up to, but I have a feeling that it was no good. So this happened in 2011. But for some reason, too, I can't get a direct link to the story because the local news website isn't working, or at least the article about it isn't working. Or maybe it's broken or deleted or something. There is some mention of it online, and you can find people talking about it on forums and linking to the article, which appears to be broken or deleted too. So before people start calling me out for not providing a source, just Google body found at James A. Reed, and you'll find what I'm talking about. So I live really close to James A. Reed. It's a little memorial wildlife area of a little over 3,000 acres. It's a popular location for fishing because it has something like 12 small lakes. I consider them large ponds really, but semantics. It has hiking, as there are numerous hiking trails that traverse the entire area, all of which are pretty much light hiking or sort of nature walking sort of trails. It's a popular spot for photographers for shooting portraits, and during hunting season it's popular for bow hunting too. I personally am an amateur photographer, I guess, but I do portraits for a sort of side gig. I like to fish too, and I also like to go hiking. And so it's basically one of my favorite places, and I go there really often. I got into portrait photography by shooting school photos and couples and such at this location too. It has fields with tall grass, great colours in the fall, docks, and easily accessible changes in scenery. It's basically a photography goldmine. I still do photography, but I'm quite a bit better known at this point, and obviously significantly better than I was then. But I still use James A. Reed as my go-to location for almost everything. Boy Scout troops also go hiking through the area on nature walks and such. It's a very popular area, in fact. In the summer of 2011, though, the body of a 19-year-old guy was found at the wildlife park. They call it a wildlife park, but I mean, the wildlife amounts to deer, fish, lots of snakes, squirrels, and cranes. I've never really seen anything else there, and I've been there more times than I could ever really count, I think. Anyway, the story of this kid's body was a minor news story, but since I was so familiar with this area, it was of interest to me. But the news report was immediately confusing. You see, according to the report, the kid had been partying with some friends and he'd OD'd at the party, and the story breaks apart here because his friends say that he wandered off and they didn't know where he went. His mother thinks, for no clear reason, and this is the operating story that the news went with, that he OD'd at this party and his friends dumped his body in the wildlife area in the middle of the night. But both of these things are pretty much impossible, and I'll explain exactly why. So the article mentioned which lake this body was found near. It was Bodark Lake, which is pretty much the farthest lake from the entrance to the park that you can get to. And getting to this particular lake requires driving down about 1.5 miles long paved road that hasn't had any service in at least 2 decades. This thing is riddled with potholes that are car killers, in fact. If you don't know where they are too, you have to take the road slow, because hitting one of these things in anything short of a full-size pickup will likely destroy your tire and wheel. I've driven it so many times that I have the potholes memorized now, and can drive it pretty normally, weaving in and out of them when they come up. But in the dark of night, this would be really tricky. especially for some drunk and high teenagers. But that in and of itself isn't impossible to do, I suppose. But there are 3 gates between the entrance and where this body was allegedly found. One right at the driveway leading into the park, which is one of the large swinging steel gates. The next gate is just after that one, and in order to get to Bodark, you need to make an immediate right-hand turn after the visitor centre. And that is where you run into the 10-foot tall chain-link fence that's meant to keep the deer in the wildlife area. This fence runs the entire perimeter of the reserve as it's right off of a highway, and they want to make sure the deer stay there for hunting season. You need to get through a second chain-link fence gate that's chained shut every night too. The park opens at sunrise and closes at sunset, and after you go through that gate, you get on the previously mentioned paved road for about 3 minutes and come to what they constitute as the ranger station, but it's really just a big parking lot pretty much. From there, there's another giant fence gate that is chained shut at night. After you're through that gate, you're in the clear to get to Bodark Lake. Now, the trail near Bodark Lake is particularly scenic, and I've used it countless times for photo shoots. It's also a good walk through nature, so the next day my girlfriend and I decided that we should go and check it out, see if we could find where they found the body. I know, it's a bit disrespectful, but we really were going to go there anyway, so why not, right? Well, we did find where they found the body. We know this because the police tape was still there, but man, it was one heck of a chore. In order to get where the body was found, you had to start on the trail near Bodark, but about 5 minutes into the walk, go completely off the path and go through the trees and brush, down an extremely steep slope that goes downward about 20 feet, and cross the stream at the bottom. The stream was about 3 to 4 feet deep, as it was running high, though the water doesn't move very fast. The only reason that we knew where we were going was because the original trail was high enough up that, through the trees, we caught the glint of the yellow caution tape way in the distance. When hiking, we both wore a pair of Vibram hiking shoes that didn't have trouble with water. Yes, the ones with the weird toes. But the water was still deep, and we didn't particularly want to go swimming, so we walked upstream for quite a while until we found a section that was thin enough to jump across. Mind you, we walked upstream about 10 minutes before we found this, and then walked back down the stream to where we had been to continue in the direction of the caution tape, which we could no longer see now that we were on level with it. After a few more minutes of sort of trudging through particularly thick brush and forestry, we finally arrived at the second stream, on the other side of which was the roped-off area of police tape. The actual taped-off area was pretty small, so we were able to tell pretty much exactly where the body was found. It was on a pile of rocks right on the other side of the stream. We didn't cross this stream because, well, we found it, and I guess that was good enough. I mean, there was really nothing else to see. And we'd gone from a Class 0 nature walk to a Class 2, and at times Class 3 hike to even get here. And that really got me thinking too, because there was just absolutely zero possibility of any drunken teenagers carrying a human body this far into the wilderness in the middle of the night. And this is after they bypassed the 3 gates, which were never reported to have been broken into at all. This kid was way off the beaten path, and was very literally in the middle of the wilderness. It was so remote, in fact, that his body was there for at least a couple of days before anyone found it. Now, I've done a lot of hiking, and even completely sober, in the middle of the day. This was a real challenge to get to. It's equally impossible that he just wandered away from some party in the middle of the night, and just found himself here. I mean, there are houses along the highway across from James A. Reed, most of which are farms, and if you go a couple of miles down the highway, you do find a residential area. But the notion that he got messed up, wandered miles down the road, hopped 2 10-foot fences, walked a mile down a barely paved road, went into the forest, crossed 2 deep streams, sat down on a pile of rocks, and decided to OD in the middle of the forest, is equally, if not more unlikely. So I guess the question is, what happened to him? I don't know, but I think it's a lot more likely that they went into the forest during operating hours and all started doing something in the middle of the forest, and they left him where he died. But still, this is a massive stretch, and I cannot stress to you the difficulty of getting to this location. Anyway, why am I telling this story? I mean, it just sounds like some really shoddy police work, right? I'm getting there though. Hang with me. So, we started our retreat back to the actual trail, climbing through the trees and the brush, which was now significantly more difficult because we were going uphill, back to the first stream, and after that it was a steep incline, which was definitely going to require grabbing trees and getting firm footholds, and a bit of teamwork too. But before we got that far, we had to track back upstream to get to the point where we could jump across it. And right here is where it got really weird. So, as we're following the stream up, we stopped dead in our tracks, because a middle-aged man in a full business suit was just walking in the stream. He was a tall guy. The water came up right around his chest. He was in a white dress shirt, a black blazer, black tie, and he had a briefcase in his hand that he was kind of letting float behind him. He was walking downstream, so coming directly towards us, but paid us no mind. We both just sort of stopped and stared at this guy, and then at each other as if to silently say, "What the heck?" And both of us backed up as he got closer to us. He passed us by without saying anything or even looking in our direction. He was bald, white, probably around 45 years old, I'd say, and fairly broad. He had a completely blank expression on his face, and he honestly looked like he hadn't slept in days. What I mean is that he had massive bags under his eyes, which were just completely dead, for a lack of a better term. His expression was just dead, like slightly slack-jawed and eyes glossed over. It's worth noting too that he was dry from the chest up, like he had just entered the water and started walking downstream. He was just walking straight down the stream too, very slowly. And we just sort of stood there, completely silent, staring at this guy until he passed us by, and we were now looking at the back of his head as he marched forward. Mind you, he definitely could have easily exited the water at any point here. The embankment wasn't difficult, but he just sort of soldiered on down the stream. We now moved away faster than we safely should have, I admit, running up the stream to jump across and get back on the trail and to our car, where we drove off and both immediately started asking each other what the heck that was. We tried to tell our friends about this experience, but it was beyond even really conveying how weird this was. It's even hard telling it here like this. It was just dead silent in the forest too, or at least it seemed that way. All we heard was him sloshing through the water as he slowly made his way downstream to wherever he was going. To be honest too, I sort of expected to read about another body being found, like this guy was off to hang himself in the forest or something, but no such news articles ever appeared. But the vibe that he gave off, like, man, I really can't explain the feeling that seeing this guy gave us. It was like overwhelming dread, confusion, and I'm sure some terror too. I really don't know how to explain the emotions that we were feeling, and we both agreed that we didn't even have words for it, but it was totally a foreign feeling. Anyway, I'm asking all of you guys out of curiosity, what do you guys think we came across out there? I know I probably didn't need all the backstory, but it's a weird case that locals generally feel was not sufficiently answered, because anyone familiar with the area and location will tell you exactly what I just did, that both accounts of how he got there are just basically impossible. So, were the body and the businessman in the river related, or did he just stumble upon something else while out looking for the location? Who, or possibly even what, do you think this dude was? I want to tell you that it was just a guy randomly walking down a stream of disgusting murky water in a business suit, because, let's be honest, weirder things have happened, but I just can't shake the feeling that this guy gave off. I don't know. What do you guys think? I was driving through eastern Washington on some state roads. There was no rest stops or cities, but I'd done the route enough to know where there were massive dirt areas every 40 miles, where you could park safely away from the road and take a rest. I decided to call it a night and closed my blinds and laid down to watch something on my phone. After roughly an hour, I hear someone try to pry open the driver's side door. I haven't heard any vehicles on the road the whole time that I'm parked, but I get up and peek out of the curtains. As I'm looking out into the blackness of the driver's side window, I hear them try the passenger side door. I peek down from the top of the curtain, but can't see anything, so I start the truck and I kick on the lights. I'm fairly freaked out at this point, so I'm still not opening the curtains, but peeking through the gaps. There's nothing, though. Nobody is standing near either of my doors or parked with sightline. I take a deep breath and close the sleeper curtains too, because for some reason that's going to make things better, right? Anyway, after laying back down and convincing myself that something must have blown against the truck and it only sounded like the doors, it was fairly windy outside and a lot of flat ground. I hear what sounds like someone trying to pry open the vents on the sleeper. The door handles start clicking again, and the truck starts shifting like somebody is climbing on it. I hit the little alarm button in the sleeper, hoping to spook them off, but it does nothing but add to the noise of the door handles. Then there were fingers tapping on the windows and the chassis, and finally, the hiss of the air coming out of the suspension. And then, all of a sudden, it just stops. There's a few moments where I can only hear myself breathing and my heart pounding before I hear another truck approach and then drive by. I spent the next few hours waiting for whatever it was to come back, but it never did. In the morning, I couldn't find any footprints or damage to my truck, but on every single window, there were these tiny human-looking handprints, almost like a toddler had licked their hands and stuck it to my window over and over again. I'm not sure what was out there that night, but man, am I glad that my truck withstood the test. Around 2006-ish, I was driving flatbed, picked up a load of construction material, drywall, roofing. Don't remember really, but it was pre-packaged in boxes, and I remember having to use strap protectors on the load, in rural Tennessee. My memory is foggy now, but I want to say that it was between Memphis and Nashville, but closer to the intersections of the MS-ALTN state lines. Anyway, tarp required, so I strapped everything down, tarped the load, and left the shipper. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere, woods on a 2-lane road, I noticed my tarp flapping in the wind. I found a wide shoulder, and I pulled over to fix it. I realized pretty quickly, too, that I just flat out did a terrible job tarping this load, and decided to just redo the whole thing on the side of the road. So I undo all the bungee straps, drag the tarps off, roll them back up, climb up on the load, and start unrolling the tarps again. And I see a guy walking down the road, same side of the road that I'm on, coming towards my truck. I don't really think anything of it, other than to keep an eye on him because, well, I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I just continue what I'm doing. About the time that I have the tarp set in place and am climbing down to start hooking the bungee straps back on, this dude is getting pretty close now, enough so that I'm now paying more attention to him than I am to tarping my load. I grab my winch bar and set it on the trailer where I'm working, just in case. It's an 8-pound solid metal bar about 4 feet long, tapered to a blunt end on one end, and it's also hollow on the other. It's used for tightening straps and chains and stuff like that. So, the guy gets to me, and the first thing that I notice is his hair. It's like a mullet, but it's sort of really patchy. Like he tried to cut his own hair or something, and maybe had a seizure in the process and said, good enough to party. The next thing I noticed, though, were his eyes, which I can only describe as just off. Like, they were clear. I didn't think that he was drunk or high or anything, but it also just gave me the distinct impression that the elevator just didn't go all the way up there. His clothes were dirty and not well maintained, with dirty white tennis shoes. And I remember this because he didn't have laces on one shoe, and the tongue was noticeably out of place too. He stops by me, waits until I acknowledge him, and just says, "I've got a long walk." I'm like, "Yeah, man, you do you. We're in the middle of nowhere," making it clear that there's no ride to be had here. He nods though, starts walking by me, continuing on his way, stops at about the driver door of my truck and turns around, comes back to me and repeats himself. "I've got a long walk," he says. At this point, I explain that I just can't give him a ride, insurance and all that, apologize for not being able to help him out, and he seems to accept this, turns around and he leaves. I wait for him to get a little ways away from my truck, and I start working on finishing the tarp job. I still keep an eye on him, of course, and he's moving away from me now. And as I'm putting on the last of the bungee straps, I just look over to check where he's at, and he's turned around heading back towards me again, now about 100 yards in front of my truck, and coming back my way. It looks like he's maybe talking on a cell phone. He has his hand to his face, and I can barely make out his mouth moving. His other hand is waving like he's having a conversation with someone, but I finish with the straps, grab my winch bar, and am climbing into my truck as he's about 10 yards away now. And as soon as I'm in the cab, I lock the doors immediately and set the winch bar on the passenger seat just in case. I look at the guy and realize that he's not talking on a phone. He's talking to his hand. And now I'm beginning to get a bit nervous because he doesn't look like he's having a nice, pleasant chat. Instead, it looks more like an angry conversation. Either way, I cranked the truck up to put it into gear and just pull out and didn't look for traffic or anything. As I pass him, he's just looking at me, still holding his hand to his face with a dead look and just staring at me. It gave me the creeps, and about the time that I hit 5th or 6th gear, I look in the mirror, and all of a sudden, there's just nobody there. So to start off, this happened around 6 years ago. I was 13, and my friends and we decided to hit up the local haunted maze for Halloween one year. We saved up for the tickets, which was somewhere around $20 each. Then we set out the day before Halloween. There were 3 of us in total, and we waited in line for over an hour to get on the ride to take us to the maze, which was about 30 minutes away from everything else, due to the size of it. We were stoked. And when we finally got there, we waited another 15 minutes to get into the actual maze, but then we started our way through. The only thing we could all think, though, was, wow, this is pretty lame, and it was very basic, at first anyway. A few hanging dolls, creepy music boxes, and some weak jump scares. But the further that you went, the scarier it got. They had trailers set throughout the maze that you'd go through and explore, and some of them were pretty gruesome, I'll admit. We finally understood, though, why there was a gore warning in the first place, and a need to know what you were allergic to, as we were sprayed with fake blood once or twice. Somewhere around halfway through the maze, though, a man in a striped sweater came out of the corn. I don't remember much about his costume outside of the dark hair and the black and the red striped sweater, but he followed us at a distance, didn't really say anything. It was definitely unsettling in a way that the other things hadn't been. There was a long distance between my group and the one that was allowed to go in after us, as they made people wait around 15 minutes between the groups to send them. We figured the guy would leave at some point, but it didn't stop us from checking over our shoulders constantly to see when or if he had. He didn't leave up until we hit an area with strobe lights, a sort of giant dumpster, and a chain-link fence set up on its own, sort of like a little maze. And right as we walked by the dumpster, another worker hopped out and began chasing us through the maze. My friends and I ended up tripping and sort of piling over one another, and the employee was kind enough to sort of stop and help us up, then slowly walked us out of the chain link area. We walked a bit past it when the striped sweater dude was there again. He followed us all the way to the end, through this sort of tunnel where the walls closed in on you at all sides, then disappeared as we hit the last batch of zombies, which included one of our friends that was unable to come that night. After getting through them, we walked to the exit, and the sweater wearer was there again, but we had to actively walk past him this time, instead of him being behind us, and I just remember a feeling of just pure dread as I got closer to this guy. Back when I was 13 too, I had very, very long hair. I hadn't cut it in like years, and it was down past my hips. As I walked past this guy, he reached out and grabbed a fistful of my hair and yanked on it, knocking me backwards. My friends stopped when they heard me fall though, and ran back to get me as they'd gotten a bit ahead of me. And the second that we started walking again, the man in the sweater grabbed my shirt, and this time I flipped out. I pushed his hand away and booked it out of there with my friends yelling at this guy. Later on, we were talking to our friends who worked there about it, asking if she knew who that was, as all employees meet up before their shifts in their designated employee area to find out where they'll be stationed for that shift. And when I did, she looked confused, and then told us that none of her co-workers at the maze wore striped shirts, as it didn't fit in with any area of it, and all costumes are coordinated to specific areas. She said that she would look that night closer, but didn't see anyone that matched what we told her. And 6 years later, I still have no idea who that was, or what would have happened if my friends didn't hear me fall. When my ex and I first got together, we stayed at his dad's place out in the high desert of California. There's nothing really much out there but sand, drugs, and old people. His dad's place was a sort of sublet of types. There was a house and I guess what you might call apartments attached to it. The apartment had a living room, a bedroom. It had a kitchen and a bathroom too, all confined in a really tight space though. His dad was an older man in his 80s, always slept on the couch. My ex said that that's just how it's always been too. Now, I've been sensitive to things like ghosts and spirits and the like all my life. My first experience being when I was less than a year old outside the church of my great-uncle's funeral, where I alerted my cousin, who was holding me, to his apparition on the other side of the street. That's a story for another time for sure, but it's just always been like this for me, and I really don't know why. But anyway, that place just always made me nervous. I knew immediately that something was just wrong there, so wrong. In the bedroom, there was enough room for a queen-size bed, bedside tables on either side, and a large closet with one of those sliding doors. Since I was a child, I've always had a rule of keeping closet doors closed at night. There were places that I often saw things, especially ones that never walked this earth or were supposed to anyway. And I remember this one night specifically. I was laying in my bed with my ex, and I suddenly felt a panic attack coming on. The weight in the room had shifted, and there was just something there. And in the dark, the closet door was open. There was a reason for this, and I'll circle back to that later, but I had always had issues sleeping there, especially near that closet. But that night, I looked into the darkness, and I saw something. My breath hiked up in my chest, and my ex asked me what was it. I said, I see it. It lives in the closet. And I knew something had lived there, but this was the first time that it was letting me see it. My ex got really silent all of a sudden, and then he told me that he believed me, that he knew something terrible lived in that closet. How it had attached to his father, he doesn't know, but he said that his dad, this man in his mid-80s, would burst in at like 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning and scream and wake him or us up if that closet door was closed. He would fling it back open, storm out, and go back to the couch in the living room. and he had been doing this since they moved into this place. I think that's why he always slept on the couch, but what I saw was definitely not a human, or even humanoid. It had teeth and sort of cat-like ears and eyes. I could see the teeth glistening through, and they were yellow. It was smiling at me, maybe? I observed it slowly, trying to breathe and see if it would tell me anything, really, or what it wanted, who it was working for, how it came to be, just anything. I can usually get things to talk to me like that, but this thing continued to just stare and smile at me. I immediately got out of bed, and I fled to my car outside. I began texting different friends to try and figure things out. I wanted to be told, was it going to hurt me? Was I in danger by staying there? Why had it shown itself to me now? My ex was screaming at me that if I play into it, that if I used pagan ways of handling it, that it would get worse. He was an Orthodox Jew, and he had his own beliefs, especially about mine. But I just started to refuse going there after this, refused staying there, refused pretty much everything, in fact. My ex and I, we had a bit of a toxic relationship, so it wasn't hard to cut ties to that house in the end, which I'm actually grateful for. Months passed by, and eventually he told me that his dad had suffered a major injury in this house. He had slipped and hit his head so badly, in fact, that he was barely able to function now. It's sad, but his father will probably die alone in that house, and with this thing in the closet, and there's not a thing anyone can or will do to save him. His daughter is trying to get him to move in with her, I believe, or was at least. I don't know, but my ex and I have not had contact over the last few months, but I believe that this thing in the closet is probably attached to him, that it's been feeding off of him for so long that even if he does move, it'll come with him. I just really hope that whatever injury his brain sustained is enough to make him not too afraid, because perhaps that's a mercy. In the summer of 2016, during a summer camp, we went to Henry Cow Park in California to camp out. The day itself was normal, having fun throughout many activities. In my tent, I was with 3 of my friends. Their names are Sam, Mark, and Dave. We set up our tent in a small open area with a grove of trees. We were on the right side, while the girls set up their tent on the left side. We had s'mores and we just sort of hung out, and then we went to sleep. During the middle of the night, at about 12-ish, I heard something going through our bags, which were on the cable adjacent from our tent. Since it was late, I assumed that it was just an animal, like a raccoon or something, and so I just fell back to sleep. About 15 minutes later, though, Dave woke me up, and he whispered to me, "Something's pressing up against the tent." I sort of lightly pressed my hand up against the side of the tent, and then something pressed it back. I was obviously frightened for a few seconds. Then I chalked it up to be an animal once again, since we were obviously in the wilderness. We shook off the feeling, and eventually we just sort of went back to sleep. I know, kids are pretty stupid, right? Anyway, I then woke up at 6-ish and had to use the restroom. I opened the tent flap and was instantly greeted with the sight of some of our bags open and laying all over the floor. I exited the tent to investigate. I then thought about telling my bunkmates, and I turned my head, and the tent had flipped over onto its side. This was really strange because we had securely planted the stakes into the rings to hold down the tent. I then noticed that the stakes seemed to have been taken out. What was really strange, though, was that when we were asleep, we had not felt the tent flipping over. Confused and sort of worried, I woke everyone else up, and they were unsure of what happened too. We set up the tent once again and went through our bags, but nothing from our bags was taken. So we just sort of went on with our day until it was breakfast time. We got our breakfast and went back down to our campsite. We sat down at the benches and tried to think of what caused the tent to flip over like that. I then explained what I heard and felt the previous night to my friends. That's when the girls approached our table and asked Sam, "Why were you snooping around our tent last night, and why were you staring at us?" We all explained that it wasn't any of us, since none of us had exited the tent at any point. We explained what also happened to us last night, and the girls were starting to freak out a bit. After a while of us trying to find some sort of a logical explanation for these events, we eventually came to the agreement that we had no idea what happened, and to just try and forget that it ever happened in the first place. My friends and I explained our experience to the counselors, who couldn't come up with any explanation too. And I've explained this story to many of my friends, and we just have not been able to come up to a definitive answer on what might have happened that night. In February of 2013, I was dating my wife at the time. We decided to take a trip to a resort on Lake Delavan in Wisconsin. The weather was cold, but not unusually so, and we thought that it would be a neat getaway. To set the stage, the place was pretty much deserted when we arrived. It's mostly a summer attraction for families from Illinois to come and vacation. There's a beach where you can go swimming and also a nearby golf course. People also frequently use the resort for weddings. However, when we were there was a thick layer of snow on the resort grounds, and the lake was frozen over from months of sub-freezing temperatures. And not even Valentine's Day was enough to attract more than a handful of guests. We checked in and were directed to our room, which was about 2/3 of the way down a long deserted hallway. The hallway had a long line of rooms on the left side, which faced the lake. Walking to the room was kind of eerie because we passed an arcade that was completely deserted, and there was no sign of anyone else staying in that wing for the night. The hallway was also completely empty and silent. When we arrived at the room, it seemed nice enough and had a pretty view of the frozen-over lake. There was one bed adjacent to the wall nearest the bathroom, which was on the right side when you entered the room. We decided to go out and walk on the ice. As my wife was from a warmer climate and had never done so before, we thought that it would be neat. And when we returned, the first strange thing happened. So as I opened the door to our room, I realized that I had left the light on. However, it abruptly turned off when we entered the room. It looked like one of those lights that has a timer and a motion sensor, so I dismissed it as just a coincidence. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. We went to dinner at the resort restaurant and had a couple of glasses of wine. We were pretty tired too by this time, so we ended up going to bed pretty early. And I must have woken up at around 3 o'clock in the morning, I'd say, with just a really uneasy feeling. The room felt like someone turned the heat off. As I shook off the fogginess of my sleep, I then noticed a figure standing next to the bed. My hair instantly stood up on end, and as I tried to make out what it was, I realized that it was a woman with dark hair and a light-colored dress who was sort of glowing. But before I could make out any more detail, she just sort of dissipated right in front of my eyes. I sort of rubbed my eyes a bit and just sort of dismissed this as maybe a weird dream, a lucid dream, sleep paralysis maybe, and eventually just drifted back to sleep. But about an hour later, I woke up again with that same feeling. She was back, however, this time I was able to make out more detail. She appeared to be Native American, I would say, and had braided hair with a light-colored traditional dress. I didn't get the sense that she wanted to harm me or anything. She eventually dissipated again without saying anything or really moving. But as I laid in bed, paralyzed by what I experienced, my wife abruptly sat up. Thinking that she was awake, I said, "Honey, are you up?" But got no response. Her eyes were still closed, and she laid back down again. Later she told me that she didn't have any memory of doing this. I didn't get to sleep for a long time that night, but also didn't experience anything else after that, which I was grateful for. Next morning, we woke up and were laying in bed just talking. We hadn't been dating that long at that time, and I was afraid of making her think that I was crazy by telling her what had happened. Finally, though, I decided to do it, and see if she remembered anything from the night before. And as I recounted my story, the lights on the headboard above us flickered on and off. They were turned off at that time too, so I found this to be very strange. Later that morning, we went into the bathroom and also noticed that the sink was on full blast, and neither of us recalled even using the sink that morning, let alone putting the sink on full blast like that. We checked out that day and asked the hotel receptionist, in passing, whether or not the resort had any reports of being haunted. I sort of expected them to laugh it off, but I instead got a very defensive vibe and denial from them. I later researched the lake and the resort and found out that the grounds were home to Native American burial mounds and was apparently known to be haunted. I had no idea that this was the case before we went. I even found a post discussing how staff reported seeing a woman in a white dress who would wander the halls of the resort. I can't help but wonder if that was the woman that I saw that night. I moved a lot growing up. By the time freshman year of high school came around, I had moved 7 or so times, and was about a year and a half into my most recent move. I had found a pretty close group of friends in middle school, and we all went to the high school together as well. But I met him through one of those close friends. They were in a band together, and even though he was almost 4 years older than us, we welcomed him into our group. Sam was easily twice my size, tall and heavy-set, and originally kind of intimidating, although I was never afraid of large men before him. Lesson learned. But at the time, I had kind of a bad home life, and I spent as much time as I could at school, sometimes hanging around the school campus until 6 or 7 at night with this friend group. 3 of us lived in the same direction, and we would walk the half-an-hour trip together until our paths split. And one slightly colder evening, Sam offered to walk me home since the others had gone home already. I honestly thought that he was just being a gentleman. He mentioned something from a previous move when he lived in California. Apparently he didn't walk a friend home and something horrible happened. He left it at that, and so I let him walk me home. We got a bit closer after that too. We bonded over both living in California and exchanged numbers. He would message me late into the night about his depression and self-harm, and I just wanted to help. But a few months later, he tried asking me out. It was this big romantic gesture because he learned a Disney song on the ukulele and sang it to me in the cafeteria. But I was already dating someone, and when I turned him down, he got really angry. It was a sort of freaky, quiet, twitchy kind of angry too, and I felt really bad. But it was at this time that I started seeing him everywhere. We were still friends, and we still hung out in our groups, but I would pass him on the street walking somewhere, and a few minutes later, I'd see that he'd changed directions and had started to follow me. He would walk me to my classes by following me in passing periods at a distance. I started to minimize the group time that we would spend together, and he would follow me more. Eventually, I had friends meet me at each class and walk me to my next one because, well, I felt unsafe. I mean, he knew where I lived. And then he started to talk. Not to me, but to mutual friends about that one girl in California who he tried to walk home. At first, she just shared my name, some crazy coincidence. Then she had the same brown curly hair and blue eyes, and every time he rambled about her, she became more and more like me. And then he said what happened. Over literal weeks, this fantasy evolved. They were walking home, and they were jumped by some guy with a knife. It was a robbery gone wrong on her birthday, January 24th, my birthday, mind you. And she died horribly, and he couldn't react in time. She apparently bled out in his arms. Sarah, who has brown curly hair, blue eyes, my name, my birthday, and sounds just like me, bled out in his arms. Each retelling added more and more detail, though, and this guy with this sick fantasy about my death would follow me around and knew where I lived. My boyfriend was abusive, mentally and physically, but I stayed as close to him as I could whenever I could, because if the worst happened, I knew for sure that at least he could throw a punch. I never felt safe at school, or even in our little town, especially walking home from school in the dark. One day, though, at school, he had a huge breakdown, freaked out and ran out of school in a panic. I was sent after him, and I found him curled up on the floor. I got closer. I knew about his anxiety and depression, and my safety aside, I wanted to make sure that he was okay. And it was then that he told me this horrifying story that I'd been hearing from mutual friends with some added details. We'd been walking home from a concert in California. We passed a dark alley and a homeless man came out with a rusty knife and asked for anything valuable. I fumbled for my phone. I didn't have anything else on me, and he thought that I was calling the cops. He stabbed me, and once, twice, again and again, and Sam just stood there horrified. He saw red and grabbed a broken glass bottle nearby my body and attacked this homeless guy. He killed him with his own knife, and he told me that he killed someone. My stalker had actually killed someone. It didn't matter how messed up he was anymore. I didn't care if it was just a fantasy or real. I didn't care how it would affect his mental health anymore. I needed to go to the police at this point. I was really scared for my life, to be honest, and my friends convinced me to go to the school counselor first. That morning we went and we told them everything. The stalking, the stories, how he admitted to murder and that was the reason they moved from California, how I was afraid for my life and wanted to call the police. The counselor didn't take any of this seriously, mind you. She went to the principal, and the principal, not a mental health expert, called Sam in to talk about the accusations. The principal then informed me that he didn't think that Sam had any kind of mental illness or that I was in any danger, and that was that. It was at this point, too, that I pretty much lost faith in all adults, gave up on going to the police, and I stayed with my friend walking me in between classes, hiding behind my abusive boyfriend, and looking behind me every step of my walk home that year. The counselors ended up gaslighting us to the point where this all feels like a fever dream now, and I would think that it's made up if it weren't for my journal entries recording the events, and my growing panic, and also the similar stories from my friend group. But in the end, it was all sort of sorted out. It was a bit of a long process, but I eventually got out of there, and man, am I grateful that nothing ever came of it. Also, just to clarify some potential confusion, I don't actually think anyone actually died in California. I personally think that he's just a pathological liar and that he was so deep in a fantasy that he had convinced himself that it was real. No, I wasn't physically hurt, but it was definitely emotionally scarring, and the threat that he posed to me was definitely 100% real. And like I said, even if he is a liar, the fact that he had these fantasies is probably even more scary.
Welcome to Sinful's Horror Stories. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe now for future content. Please make sure you leave a like on this video, as it will recommend this video to so many more people for them to enjoy. If you want your story featured on an upcoming video, email me at thesinfulsavant@gmail.com. I will leave a link to my email in the description box below as well. Sit back, relax, stay sinful. This story happened a few years ago. I was in my early 20s and was studying in Paris, France. I was going home from university. I usually took a short bus ride and walked the rest of the way. That day, I felt slightly uncomfortable. I could sense some guy looking intensely at me. I was used to unpleasant, unsolicited gazes, but this time, his gaze felt beastly. It's hard to explain why, but I felt like a prey being stalked. I decided to get off the bus a few stops early. I wanted to avoid him and didn't want him to see where I usually get off. Like I learned from the movies, I waited until someone else pressed the stop button and waited until the last moment to stand up and leave. I didn't notice him getting off the bus. Just as I was feeling the relief of having escaped an uncomfortable situation, I looked over my shoulder. There he was, a few meters behind. I had the distressing feeling his eye had just looked away the moment I turned. I walked into a shop, took my phone, and pretended to be taking a call. When I couldn't see him anymore, I exited and made my way home as fast as I could. I kept looking back in the busy street. I zigzagged, crossed the street at every crossing. Finally, I believed that him getting off at the same stop as me was just a coincidence. When I reached my building, I looked back one last time, and there he was. His alarming gaze on me, smirking. I ran up to my apartment, climbing the stairs 4 at a time. I reached the top floor, squeezed through my door, locked it, and froze. My intercom was ringing. Don't ask me why I picked it up. I regretted it the moment I did. I could hear the opposite flat intercom ringing as well. He had pressed all the buttons one by one, hoping someone would open. But now, he knew my name. Gabrielle. Oh shit. I feel like a deer in the headlights, frozen. Open the door, please, said a pleading voice. I just want to talk to you. Somehow I couldn't move or speak. Come to the window, he added. Look at me. You'll see I'm not a bad guy. Something clicked. He wanted to locate my apartment in the building. I was not going to make that mistake. I hung up in shock. I waited by the door without moving for what seemed like hours. When I finally managed to calm myself, I called my long-distance boyfriend. Call the police, he said immediately. Why didn't I call the police? I don't know. Today it would be the first thing I would do. The fear of making a big deal out of something not important, perhaps. What an idiot I was. I called my best friend instead. I didn't want to feel alone. I told her all about it, and after a while I felt better, safe. We started laughing. Suddenly the intercom rang again. 2 hours had passed since I came home. I answered. Gabriel, said the voice. Open, please. I still remember the chills I felt. He was still there. He was there all this time. I was silent, petrified. He was silent, but I could sense his trepidation. Gabriel, let me in. I'm so thirsty, he said. Just give me a glass of water. This broke the tension, and I hung up. Curled up in a corner, literally in recovery position, terrified. I waited. I was scared to make a sound. I knew he could hear me from the hall, but I was scared even to breathe. The intercom rang again and again. I didn't answer this time. I crouched to the sofa and fell asleep from exhaustion. I heard the intercom ring one more time in the middle of the night. I woke up in the morning afraid to leave my apartment. I called my dad, who came to pick me up. There was no one in the hall, but there was a note in my mailbox. Gabrielle, I'm a nice guy. You should have opened for me. We immediately went to the nearest police station. The police listened and, of course, told me that I should not hesitate to call them. My dad called a locksmith to install digicode on the building the same day and wrote a message to each of my neighbors asking to not open the door to anyone they didn't expect. He sat in the cafe in front of my building with 2 friends every evening for more than a week. I never saw the stalker again. After this episode, I used a different route to and from university every day. I kept my phone tightly in my hand and looked back every few meters. Today, I'm still very observing of my surroundings. I never answer the door to anyone I'm not expecting. So people, if you ever find yourself alone in any kind of uncomfortable situation, call the police. Don't be an idiot like me. Be safe, everyone. This was back in 2013 when I lived in New York City as a 23-year-old. I was living with my best friend from college on the west side near Times Square. I was going through some tough times back then, as I was unemployed at the time. I had had a lot of time, so I would go on walks by myself to clear my head time to time. One night, I was feeling especially depressed, so I decided to walk to K-Town to grab a drink by myself. I'm Korean, by the way. I walked into a Korean bar and got some weird looks from the waiter as I asked for a table by myself. After ordering a couple of soju bottles, I was feeling pretty drunk, so I decided to walk back home. However, as I was exiting the bar, this Korean guy followed me. He looked very normal, just like a nice Korean guy. He told me that he saw me drinking at the bar by myself and that he would love to walk me home to make sure I get home safe. I politely declined. After all, my apartment was very close, but he insisted and he looked so harmless that I decided to take him up on his offer. We walked 10 minutes, and it was quite pleasant. We were both a little drunk, but I remember talking about all sorts of things, nothing personal. When we finally arrived at my apartment, I thanked him and wished him farewell. Now, my apartment was a 5-story walk-up, and there was a main door where we needed a key to open to get into the building. No doorman. I didn't think much of it and inserted the key to open the door and went inside. The door takes a while to close shut, and it was my mistake for not checking before I went up the stairs. While I was approaching the 2nd floor, I heard someone grab the door from closing, and I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I literally got goosebumps all over my body, and I felt like I was in danger. As I started to pick up the pace, I heard the footsteps going faster up the stairs. I lived on the 5th floor and started to run up, clutching my keys in my hand. The guy started to run up the stairs as well, and I can literally hear him getting closer and closer to me. This all happened in a couple of seconds, but it felt so long. I finally got to my floor, and as I tried to open the door, I looked back, literally saw the guy's head on the staircase. I rushed open the door, and I managed to close the door right in his face. My heart was beating so fast, and I didn't know what to do at that point. It was already 3 a.m. and my roommate was dead asleep. Luckily, he didn't knock or anything, so I decided to just go to my room and hope that he'd gone home. Around 7 a.m., my roommate woke me up. She said that there was a man standing in the front of our apartment door. My heart sank and I explained the whole situation to her. She and I went to the door and screamed that we were going to call the police if he doesn't leave. I looked out the peephole, and he told me that he will only go home if I gave him my number. We then called the police and saw him being escorted out. My roommate had to go to work, so she left the apartment, called me a few minutes later. She told me that she saw the guy speaking to the police downstairs. Apparently he tried to lie to the officers that I'm his girlfriend and that we got into a fight. My roommate went up to them and explained to the officers that I do not have a boyfriend and that she doesn't know him at all. The police let him off with a warning. About 2 hours later, I heard a buzz from the main door downstairs. Maybe it's the police. Surely it can't be him again. I answered the intercom and I was shook. It was him again. "Just give me your number and I'll go away," he said. I warned him that I was going to call the police again if he didn't leave immediately. A couple of minutes later, I heard ferocious knocks on my door. He must have gotten in when someone was entering the building. I was so scared at that point, so I immediately called 911. Unfortunately, the guy ran away before the police arrived. The worst part about this experience was that my roommate and I were so scared to leave and come back home. I would have anxiety every time I came home from work, worried that I might see him in the front of our apartment door. For about a week, the police escorted us when we felt scared. I never saw him again, but it was one of the scariest moments of my life. So creepy stalker dude, let's not meet. Before I start, I have to explain something. I lived 2 years ago in a house that had a terrace and a small parking lot 1 meter below the terrace. My room was upstairs and there was a door to the stairs that could be locked. I live in the south of France in the Pont Royal area. Everything was going well. I lived with my former father-in-law and mother. I was playing Minecraft in my room. For no reason, I look to the left towards my window, and I see a man standing there with a balaclava staring inside my window. I see an object in his hand, but I don't pay attention. I get stressed and I go to warn my mother and stepfather, completely panicked. They lock all the doors and it takes me a while to sleep and forget about it. Weeks go by, and 2 months after this stressful moment, the same thing happens again. This time I was playing Among Us, but I had changed my habits. I was always looking at the window to see if the man was there, and I was always closing the doors. So I see this guy again. Although I'm stressed, this time I'm really scared because I'm home alone. I leave for 10 seconds, and suddenly I don't see him anymore. I tell myself he's gone, but no, I hear a large noise at the front door, so I deduce that it has been forced. I totally stress. I take my phone, my keys, and my laptop in a bag, and I think it's about the situation, but I open the window and I go down the terrace. I went down to the parking lot, and I hear at this moment another noise coming from the inside of my house, then a third one, and I see the same guy, and I distinguish the same object in his hands, which was a knife. I then start to run until I reach the house of a friend. I'm totally exhausted by sprinting, and fortunately he opens. I tell him with difficulty what exactly just happened. In the meantime, I call my mother and the security of the domain. Shortly after, I see the same car make several turns in the domain and pass 4 times in front of my friend's house. And at the second passage of this one, I recognize the man who was there a few moments earlier. And I see not only one person, but 4. 2 years after having lived that, I obviously moved in a bigger city, but moreover in an apartment in a quiet district, and my boyfriend now often stays with me. I've never shared this story, except strangely enough to my teacher at the time. I was in the 1st grade at Northside Elementary in DeSoto, Texas. We lived about 3 long blocks down, as my mother liked to call. I personally feel it was a lot more. My sister and I were brought to school on a regular basis and walked home. My parents decided to divorce right at this time. My dad moved out and we started seeing him every other weekend. My mom began dating someone else, and I remember she no longer became interested in taking us to school as much. She became very preoccupied with her new relationship, and I remember that she often had me walking to school as well as coming home. Thinking back now, I'm not sure why I was late. There might have been a doctor appointment or something like that. I remember that it wasn't very late at all, maybe just an hour or so after school had started. My mom pulled up in the car and I got out. I remember hoping that she would wait there to watch me go up the flights of stairs and inside, but she drove off immediately, to my dismay. And this is when I saw him. A man, pretty normal looking, stepped out of a car looking directly at me. My mom had pulled off and this man was the only person around. He crossed the street quickly, at an angle coming directly towards me. I remember turning and running up the steps, There were 3 flights of stairs with landings in between. When you're a little girl, these stairs seem much larger. I remember looking over my shoulder, and he was literally running up the stairs after me, and I had that horrible gut reaction and ran as fast as I could. I remember the double doors in front of me, and I was panicked, thinking I would not make it. At that young age, I felt the energy coming from this otherwise normal-looking person who looked like a dad. I remember the huge intrinsic feeling of doom and urgency to go through those doors, and I did. I immediately turned around and saw him standing on one part of the second set of stairs, and he just stood there looking at me, and he just stood there looking at me as I looked at him from inside the building. The man looked very frustrated and turned, walking away back to his car. I remember telling my teacher about the whole situation. Maybe a week or so later, a police detective showed up to interview me about what had happened. This makes me think it may be connected to something that happened in that area at the time. I don't think I've ever been that afraid in my life, and it was a powerful internal fear. It was like my body told me immediately to run to survive. Longtime lurker of this subreddit, and this is my first time posting anything. I've been waiting to share this story ever since I first started reading everyone's stories, so here it goes. This took place when I, 26-year-old female, was about 16 years old. My aunt was in town visiting, and we were coming back from the grocery store. We were driving back to my mom's house. She lived way out in the countryside. It's a 10-minute drive from anywhere to get to her house. We pull up to her driveway and a red car pulls in behind us. My aunt and I stay in the car and the man approaches the driver's side door. I can't rightly tell you why he looked like a creep, but he looked like a creep. The man had very pasty skin, eyes that were staring too hard, just overall weird. He claims he is lost and looking for his way to a fitness center in the town next over. The exact fitness center that is about a minute away from where the grocery store is, i.e. in the opposite direction of where we just came from. Super odd, but I give him directions. He thanks me but continues to stare through me. He asks if we know each other, and I reply no. He gives me his name and I again repeat no, I do not know you. Couple of seconds of awkward staring and he asks what my name is. Well, being an idiot and feeling anxious, I told him my name. That was a mistake. He confirms we don't know each other and heads back to his car and we watch him leave. My aunt and I agree he was very strange, but shake it off and take the groceries inside. From where we parked, you have to take a little winding path up between the house to the back door. My aunt goes outside to grab the rest of the groceries, and I settle in on the couch in the living room and look outside. Red car in the driveway. My aunt comes upstairs and said the guy was almost to our door, claimed he forgot his directions. My aunt curtly told him, right, left, right, told him to leave. The directions were truly that simple when following the main roads. I'm freaked, she's freaked, but we never see him again. A month passes and I'm chilling at my dad's and posting something like, I'm bored at my dad's house, who wants to chill on Facebook. Guys, always set your page to private. Several minutes later, I get a message from the same guy asking if I wanted him to come over. I'm home alone and understandably terrified. I immediately block him and tell my dad, who goes to one of his cop friends to see if they know anything about the man. Well, this man was kicked out of a local university for stalking, and had 2 other counts of stalking on top of that, and a restraining order. Another month goes by and I'm in study hall with a friend. He's telling me about this guy who was stalking his older sister. I don't remember the specific details, but it was definitely the story of someone being stalked. The craziest part was this stalker almost drove this girl's brother off the road in an attempt to get him to pull over. Once pulled over, stalker jumped out and was making his way to my friend's vehicle when my friend noped right out of there. I'm sure you guessed it, but the stalker and the creep I ran into were one and the same person. So creepy, pasty stalker man, let's not meet again. Update. Following me posting this, I decided to reach out to my friend whose sister was stalked. He asked if I had heard about last summer. Apparently he was arrested for attempting to kidnap 3 different women inside of 1 hour. Failing on all attempts and almost running over the last woman's father, who was with her at the time, I confirmed it via news article. I'm still pretty floored by it all. This might be a little long, but it still gives me nightmares. I'm a 21-year-old female. I drive from Miami to Daytona Beach near Orlando almost every week. I make sure to fill up before I start off, but this one unfortunate day I did not. I left Daytona around 12 a.m. driving back to Miami. I drive a black Mustang 40th anniversary. I was literally flooring it back home through I-95. The entire route was empty other than a few trucks and small cars here and there. I was jamming to some good music, not paying attention to what was going on with my own fuel tank. Around 2:30 and 2:45 a.m., the low fuel warning came up. I saw it and started looking for the nearest exit, which happened to be Boynton Beach. I've never been there and had no idea about how the area is. I took the exit and saw that there was a Circle K right off the exit. I was a little relieved because now I at least wouldn't be running out of fuel in the middle of nowhere. Now with barely any fuel left in my tank, I pull up to the gas station. It's totally empty. I cannot even see a single car inside or outside on the road. There were no people other than a tall man in a red-colored jacket walking around near the side of the gas station store where all the parking lot was, but he was not very close to the pump I was at. I was a little scared, but I usually try and shake my fear off by telling myself that it's nothing. This man at this point is looking at the ground but kind of walking in the general direction of my car. I'm still inside the car contemplating whether I should get out or stay in. Usually I would have just gotten out and fueled, not being scared. But that day something in my gut told me to lock the door and wait inside. At this point, this guy is just a few feet away from my car, still not looking at me. I'm trying to tell myself, it's okay. He doesn't even care that I'm here, and I should just get out. But then my worst fear comes to life. The man looks straight up at me and dashes towards the driver's side door and tries to open it. At this point, it's around 3 a.m. with no other people in the general vicinity. I literally froze for a second and thought, I'm going to die. This is how I die. He pulled on the door handle several times trying to get it to open, but then I somehow got my senses back, turned the car on and floored it. He didn't let go of the door handle until I started the car and hit the gas. I'm so thankful that despite the low fuel, my car still started up and drove away. I had nothing on me to defend myself, nothing at all other than a plastic fork I got from Panda Express earlier. I still can't get over the whole experience. It still scares the living shit out of me. Creepy man from the gas station, let's never meet again. This happened a couple of years ago when I was around 13 or 14 years old. I would go to Nerf wars with my friends during the weekends with a semi-auto rifle and one of those revolver-looking pistols as a sidearm. On one of those occasions, I brought my girlfriend to the Nerf war with me. For some context, my girlfriend's my neighbor. She lives in the same area as I do. We've known each other for some time, around preschool, I think. As you do for a Nerf war, you pack up spare darts, spare mags, etc. So the Nerf war ended. We had a great time as usual, and we go our separate ways. As me and my girlfriend's walking back home, my paranoia kicks in, and I have a feeling that someone was following us. I glanced back slightly, and there was a guy in all black. At first I thought of it as one of my friends awkwardly following us, but remembered that none of them were wearing full plain black. I turn back to my girlfriend and tell her we're being followed. She glances back slightly and sees the same man. She starts panicking, so I tell her just to calm down. It's probably just some guy going to the subway as well. So we get on the train, hoping that the man would stop following us. As I'm making sure my rifle isn't bothering anyone, I feel my girlfriend's grip on my hand tighten. Then she whispers, telling me that the man was on the train as well and now staring at us. At this point, I had enough of this guy's shit. I was tired, and the last thing I needed was some dude stalking me and my girlfriend. Luckily, our stop was 2 stations or so away, so when we get there, we bounced out of the cart immediately. I looked back, and the man was indeed behind us. We get up to the streets, hoping that there would be at least someone or some sort of camera that would be able to see me and my girlfriend. But the streets were basically empty, with only a couple of people going back home. My girlfriend was trembling beside me, scared to all hell. I told her my plan, and with some hesitancy, she agreed to it. I stopped moving to take a drink of my water, my girlfriend shifting her hand towards my leg so it wouldn't be as obvious. It was dark at this time. I felt her hand ripped away from my leg and I heard her terrified screams. I decided to grab the closest weapon I had on me, the stock of my Nerf rifle. The stock's attached to Nerf guns with 2 clips latching onto them, so it wouldn't take long to put it on or take it off. My stock was large. It wasn't metal, but it was a solid piece of plastic that could do some damage to someone's face. I whacked the guy around the face, grabbed my girlfriend's hand and got the hell out of there. We waved down the closest taxi, got on inside, happy that we weren't being stalked by some guy. I don't talk about this incident much, but just wanted to share it and get it off my chest. Because of this incident, I stopped playing Nerf for a while. My rifle's been stored in my Nerf armory for a couple of years untouched. Every time I think of Nerf, this incident comes to mind. I went to the police station a few days ago to put down a complaint about some person who scammed me when I was trying to get a graphics card. A guy who seemed nice overheard the conversation and proposed me to come over, as he spares electronic equipment that he doesn't use anymore. The man said that he could help, saying that if it could help someone else, he'd be glad to give it out now. Now, I didn't really put any hope into it, as it was unlikely that I would finish something interesting, but I took up the offer. He didn't have that fishy person aura, so I accepted coming over in a few days. I wouldn't show up alone though, just in case. A few days after, I go to this man's house with my brother. First, the guy's not wearing a mask and tries to handshake me. There is an old person in the background of the home watching us with beer in hand. I can see from here that the yard is a complete mess with things everywhere. He guides us inside. We take a look around, and then he starts pulling stuff out of a bag, and it's like a 15 to 20-year-old graphics card that are completely worthless. I told him it wasn't going to work. It's too old. He tells us to follow him to the garage, which is even more of a mess than the yard. Things laying everywhere, and there's a very dirty pool, not even covered although we're still in winter. He shows us one of those first-generation graphics card, old and bulky. I tell him it's not going to work either, and he takes us to a shed behind the house with even more things. It's a shady place in a weird alley, and I freaked out a little because the older person who hadn't said a single word was following us. He rumbles through his shed, telling me that the card he intended to give me was somewhere, but he couldn't find it. Too bad. I prepare to go away, but then he asks me if we could look at a PC that doesn't boot. I accept and go inside the room, which is apparently the kids' room, and it's messy as every other room. I approach the computer and it's missing keys, and it's dirty everywhere. I sit down with my brother, start fiddling with the computer. The grandpa appears out of nowhere and sits behind my brother, which kind of freaks me out by the way he looks at us. I'm trying to fix the PC when the mother comes in and tells me she doesn't know much about computers, but that she goes on the dark web. She asks me if I can check every device in the house to make sure they haven't been pirated and that she's being spied on. At that point, I look at my brother, confused, and we kind of mentally communicate. Yeah, we need to get out of here. It's starting to get weird. I tell the guy that I can't seem to fix it, and that it's above what I know, and he's okay with it. The old man lights up a cigarette in the room, and we get out of here. The guy keeps us and talks for like 5 more minutes. They seem like they wanted us to stay. We tell them we have a bus to catch and kind of walk quickly out of there. The mother stops us and asks if we're going to come back to inspect their devices, and I just say that we'll contact them again. After that, I panicked and blocked the number when I got out of there. This took place during winter break my freshman year of college, well over a decade ago. My friend and I decided to head to the rifle range we had frequented previously during high school. It had been about 10 months since we were last there, in the Northeast USA. The rifle range was outdoors, unmanned, and on the state game lands. You never knew who may be there. I've encountered strange, possibly sinister kids there in the past. Fair amount of normal people as well. We parked the truck and I immediately noticed skinned rabbits. Dozens of them. They were obscured at first because the grass, now dead in the winter, had grown so tall, falling over and cradling these neatly arranged rows of skinned small animals, possibly rabbits or raccoons. It disturbed me how hard to tell what something is once its skin has been removed. It disturbed me that someone would lay the new carcasses right next to the old ones. Each neat pile was in a different state of decay. Despite our better judgment, my friend and I decided to enter the rifle range. I grabbed my 2 rifles, like plastic guitar cases. This will come into play later. The rifle range is a large bunker cut into a taller hill. It extends 1,000 feet and the walls on the left are 40 to 80 feet tall. There's a question mark-shaped path leading around the bunker to the gallery, where you stand or sit to shoot, not sure the proper terminology. Approaching the trail, I notice a dead deer off to the left of the trail, then another off to the right, then another further down in the center of the trail, all decomposing. A large hole in its abdomen filled with maggots. There's another that's all maggots aside from the bones. Never seen anything like that before. My friend and I carry on, me in front. Once we round the corner in the gallery area, there are 2 or 3 more dead deer. Like a deflated deer balloon on the gravel, almost nothing left of them, 2-dimensional. This is when it really sets in how dilapidated the place has become. Everything is overgrown. Even looking down range, the grass had nearly covered the whole area 2 to 3 feet tall, except for a trail in the center leading towards the back of the bunker. Along this path there is one dead deer every 50 feet or so off the side of the trail. The number of deer carcasses I've seen now is outrageous. Over 20. It felt beyond belief. About 500 downrange there's a pack of dogs, maybe 8 to 10, an almost ridiculous looking number, all circled around a deer eating it. I'm standing right at the front of this path. I turn back and my friend is pale-faced at this horrifying sight. Like a complete dumbass, I say, "What the hell?" Immediately one dog's ears perk up. It picks up its head and looks right at me, like it's in slow motion. It lets out a quick bark. The whole circle of them in a carousel lift their head one by one, locking their eyes on me. I glance back at my friend. He's already started running, 20 feet ahead of me. I look back downrange and see the dogs are already charging me. They already look twice as close. I start running as hard as I possibly can with those 2 guitar cases holding 2 rifles. I can't full sprint holding these things. I'm debating dropping them to run faster. I found the corner around the bunker entrance. Look back and see they're already in the gallery, skidding on the gravel to square the corner. 8 of the 10 of the most mangy-looking hellhounds coming for me. I'm hoofing it as hard as I can. It's now a roughly straight shot to my friend's pickup truck. I glance quickly behind me and there's only singular feet behind me. I'm not going to outrun them. I think about dropping the cases. I glance again over my right shoulder and see something forever burned into my memory. A dog in mid-air leaping at me, fangs out, hopelessly close to me now. I'm still on full sprint, looking forward again, waiting to feel this thing's jaws sinking into a calf or a thigh. Total temporal distortion. Time slowed down. I thought of how I just saw a show on the History Channel. An old man, a World War II vet, had survived a mountain lion attack. He said that if a rabid dog attacks you, raise your forearm in front of their throat. They'll latch onto it and won't let go. I'm waiting for this to happen, getting knocked down. I envision one gets into my leg, rolling onto my back, throwing my arm up to catch one going for my throat. Then things torn to pieces by the other 7. I realize this could be how it ends. Astonished, being mauled to death. It felt like someone pushed me forward, giving me a burst of speed forward, then another, almost causing me to fall forward. Then I realized the dogs were smacking off the big guitar cases hanging at my sides, each time pushing me forward. This happened 5 to 6 times, and just then I was crossing in front of a truck. I throw the gun cases on the hood, open the door and hop inside. My friend is already in the driver's seat. The dogs are gone. I'm feeling like I just escaped a death from a horror movie. Expecting to hear some words of relief for my fate, my friend instead calls me an idiot for leaving the guns on the hood. I guess he wants to shoot at them. I tell him to screw himself. I'm not getting out of this truck. I almost died right in front of him. Eventually he gets out, gets a rifle from the case of the hood, loads it and climbs up the side of the bunker. He says they're gone. I quickly scamper up, confirm, then insist we leave. On the way home, I see a local cop at the gas station. It's inside his municipality. I'm telling him about the range and what just happened as briefly as possible, how it's a danger. He seems to get more aggravated the longer I talk, so I stop. There's an awkward silence and he coldly says, "Yeah, it's really bad out there." From his tone and body language, I can tell this exchange is over. He goes back to his conversation with the cashier. I just turn around and leave without saying anything else. I still wonder what the hell I walked into. What if I had dropped those gun cases? Why was someone dumping their legally skinned carcasses at a rifle range on state game land? And what killed all of those deer? The place was fairly well maintained for 2 to 3 years, and we'd been there inside the last year. Were those dogs? Wolves? Coyotes? Why was the cop so dismissive? Probably the easiest one to answer. The range is gone now. There's a natural gas oil well there. I don't really know where to post this. I've been sitting on this for a long time, so I figured I'd try it here. Thank you for reading if you made it. So for some context, my friends 16 and 16 years old, and I 16 from about 1 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. went on a night walk. The streets nearby are usually empty highways or weird roads. It's a small suburb inland. Around 3:30 a.m., we started to walk over to a nearby playground. On the way there, one of our friends who's interested in cars walks up to one to shine the torch on it, accidentally wakes someone up in there, and immediately apologizes. A few minutes go by, and we just start listening to music and talking for a good 45 minutes. Then it started to get cold, so we decided to head back. Our friend felt really bad for waking that guy up, and we all kind of had a gut feeling something would happen. As we walked past, nothing happened. No sounds, no lights, nothing. Then, just as we leave the park, we see who we assume is him, walking towards us. He seemed like he was under the influence of something, not sure what. We waved and said hi, told him to have a good night and all that, and he told us to stay on a certain side of the road for our safety. So we just did anyway. What's the harm, right? Something felt off though, so we had to look behind us, and the man kept walking for a few seconds, then stopped. He started to come back the way he came, slowly, and just sort of followed us in the dark. This was fucking terrifying. The only thing we really had on us, if we wanted to use them, were 3 glow-in-the-dark lightsabers that we brought along for a battle. We ended up taking a few shortcuts through the area, circled our way back home and inside. Even then, it still took us a while to process what had just happened. I'm a young woman and I run a business from home selling things online. If my extra products don't sell, I have a lot of yard sales, like mega yard sales, to try and salvage some cash and make room in my inventory. I have extended family who come from an hour away to also sell things with me, and it's just easier with help. I live in a good suburb, just a lot of old people. I like that I live within eyesight of an elementary school and a church, just good energy to have around. I had a big garage full of stuff, so I started carrying it to my yard super early, at 1 a.m. laying out blankets and bringing stuff outside in boxes. I'm listening to music on my headphones while I'm doing this. I get half of it out, so the back half of my yard is slowly pushing forward with boxes. There's very few cars out as it is very late at night, but I start to notice this white car multiple times. It happens about 3 times that I see them go up on the road, turn around at a U-turn, or go around the church parking lot, or into the elementary school lot, turn around, drive by my house on their way out. I pull out the back bed on our truck and sit, just watch them while they do it. I called my family, and they agreed to come at 5 a.m. instead of later, and I agreed to stay inside for them. They always slowed down slightly in front of my house. They did this for hours, each time showing up about 5 to 10 minutes apart. I took videos while I was inside of the car turning around and slowly going down in front of my house at 3 and 5 a.m. over and over again. I really wonder how long they were there before I noticed. I think they were waiting for me to get close to the front of my lawn to try and grab me. The kicker is the car stopped showing only when they saw my family was outside. I sometimes see the same car driving around a college campus close by the dorms late at night. About 2 years ago, my best friend's family brought me camping with them in the Adirondacks in upstate New York. Specifically Old Forge, which is a small, delicate town that almost gives off the feeling of something you'd see in the 80s movies. When we got to the campground, my friend and I walked throughout the campsite, saw many abandoned cabins, especially as we got deeper into the woods. These cabins were run down and engulfed into forest almost. When it got dark, we went back to our campsite, finally feeling uneasy about the campgrounds itself. Then we got ready for bed in his family's camper, but ended up sleeping in the car. We had fun for a while prank calling places and calling our friends. After all the fun, we were tired from our day, decided to try and get some rest. I was very uncomfortable and was unable to fall asleep, so I decided to just sit on my phone for a while. As the night went on, I kept getting more of an uneasy feeling. I saw the camper's light go on, and I thought it may have been a small animal or maybe the wind. It turns out it was a giant bear. Me, being used to the city, was startled, waking my best friend, which put him into a panic, and we slowly noticed that it was more than one bear. There were 3 rummaging through our garbage. Finally, a park ranger came over and scared them off, like it was nothing. Unable to fall asleep for the rest of the night, I noticed many people just wandering the campgrounds in the pitch black, with no flashlights or anything. This made me even more uneasy about our situation. Finally, I noticed people had stopped wandering through the campsite. It was about 20 minutes or so after, and I see something off in the distance. It looked like a man, but I wasn't sure. The thing or man, or whatever it was, just stood there staring at me until I saw it moving. I started to sweat and my heart began to race, so I turned on all the lights in the car, woke my friend up, turned them back off after. I told him what I'd seen, so we looked and the thing was closer. We both started to panic, so we called his parents who were in the camper sleeping. We never did figure out what it was. We left early that next day. Mrs. Thomas's Pet Shop of Horrors. For reference, I'm female who was in Mrs. Thomas's preschool class when the story occurred in the early 1980s. The school was in a church just outside of the Pittsburgh area. We had a gerbil in the class as a pet and mascot named Herbie. Our duties as a class were to watch, care for it, and learn more about rodents. One day during a class break, I went to check in on Herbie and noticed that his little neck was outstretched and hind legs were shuffling in the cedar chips because he was having difficulty reaching his water basin. You know, the clear cylinder filled with water. They could just suck the water out of the silver straw attached. He was clearly trying to reach his water source. I simply then did what I still would do now, gently squeeze on the water basin until I see little water droplets coming out. To my relief, Herbie was lapping up the water at his own pace. The next thing I know, Mrs. Thomas yanks me out of the classroom by my arm, takes me to the sink where we washed our hands and cleaned our paintbrushes. This was in the hallway directly across from the classroom, slightly to the right, and she literally places the stepping stool up to the sink. Again, I was only 4, and so small that I couldn't even reach the sink on my own. She proceeds to turn on the water, plug it up, and fill the sink while demanding I step up to it. This sick child abuser was making her own spectacle out of this. She then pushes me slightly forward by the nape of my neck over a sink that is 3/4 full, accusing me of trying to drown the gerbil and yelling at me, "How would you feel if you were drowning?" I was so terrified I couldn't make a sound. Tears were streaming down my face. I will never forget turning my head to the left and seeing 3 of my classmates, 2 boys and a girl. They were peeking their heads out of the doorway, watching an absolute horror. I was never submersed in the water, but the mental damage was done. Once she finally released me, I was pulled aside into the bathroom and was then threatened that if I told my parents or anyone about this, I would be in a lot of trouble and would never see my friends at school again. The 3 students never asked me about it, and as far as I know, nothing was ever said. Fast forward to Christmas break in the 4th grade. We had since moved out of state and were at the airport flying back to Pennsylvania to visit for family Christmas. To this day, I truly will never know how or why the memory was triggered, but before we boarded that plane, I felt guilty about hiding the incident to my parents and broke down into tears. I told my mom and dad everything about that day. We arrived at my grandparents' home late in the evening, caught up on some very good cookies and milk, then hit the sack. When I awoke the next morning, my aunts were already there to get me ready and to take me shopping at the coveted Monroe Mall. After a few moments upon waking up, I asked everyone where my mom and dad were. Oh, they had to run a special errand today and will meet us for lunch at the mall. This is probably the part I should mention that my mom's side was definitely an old-school Irish-Italian family. Looking back as a parent myself, it all makes sense. The role my parents had to play of calmness and comforting when I told them about the incident, yet the look in their eyes of absolute horror and rage towards this teacher. My mother volunteered in the classroom, knew and trusted this teacher. Some years later in my early teens, I asked my mom where they went that day. She claimed they went to school to ask about the teacher and report what I had told them. They were told that Mrs. Thomas passed away from cancer. That's all I remember, as my mother has passed some time ago and my father is in his 80s, and I see no reason to remind him of this awful memory while living out his golden years. Things are very different 40+ years later in schools with lawsuits. No more corporal disciplining and cameras now all over the classrooms and halls. Thankfully, I truly believe no teacher would ever get away with something like that now. I also believe it's truly a miracle how our brains can repress an incident so traumatic until we can actually process things and recall the details. What happened to me as a preschooler should happen to no child ever. Mrs. Thomas, I do hope you ask for forgiveness before your passing, and we're truly sorry for what you did. Something tells me I'm not the only child you abused, as I remember you being an older teacher at the time with lots of opportunities over the years. Perhaps it was cancer that did you in. Or perhaps my family plumbing business took matters into their own hands. I've been working from home for about 2 years. 3 weeks ago, I was asked to come into the office, and yesterday was my first day back working at home. We have one of those doorbell cameras, but it broke down. Since I'm home all the time, we haven't gotten around to fix it or replace it. We haven't taken it down either. I don't have a gate or anything in my house. It's just the driveway, then the door. I have a clear view of my driveway and front door from my bedroom window. At around 1 p.m. there was a knock at the door. I looked out my window and saw a man. He had a dark brown hoodie and jeans. He didn't look like he was expecting someone to open the door. He also pressed the non-working doorbell multiple times. It seemed like he was paying more attention to the street, looking around nervously. When someone knocks at my door and I don't know them, I will not answer the door. I just stay quiet until they leave. But this time I got a weird feeling, like I had a heavy rock in my stomach and alarms going off in my head. I yelled, "Coming!" He suddenly stood straight up and looked around some more. Waited a few seconds and walked away in a hurry. I looked at him until he disappeared out of my view. This was one of the moments that your instincts kick in, and deep down you know something bad may have happened and can't stop thinking about it. This morning my nosy neighbor, we all have that one neighbor, came by to tell me the week's gossip. It was my day off, so I was sweeping my driveway. Someone had broken into one house yesterday. Nothing was stolen, but the shower had been used. The kitchen was messy from someone cooking. The bed was unmade and all the TVs were left on. The horror was the family pet had been killed. Don't have full details on that. I don't live in a nice neighborhood. A lot of my neighbors have cameras and alarm systems for this reason. I couldn't stop thinking about this guy that knocked. According to some neighbors, they saw this weird guy around the block, supposedly selling some cleaning products and supplies, but he only carried a clipboard with him. I went to my neighbors that live across the street from me. I know they have cameras and I was hoping maybe they caught something. So for 3 days this guy had been knocking on my door at the same time every day. I guess his MO was to make sure no one was home and then break in. What would have happened if I stayed quietly like I normally do when someone unknown knocks at my door? He would have probably come in with me in the house. God, it creeps me out. When I was walking back to my house, my doorbell caught my attention. It was full of some gunky, sticky stuff, like someone attempted to cover the camera. Yes, I should definitely replace that. There's talk of some neighbors having video evidence. Others say they actually saw the guy. It's all still going on. I'm sure I'll know more about it in the next few days. I'm feeling very anxious, thinking of going on a trip to visit my family just to get away for a bit. I don't live in the US, so the way police handle matters here is much differently. I've spent a lot of time in the woods in the dark. It is a thrilling, unique feeling. There are some strange and scary moments, and this one is one of the worst. Before I start the story, let me ask you this. Would you do the following if you had the chance? Me and my friends were night walking on a track surrounded by forest and cornfields. In the distance, we heard some voices and saw some phone lights. It was 3 people that were coming closer to us. Well, we had plenty of time to prepare, to put ourselves in the cornfields, which we did. As soon as they passed us, we made the corn move heavily, so it made a lot of noise. Another guy made some noises. The people then returned where they came from. Now for the real story. This time it was me and my best friend having a nightly adventure in another nature region. In the distance we heard a group of people having a gathering. We couldn't see them as there was also a steep hill in between. Now we contemplated about doing the old scare thing, first some scouting of the area. We went up this steep hill, and on top of it, we still couldn't see the people in the distance, only hear them. There must have been 5 different voices speaking at the same time. Now to scout out other people, you need to be in complete darkness and silence, which we did. While we are on top of this hill, which is completely covered in bush, we hear some rustling coming from below, slowly but surely closer to us. The owner of the sounds tried his best to be sneaky and slow, but in complete silence you hear every detail. There were also little branches breaking under his feet. We could hear that he was alone. We are now sitting there between our bushes, haven't moved yet since we started noticing we were being stalked. Any second it would reach us now. We could really feel the presence. I made some hand gestures and we relocated as slow and as quiet as we could to the center of the hill. As we were progressing downwards, this thing or man still kept getting closer towards us. You know what? Fuck this. I now stood up and made myself bigger and ran fast to where the noise came from. I yelled to my buddy, "Find him!" For another 20 seconds we kick bushes and look around. Now we're not longer in hiding mode. We pause again to hear if we can find our opponent again, and we can't. After this, we left the hill. We stay a bit further still in viewing distance of the hill. After several minutes, we heard and saw nothing. When I turned 14, I had a friend that was turning 13, and our parents surprised us by letting us get our ears pierced together. We had fun. We picked out an extra pair, and then we went to the food court. When we sat down, they went over the loudspeaker to say that the mall was closing in 5 minutes. We thought, okay, we just have to eat faster. Then 2 minutes later, a security guard told us that we should get going. We packed up and went towards the parking lot. My mom had left, so I was riding home with them. It turns out they had parked in the Macy's parking garage, and the Macy's locked their doors. There was another family there that was locked out as well. We both tried knocking on the door, but no one came. After 5 minutes, we decided to give up. Then this guy came up to us and said he knew a way to the parking garage. Both of our groups looked at each other and agreed to go together. He led us to this door around the corner, and we followed him down a long hallway. The hallway had white walls and wooden boards in random spots. It was kind of like an unfinished basement type aesthetic. Then before the turn, there was a doorway he decided to open, which led down to a stairwell. Someone from the other group held the door, and we spread out down the stairs. I stayed a bit more towards the top because, me being a true crime fan, I felt like something was off. It felt like a story in a podcast I had recently listened to. My friend's mom opened the door, and there was just another hallway. We were officially freaked out when I noticed that the guy had ditched us. He literally disappeared. We sprinted up the stairs, and as we made it up the stairs, we could hear talking around the corner of the hallway, the corner we hadn't turned. The second we were out, we all walked towards a different exit together. We never saw the guy as we walked through the mall. It was almost like he had just disappeared into thin air. So learn from my experience. Never go down the back dark hallways. Who knows what would have happened? Would we have been lost in a maze? Was the guy planning something? Who were the other voices I heard? I'll never know. Thank you guys for watching and listening. Please be sure to leave a like, comment, share, and subscribe for future videos. Email all of your true encounters to thesinfulsavant@gmail.com. The link to my email will be in the description box below as well. Until we meet again, stay sinful.